Ryue was wondering why the Yu family was so quiet. It seemed they had just received some news. Lien Shulan suddenly pulled out a kitchen knife from behind her waist, furious, and angrily opened the door. Who's there? Which dog is barking outside? Trying to beat my son to death? I'll cut you first. The Yu family members had prepared in advance. They called the village chief and quickly stepped back after knocking on the door, afraid that the angry woman inside might hurt someone. Village chief Shin looked at Lien Shulan, holding the knife and full of rage. He silently thought, indeed, like mother, like daughter. These two are exactly the same. He even worried that his own daughter might someday act like this and start attacking people with a knife. To prevent anyone from getting hurt, he quickly stepped forward and said, "Fourth's wife, let's talk nicely. Put the knife down first." Lien Shulan showed some respect and immediately put the knife away. "Village chief, it's not that I didn't speak properly, but they started insulting me right away." Old lady Yu crossed her arms and jumped up, continuing to scold, "Heartless, rotten scoundrels. Just like your daughter, who flirts with men, they've broken my fourth son's heart. I tell you, if you don't release my precious grandson and my dear old man today, I will set this broken house on fire. Let's see where you can live then." Ryue sneered. "Go ahead, try to do it if you dare. Actually, I was planning to rebuild the house, so your fire will save me a lot of trouble. Plus, it might even send you to reunite with your precious son and grandson." Old lady Yu was so angry she trembled, pointing at Yu Dihao. "You unfilial son. Are you just going to watch them upset me like this?" Yu Dihao chuckled foolishly and took out a signed letter of disownment from his pocket. "Old lady Yu, are you forgetting? We have already disowned each other. We have no relationship now." Old lady Yu didn't expect Yu Dihao to carry that disownment letter with him. She was so angry she raised her hand to hit him, but a man in a blue robe behind her stepped in to stop her. His clothes were clean and tidy, without a single patch, and his face was fair and clear. Ryue immediately guessed his identity. He was probably Yu Dihai, the eldest son of the Yu family. After stopping his mother, Yu Dihai looked at Yu Dihao with disapproval and began to lecture. "Fourth brother, this is your fault. How can you not even call your mother? And that disownment letter, just tear it up quickly. It was just a moment of anger from your parents. Did you really believe it? Can that letter really cut off your blood ties with your parents? I know your daughter has become capable, so you look down on us poor relatives. But you can't even acknowledge your own parents. Your parents feel guilty and secretly cry every night. Look at your mother. She's lost a lot of weight." Ryue sneered inwardly, thinking this was a soft approach. Yu Dihao was completely unfazed. He impatiently raised his hand to interrupt. "Stop wasting time. First, you need to compensate my daughter for what your son has damaged." Yu Dihai's face stiffened. "Fourth brother, we're all family. Why talk about compensation?" Yu Dihao waved the disownment letter again. "If you keep talking nonsense, I won't discuss it anymore." Yu Dihai's face immediately darkened, and Grandma Yu was so angry, she jumped with rage. "You beast! How dare you speak to your older brother like that, and you want us to pay money? Bah! Everything in your house belongs to my precious grandson. Even if he destroys it all, what does it matter? Hurry up, release the person, or I will run headfirst into your door." Yudha smiled foolishly, moved a few steps to the side, and cleared a spot near the wall. "Then you can crash into this wall. It's full of protruding stones. Hit it hard, and your brains might come out. That way, you'll die quickly." Grandma Yu was so frightened by this that she stepped back several paces. Her eyes filled with fear. You're not my son." "Who are you really?" Yu trembled and quickly pulled Yudha behind her. "He's definitely not your son anymore. Your son was pushed into the river and drowned. Now he's just our father, village chief. You see this too. They don't want to negotiate at all. If that's the case, we won't stay and argue anymore." Yu finished speaking and tried to close the door. Yu Dihai panicked and hurriedly spoke to stop her. "Wait. Tell me, how can I save my son?" Grandma Yu wanted to cause trouble, but Yu Dihai's stern look scared her into silence. Yu thought for a moment and said, "I will accept compensation at the original price for the spoiled food. My two brothers' medical expenses will be covered by you." plus compensation for the mental suffering of our family and customers. Let's settle this with 40 taels of silver. That's the end of it. Bah. Why don't you go rob instead? Even if two beasts are beaten to death, they should be. And you want 40 taels of silver? Does Grandma you look like silver to you? Hearing this, Yuryu immediately pulled her parents inside to close the door. Yutahai quickly pushed Grandma Yu back and stepped forward to stop her. Hold on. 40 taels of silver is too much. I can't pay that. How about 1 or 2 taels? Yuryu slammed the door shut with a bang. If you're not sincere, don't bother talking. Get out. Yutahai thought about his son's suffering in prison, and his heart ached painfully. But 40 taels was just too much. Old Fourth. For the sake of our brotherhood. Yutho cut him off directly. We're not brothers. Since you were little, you've either beaten me or stolen from me. What brotherhood? We're more like enemies. Yutahai was sharply silenced. It seemed that using emotional appeals was completely useless. Finally, he clenched his teeth and said harshly, 10 taels of silver. That's the most I can borrow. Yuryu replied, 15 taels of silver, plus 10 acres of land. That's the limit I can offer. In this area, land is divided into 3 grades. Low-quality land costs 1 tael of silver per acre, medium-quality land costs 2 taels per acre, and high-quality land ranges from 3 to 4 taels per acre. Since Hudong and Heshi villages have no high-quality land, exchanging money for 10 acres of land is already a good deal for Yutahai. But for Grandma Yu, who values land above all, it felt like she was being asked for her life.
No.
I don't agree. Yutahai said coldly, Mother, your disagreement doesn't matter. I will go back and discuss this with Dad. After saying that, he turned and left. Grandma Yu wanted to cry and make a fuss, thinking about those 10 acres of land, and hurried back to stop him. Once everything outside was quiet, the family ate dinner together and then tidied up the wild boar they had caught. Only then did they rest. Yuri's plan to buy land was strongly supported by Yudho and Liang Shulan. They believed that farmers must have land, and this also helped solve their future tax problems. The next day, Yuryu told Shin Jiao to rest at home for a day. She personally took Yushir and Yutian to the town. This time, from carrying things onto the cart to setting up the stall to sell goods, she didn't move a muscle. Only the regular customers came to say hello, and everything else was left to the two of them. Yushir and Yutian knew their sister was testing them, so they worked very hard selling the goods. By midday, both were covered in sweat, and their throats hurt from talking so much. Yushir, having experienced this, felt even more ashamed of his previous thoughts. Before, he only carried water, washed things, chopped firewood at home, and watched Shin Jiao sell goods, earning 50 coins. This made both of them underestimate how hard it was and think that their sister's money-making was easy. After selling everything, Yuryu took the two to buy meat, eggs, seasonings, and other raw materials. Yushir and Yutian watched the silver they earned today flow out like water. They even felt it wasn't enough and were heartbroken. Yushir whispered, Sister, why are you buying so many expensive seasonings? Aren't there cheaper ones? Yuryu looked at him deeply. Only by giving can you get back. We don't have to sell the best products. Sorry to our trusting customers. We can earn a little less, but if we cut corners and lose our reputation, everything else will be meaningless in the future. Yushir felt ashamed and didn't dare to meet his sister's eyes directly.
All right.
No wonder your business can reach the Li family's estate. You really are talented. Yuryu ignored the person speaking and continued choosing items. After paying and leaving, she looked back at the group following her. You've been following all the way. Just say what you want to do. The middle-aged man who just spoke immediately smiled and replied, What we want to do. Isn't it clear to you, boss you? Yes. Since you've already paid, you should just do what you promised. Seeing the suspicious looks on their faces, Yushir and Yutian quickly stepped forward to protect their sister. Another middle-aged man looked disdainful. Boss you. Instead of teaching these two useless ones, hoping they can handle things on their own, why not teach us? We can also discuss the money matters. Yuryu pulled Yushir and Yutian behind her, smiling. All right. Who wants to talk to me first? Or, do you want to talk with me together? The middle-aged man immediately stepped forward. Of course, I do. That young girl already took 200 taels of silver from me. Someone nearby immediately disagreed. What's 200 taels? That girl took 300 taels from me. She promised to give me the recipe, but now I can't see her anymore. Others also stepped forward, accusing Shen Jiao of taking their money and not doing the work. Yu Ryu sneered. Everyone, I think there's a misunderstanding. My sister took money for booking a banquet, but she never said it was for buying the recipe. I was wondering, since your families are big and run restaurants, why are you booking banquets here? Turns out, you're after my sister's recipe. The crowd was stunned. They recalled that the young girl never mentioned the recipe before. They immediately looked for Manager Chen from Qingzhou Restaurant among the crowd, but couldn't find him. Instead, they saw Meng Chen, the young master of Qingzhou Restaurant. Young Master Meng, this matter was initiated by your Qingzhou wine house. We all saw Manager Chen give that young girl over 100 taels of silver. So what? Haven't you also discussed buying the recipe? Meng Chen held a folding fan and smiled gently. Manager Wang, you misunderstood. The over 100 taels of silver was indeed a deposit for the banquet. Qingzhou Wine House has never engaged in underhanded tactics. If we really wanted to buy the recipe, we would come to talk face-to-face with Boss Yu. We would never do anything secretly. Manager Wang, who was called out, immediately scolded angrily. Meng Chen, now you're pretending to be the good guy? If it weren't for your Qingzhou Wine House, how could we have given that young girl so much money for no reason? Quickly call old Chen over. We have nothing more to say to you. Meng Chen's smile remained the same. He gently shook his fan and looked intently at Ryua. Boss Yu. Sorry if my family's manager Chen's actions caused any misunderstanding. That was definitely not my intention. How about this? I see that everyone's anger is quite high, and it's not suitable for talking business. Why don't you come with me to Qingzhou Wine House for some tea and rest? Manager Wang immediately stopped him. Young Master Meng, you're not playing fair. Your family's offer is the lowest. Why should we go to your place? Yes. Qingzhou Wine House only hires scholars, right? Boss Yu, a young woman, if she goes there, she might get scolded by the staff at the door. Meng Chen's smile slightly stiffened but quickly recovered. After all, this had actually happened. He couldn't deny it, so he admitted, Boss Yu, don't worry. Qingzhou Wine House is now my business. Those who didn't see eye to eye with us have been replaced. There won't be any of the situations you mentioned. Ryue raised an eyebrow and smiled softly. Young Master Meng, I know you're sincere, but my naive sister has already accepted the money. How about this? Since everyone wants to talk, let's find a place where we can all speak honestly. If your offer is good, I might consider it. Hearing this, the people present brightened their eyes. They didn't want others to take the lead, so maybe everyone could join in together. Meng Chen didn't expect his tricks to fail. Seeing this young woman, he realized she was not to be underestimated. She was just a farmer girl, but she remained calm in front of their experienced merchants. She was very clever, trying to gather everyone together to prevent some from using sneaky methods. Impressive. After some back and forth with a few seasoned old men, they finally chose a nearby fragrant wine shop. As soon as they arrived, the staff brought out various pastries and placed them next to Ryua. Boss Yu, don't be shy. Try our fragrant wine shop skills. In the future, we should visit often. I think your sandwiches and seaweed rolls are really good. By the way, your hawthorn cake, why does it make you feel so refreshed and clear after eating? Is there something special inside? Even though hawthorn is a medicinal herb, sugar and water can't create that effect. If you want to talk business, Boss, you should show some sincerity. Ryue didn't answer. Instead, she casually took 2 pieces of cake and handed them to her brothers, Yu Shi and Yu Tian. Big brother, second brother. Try these pastries from the fragrant wine shop. We usually can't eat these at home. If you like them, we can pack some to take back to our parents when we leave. Yu Shi and Yu Tian tensed up, their bodies trembling slightly. They looked very alert at the obviously malicious old men across from them, with no intention of eating. If given the chance, they would definitely run to report this. Ryua smiled and pushed the pastries into their hands. All right, since we're here, let's make the best of it. We're all business people. We won't do anything shameful. Plus, so many people saw us being brought in. Even if something happens, everyone here will remember. No one can run away. So, just eat these pastries and don't waste the shopkeeper's kindness. Yushur and Yution truly admired their sister's courage. These men stared at her fiercely, almost eager to tear her apart. Yet, she remained calm and comforted her brothers. They felt ashamed just thinking about it. But to avoid worrying their sister, they forced themselves to accept the pastries, took a bite absent-mindedly, and forced a smile. They're delicious. Ryua picked up a piece herself and tasted it. The pastries from Fragrant Pavilion are indeed delicious. Since you want to show sincerity, why don't you start by sharing the recipe for these pastries? The shopkeeper of Fragrant Pavilion froze. Their pastries were the restaurant's signature item. How could he possibly give away the recipe? This girl was clearly teasing him. He forced a smile but said nothing. Ryua glanced at him and said with a light hum, I don't like beating around the bush. Since everyone is here for the formula in my hands, I'll be direct. Name your price. If the offer satisfies me, I'm willing to give you a chance to work with me and make money together. Ryua's words were truly bold. A chance to cooperate? That left plenty of room for maneuvering. Everyone present was experienced in business. They could all hear the meaning behind her words. Mang Chin chuckled. Boss Yu, you're quite the strategist. You gathered us all here. Are you trying to make us compete and see who bids the highest? Ryua shrugged helplessly. If that's how you see it, I can't help it. Manager Wang's face darkened, his eyes sharp as he glared at her. I've been in business for many years, but I've never met such an arrogant young woman. You're just a farmer's daughter. We took interest in what you have. That's your good fortune. Hand it over nicely, and we might let you share a small part of the profit. But if you keep playing games with us, don't blame us for being harsh. Another man beside him also looked at Ryua coldly. Young lady, we called you boss out of courtesy. Do you really think you're on our level? Let me tell you, the people behind us are far beyond your imagination. If we want someone to talk, we have ways. And if we want someone to disappear, that's not hard either. Don't think that just because you've connected with the Lee family, you're untouchable. You're still just a country girl dreaming of getting rich. Despite their threats, Ryua remained calm. In her previous job as an auditor, she had worked in anti-corruption investigations. Her daily tasks involved finding irregularities in complex accounts and outsmarting seasoned accountants and officials. There are many people who threaten her, but in the end, she died because her soul was misled, not because of those people. No, wait. She suddenly suspects that maybe some officials have someone underneath them? Maybe they bribed the Black Unrest spirit to intentionally mislead her soul? Ryua's drifting thoughts were pulled back by the trembling of the two people behind her. Yushur and Yution were about to faint from the terrifying aura and threats coming from the people in front of them. They didn't understand. It was just a few dishes. Why was there such a big fuss? Boss Yu, I advise you to think carefully. Not only for yourself, but also for your two brothers. If young people get scared and lose courage, their lives could be in danger. Ryua's eyes turned cold. She looked sharply at the speaker.
What?
Threatening me? Want to take our lives? How could we dare? Boss Yu, killing people is against the law. You shouldn't say such things recklessly. The man said, pretending to be innocent, but his eyes showed killing intent. Ryua slammed the table and suddenly stood up. You don't dare? What are you afraid of? Don't you want to kill me?
Come on.
I'll wash my neck and wait for you to come and do it. Her fearless attitude stunned everyone present. No one dared to move. Ryua coldly swept her gaze over them and then turned to leave. Since you won't make a move, I'll go. There's nothing more to talk about between us. Big brother, second brother. Let's go. When the old tricksters finally regained their senses, Ryua was already at the door, ready to open it. Boss Yu, let's talk nicely. Why are you shouting and fighting? Is there some misunderstanding? Ryua turned around and shot them a cold glance. You all know best whether there's a misunderstanding or not. Big brother, second brother, open the door. Let's go. The people behind try to stop her, but Manager Wang immediately raised his hand to block. Let her go. I don't believe a farmer's daughter can turn the world upside down. Since you don't want to live, I believe your family probably wants to follow you. Ryua suddenly stopped. Just when everyone thought she was afraid, she suddenly took out a jade pendant from her. It was engraved with a large character, he, meaning harmony or peace. Everyone, do you know whose jade pendant this is? It belongs to the sister of the magistrate of Liuzhou Prefecture. Do you know why I have it in my hand? Because I saved her daughter's life. Before you move against me, go ask your wife what really happened at the Li family feast a few days ago. After she finished speaking, she looked at their disbelief and sneered. Huh? Oh, I almost forgot. You are not even qualified to attend the Li family banquet. No wonder you dare to shout and fight in front of me today. You really think I have no backing? You're experienced enough to guess that, right? Oh. By the way, I should tell you, I not only saved the daughter of the official, but also the head of the Tiande Academy and the young madam of the Li family. They all owe me a favor. As for taking my life, you can try, but it depends on whether the black and white impermanence will first take your soul or mine. After saying this, she turned and left, leaving those people staring in shock. Is what this young girl said true? Did any of you attend the feast that day? The people present were just the manager of a restaurant, not even the owner. How could they have attended the Li family's banquet? If it weren't for Ryua's delicious dishes being so popular and everyone praising them, even if they visited the restaurant, they wouldn't have been invited. The owner probably doesn't even know about it. In the end, everyone's eyes turned to Meng Chen. Young Master Meng. Is what that girl said true or false? Did you hear what happened at the feast? Meng Chen knew a little about it, but he found it hard to believe. The person who saved the others was just an ordinary peasant girl. A few managers nearby looked anxious, seeing Meng Chen's obvious knowledge of the inside story. Young Master Meng, just tell us quickly. Don't hold back now. Meng Chen hesitated and said, I don't know everything, but I do know that the official's younger sister was definitely there that day, and the official's surname is He. What? Everyone present panicked. What is going on? How is that girl so lucky? What should we do now? Meng Chen didn't know what to do either. They discussed for a long time but couldn't come up with a way to get the recipe without spending money or threatening anyone. They could only go back home and report the situation to their own masters. Just as Ryua stepped out the door, Yushur and Tian nearly collapsed, trembling with fear. Ryua quickly supported both of them with her hands, saying, Hold on, you two. They are watching us secretly. If you kneel now and lose face, don't bother to go back home for dinner. Yushur and Tian clenched their thighs tightly, forcing themselves to stay strong and not embarrass themselves at this critical moment. Finally, after walking out of a street, Ryua led them into an alley. They immediately knelt down with a thud, feeling scared and relieved. Oh my, that was so scary. I felt like I couldn't breathe just now. Ryua also let out a deep breath, relieved that those people didn't chase after them. They must have been scared off. She wasn't lying. Calling her a lifesaver might sound exaggerated, but even if something had happened to her, those people wouldn't have offended others just for a poor girl like her. But scaring them was enough. After Yushur and Tian adjusted their emotions, the three of them took a cart home. However, trouble wasn't over. As soon as they arrived home, they saw a group of people blocking the door, and familiar crying sounds came from inside. Oh no! I can't live anymore. 10 acres of land. Are you trying to kill me? If you don't want me to live, I'll just sit here and not leave. Ryua pushed through the crowd and saw the entire Yu family gathered, split into two groups, one surrounding Yu Dihao, the other around Liang Shulan, fighting over the issue from yesterday. After Yu Dihai returned home, he thought his father would agree easily, since he had always seen his parents' favoritism, especially towards Yu Qingkai, whom they adored. But when Yu Dihao heard about the land, he shook his head like a rattle drum and refused outright. No. That land is my life. At this moment, Grandma Yu also came back crying and fussing inside the house. She insisted she was willing to give her life, but the land was absolutely not for sale. Yu Dihai sighed helplessly. Father. Chung Sai's teacher said he's already enlightened. He will definitely pass the spring exam next year, and his future in the imperial exams will be very smooth. When he becomes an official, you can be officials' elders. What land do you want then? By then, you won't want the land anymore. Servants surround you, and there is plenty of money. So, what is the point of farming? Old man Yu and old lady Yu, thinking about their beloved grandson's brilliant mind, felt a bit uncertain. Although he had failed the last few exams, this time the teacher said he would pass. Still, the old couple was reluctant to give up their land. They had previously sold all their savings to pay off their fifth son's gambling debts, even selling two of their second daughter's daughters, which caused a rift between them and their second son. Now, they didn't even know where he had gone with his wife. Later, their family kept ending up in jail, leaving no time to earn money.
Now, even eating was a problem.
If they lost the land and couldn't pay taxes in autumn, their whole family would be in danger of execution. Old man Yu's third son overheard their conversation at the door and immediately stormed in with a knife. I tell you, if anyone dares to touch my land, I will cut you all down. Don't think I'm like that useless fourth uncle. I don't care if you're my father or mother, I will cut you. To prevent old man Yu's reckless son from truly losing his mind, they came back here to cause trouble again. Yu Ryue was about to go in and deal with them when she saw some familiar figures approaching from afar. She made eye contact with the person at the front and surprisingly saw helplessness in his eyes. Why is it your family again? What happened this time? Yu Ryue hurriedly ran over, smiling politely. Honorable sir, I apologize for the trouble. It's about my grandparents. The officer glanced at her faintly. Let's go inside and take a look. Yu Ryue quickly led the way inside, smiling. Honestly, she didn't expect so many officials from the county government. Every time she reported issues, it was usually the same officer who came. But that was fine. She didn't need to explain the situation every time. Seeing him, her family suddenly forgot to cry. They remembered that last time this officer had arrested them, and they suffered a lot. If Yu Dihai hadn't paid money and used some connections, they wouldn't have been able to get out. The officer looked at them with some frustration. Didn't I tell you to turn over a new leaf? It's only been a short time since you got out, and you're causing trouble again. Yu Dihai immediately explained the whole story, and with villagers as witnesses, the officer waved his hand towards the people behind him and said, "Take them away." The Yu family members immediately started crying and shouting, but this time they behaved better. Even Grandma Yu didn't dare to curse recklessly. At this moment, Yu Ryue quickly and cheerfully stepped in to stop them, saying, "Honorable officer, please wait a moment. I have something to say." Yu Dihai was very happy. My niece is the best. Quickly tell them that everything was a misunderstanding. We are family, and family matters are not to be ignored. We shouldn't have disturbed the officer. Grandma Yu also smiled gently, her voice soft and kind.
Yes.
Little Ryue, I knew you were the best. Yu Ryue chuckled, her eyes curved like a crescent moon. I think I am the best too. So, dear Grandma, when you separated from us, did you forget to divide the land that belongs to our family? Otherwise, when the government collects grain taxes in autumn, you should hand over our share. Grandma Yu's fake smile instantly disappeared, and she started scolding loudly. Hand over your grandmother. All those lands are mine. Why should I give them to you? Yu Ryue immediately knelt down in front of the officer, pointing at Grandma Yu's forehead.
Sir.
I report. These people are trying to hide grain. The officer raised an eyebrow with a half-smile. Oh? What do you mean? Yu Ryue spoke firmly and clearly. You see, in autumn, the grain tax includes land tax and head tax. Now that our two families are officially separated and registered separately, they can pay fewer head taxes. Isn't that just trying to hide grain, exploiting legal loopholes, avoiding taxes, and not contributing to the country? Although my family doesn't own land, I am still willing to buy grain with money and pay taxes to the country. Because only when the country is strong can we avoid invasions. Since we are under the country's protection, we should pay grain and money, so the soldiers at the front can eat well and stay warm, and honorable officials like you can have a secure life. This also gives you more strength to handle disputes among the people. So I strongly despise and look down on those who evade taxes and exploit legal loopholes. Even if they are my own grandparents or uncles, I will report them for the greater good. When Ryua spoke with firm words, everyone present was stunned, especially the nearby villagers. The Yu family might have some suspicion of exploiting loopholes, but what were those later words about? They are already overwhelmed by taxes and struggling to survive, yet she still claims that paying taxes is correct? If the money really went to support soldiers on the front lines or to improve weapons and equipment, they wouldn't be so angry. But clearly, the money went into the pockets of corrupt officials and the emperor. The soldiers fighting at the front are still the children of ordinary people. Even in the army, they are hungry and cold and often lack proper weapons. They risk dying for nothing. So, what's the point of paying these taxes? Although the officials are also burdened by taxes, collecting taxes is their job. If news of exploiting legal loopholes reach the officials, they might lose their lives. So, one of the officials waved his hand, took back the 14 acres of land belonging to their family, wrote a formal document, and then arrested the Yu family members. Ryua looked at the document and smiled so broadly her teeth showed. The leading official reminded her, "You can go to the government office tomorrow morning to get it stamped and registered. Then the land will be yours completely." Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan quickly agreed and kept thanking him. Before the official left, Ryua rushed into the kitchen, packed 10 sheets of seaweed rice balls, 5 sandwiches, 5 jean of spicy snails, 10 sausages, and 10 egg sausages. "Sir, you've worked this journey. I see there are 5 brothers in total, including you. These seaweed rice balls and sandwiches are to fill their stomachs. As for the spicy snails, sausages, and egg sausages, they're your snacks. Things happened so suddenly today, and we don't have much at home. Please don't mind." The official looked at the food in his hands, and his face immediately turned cold. "Huh? Are you trying to bribe me, little girl?" Ryua nervously waved her hands. "Sir, you are noble and upright, honest and incorruptible, with a clean reputation. You don't accept bribes from the common people. These are just some simple foods not worth much. I just want to thank you for helping us fairly today." Although the official was aware that the young girl was flattering him, he couldn't help but feel a little pleased when he looked into Ryua's clear, bright eyes. "All right. Since you say so, I will accept it. By the way, if anyone gives you trouble at the government office tomorrow, just mention my name, Zhao Hui, okay?" Big brother Zhao. Ryua's cheerful voice made Zhao Hui like her even more. After sending the people away, Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan both gave their daughter a thumbs up. "My dear, you're amazing. You've already taken back our family's land." Ryua proudly puffed out her chest. "Of course. The Yu family will probably have some peace for a while now." The next day, Yu Dihao went to the government office to get documents stamped. Liang Shulan took Yu Shi and Yu Tian to sell goods in town. The people who wanted to talk to Ryua again yesterday missed her completely. Their eyes were fixed on Liang Shulan and her children. Manager Wang suggested, "That stubborn girl isn't afraid of us at all. Why don't we just tie up these 3? I want to see if she cares more about those plans or her family." Someone nearby glanced at him. "If you can do it, go ahead. I remember your boss is quite powerful. Why don't you try first and see if that girl has any backing?" Manager Wang glared at the slick man next to him. He had wanted everyone to join in, but they all refused to fall for it. Frustrated, he turned and left. Meanwhile, Ryua, who was being watched, was busy arguing with a bunch of eggs in the kitchen. She had secretly used her space to prepare egg whites, but when she mixed them with the yolks, she didn't do it carefully, and all the bubbles disappeared. Frustrated, she went back into her space and tried again. This time, she was very careful, but the cake batter still turned out soft and flat.
Ah,
"I'm going crazy, you stupid eggs." She was really getting frustrated with the cake. Tomorrow was the big birthday celebration for Old Master Li, and she had promised Qin Wanru to make a big cake. Bigger, the better. After Old Master Li's birthday, her cake would become famous in Lu County. She planned to open a shop just for cakes, which could make her a lot of money. However, she couldn't always buy from the underworld market, so she thought about making her own. but after trying for a long time, she was still very unhappy. It turns out that some money is best earned by clever and skilled people. But she knew she couldn't give up. If she wanted to live a life surrounded by handsome men, she had to seize every chance to make money. For handsome men. For money. Keep going. Suddenly, Shin-cho ran out of the house with a pale face. Younger sister-in-law. What's wrong? Yu held a shovel and looked confused. She turned her head and saw Shin-cho's worried eyes and his bare chest, which was exposed because he was anxious. This sickly older brother looked gentle and weak, but under his clothes, he was quite strong. Look at his chest muscles and abs. Was this the kind of person who looks slim in clothes but has muscle underneath? Especially his small waist, which looked both thin and strong. Just then, a drop of sweat slid down Shin-cho's chest and Yu quickly pushed away her inappropriate thoughts and smiled. Nothing's wrong here. Did my voice disturb you? Shin-cho stepped forward quickly, grabbed her slender wrist, and carefully checked her. After confirming she was fine, he let out a big sigh of relief. Good, as long as you're okay. That's what matters. Yu found Shin-cho's nervousness strange. Big brother, why are you sweating so much? Did you have a nightmare? Why did you come out without your shoes? By the way, how are you feeling today? Shin-cho looked into Yuryua's clear, bright eyes and suddenly remembered a scene from his dream. It seemed to be a small, dark, and narrow room. There were strange red lanterns hanging in rows from the beams, and on nearby shelves, there were various blood-stained torture devices and odd bottles. In the corner, there was a row of neatly arranged jars. He felt like he could hear someone breathing there. Summoning his courage, he walked over and saw Shan Lakai tightly and Wang Matsi lying quietly on the ground. He vaguely remembered that Wang Matsi had been missing for a long time. Unexpectedly, he was here. He quickly took a few steps forward, trying to wake the person on the ground. But when his hand touched Wang Matsi, the cold, piercing sensation frightened him so much that he fell flat on the ground. When he placed his hand under Wang Matsi's nose, he realized the person had long since stopped breathing. Shin-cho was so scared that he kept retreating, but he accidentally bumped into a jar behind him. He could clearly feel a faint breathing sound coming from inside the jar. Turning around, he saw Yuryua's dark, hollow eye sockets, with her eyeballs long gone. It seemed that Yuryua sensed the noise nearby. She opened her mouth and made strange, gurgling sounds. Her tongue was missing. That's when he noticed that the person who looked exactly like his younger sister only had her head outside the jar. The rest of her body was inside. He suddenly thought of a possibility that. Just then, the door of the dark room opened, and Yuryua's scream outside sounded at the same time. He felt himself becoming more and more blurred, like he was in a dream. He realized he might be dreaming, so he desperately tried to wake himself up to see what was really happening to Yuryua. But when he made eye contact with the owner of the dark room, both of them saw surprise in each other's eyes. Suddenly, Shin-cho in a black robe, covered in blood, ran toward him, opening and closing his mouth. The black-robed Shin-cho desperately shouted, "Beware of war. Sell grain. There will soon be locusts and hail. Tell the little spirit, be careful." The Shin-cho about to disappear couldn't hear what the other was saying. He seemed to realize this too, and immediately pulled out a bunch of silver notes and a ginseng as thick as a baby's arm, stuffing them into Shin-cho's arms. At the moment their hands touched, Shin-cho suddenly sat up on the bed, breathing in fresh air heavily. Sweat dripped down his forehead and neck. Thinking of Yuryua's empty eye sockets, he hurriedly lifted the quilt to check the kitchen. But when he did, the object beside him made him break out in cold sweat. A stack of silver notes wrapped around a ginseng as thick as a baby's arm lay quietly on his right side. Could everything that just happened be real? When the idea crossed his mind, he even forgot to put on his shoes and hurriedly ran out of the house. When his gaze met those clear, bright eyes, his anxious heart finally calmed down. "Big brother? Why are you staring at me so directly? Hurry up and put on your shoes. Although it's summer now, you're sweating so much and not wearing shoes, which isn't good for your health. After saying this, Ryue grabbed Shinchao's wrist and tried to pull him back inside. Hurry up and go into the house. Your illness has just improved, and you can't catch a cold again. Shincho looked at the lively girl in front of him and the caring words, feeling strangely warm and sweet inside. Indeed, having family around feels so good. He secretly vowed in his heart to hold onto this sister tightly and not let her become the person in his dreams. He remembered the silver notes and ginseng on the Kong, a traditional heated bed, and quickly stopped, gently freeing his wrist from Ryue's grip. He took 2 steps back and returned to his usual gentle and polite big brother image.
Sorry.
I just had some bad dreams earlier, which might have caused some offense to my younger sister. I'm feeling much better now. You go ahead with your work. I'll go back, get dressed, and come back. Ryue was used to Shinchao's polite manner and didn't notice anything unusual. After all, in ancient times, men and women didn't interact freely, and they were still in the big brother and younger sister relationship. Earlier, Shuncho was sick, so she casually entered and left his room. Later, Shuncho was feeling a bit better, and it was mainly Yu Shi and Yu Tian who took care of him. They hardly had a chance to be alone together, so today was an exception. All right, big brother, you should go back to your room now. Shuncho slightly lifted the corner of his mouth, forming a gentle, warm smile that felt like a spring breeze, making Ryue's restless heart gradually calm down. After Shincho left, Ryue secretly made a firm decision. She would find a gentle, polite scholar like Big Brother in the future. Ryue encouraged herself again, determined to succeed in making that cake. So, he returned to the space again. First, he separated the egg whites and yolks. Then, using an electric mixer, he whipped the egg whites, gradually adding sugar in 3 parts while continuing to beat. When the egg whites became stiff enough to hold their shape when inverted, he quickly stepped out of the space again to continue mixing the yolks and whites. Inside, Shuncho counted the silver notes on the bed, 10 notes of 1,000 taels each, 10 notes of 500 taels, and 20 notes of 100 taels, totaling 17,000 taels. Along with a ginseng root that looked at least 1,000 years old, he guessed that in a place like the prefecture, it could sell for over 1,000 taels of silver. But such ginseng is rare. Even if someone digs one up, they usually keep it at home for health. However, the person who looked exactly like him, what did they want to tell him? What do these things mean? Could it be that his sudden madness to kill Ryue before was because of this person? When he was feeling dizzy and his memory was fuzzy, was it this person who attached themselves to his body? Is he also a spirit creature? Shuncho fell into deep thought. He remembered everything, the person who was turned into a human pig, and Ryue. Suddenly, he realized, this spirit creature must have a grudge against the spirit creature attached to his sister-in-law, which is why it repeatedly tried to use him to kill Ryue. But because his body was getting stronger, he had fewer chances to be possessed. That's why it led him into dreams, trying to bribe him with silver and money. Shuncho felt he had uncovered the truth. He clenched the silver notes tightly and silently vowed to himself that he would take good care of his body and never let such things happen again. But how should he explain the silver notes and the ginseng on the bed? Shuncho suddenly felt worried again. Hearing the clattering outside, he decided to put these items into his wardrobe first, then go out to help. Meanwhile, Ryue had just placed the cake batter into the space's oven. She picked up the cream she bought from the underworld trading post and secretly tasted a small bowl. Unexpectedly, Shuncho bumped right into her. Cream is very expensive. She had planned to eat it secretly, without sharing with Shuncho. Feeling a bit guilty, she swallowed the cream in her mouth, then stuck out her tongue and licked her lips to make herself look less silly. She smiled and said, I don't have much to do here. Big brother, do you want some cream? It's very sweet. Ryue, feeling reluctant, handed over the remaining half bowl of cream. Shuncho paused for a moment, then smiled gently and said, Since you don't need my help, I'll go out for a walk and get some exercise. After speaking, Shuncho quickly left the room, almost as if he were escaping. Ryue scratched her head in confusion and muttered, so old-fashioned. It was just a bowl of cream. Why did he run off like I scared him? Shin-cho didn't hear her grumbling. His heart was beating wildly, and his face and ears were burning hot. He couldn't stop thinking about that cute, innocent face, and how focused she looked while carefully cleaning up the cream. When he finally calmed down, he silently scolded himself. How could he react like that? She was his younger sister-in-law. Not daring to think further, Shin-cho hurried toward the mountain. Yu didn't care at all about his sudden departure. When the time was right, she went back into her space and carefully took out the cake base. She looked at it with satisfaction. The color was perfect. She pressed it lightly with a spoon. It was soft and springy. Then she pinched off a small piece and tasted it. The sweet flavor filled her mouth instantly. Her eyes lit up with excitement. She had finally succeeded. After letting it cool, she followed the instructions to shape it into a round cake, cut it into 4 layers, spread cream and jam between each one, and finally covered the whole cake with cream. Then came the decorating part. But suddenly splat. She squeezed too hard, and the piping bag burst, spraying cream everywhere. Her patience finally ran out.
Ah!
She threw a few punches into the air to vent her frustration. Since it turned out like this, she decided not to push herself anymore. Tomorrow, she would just buy one with spirit money. By the time she had calmed down, Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan had returned from town. Seeing the messy kitchen and their daughter's drooping expression, the couple gave her a thumbs up and said with exaggerated surprise, "Wow. Is this the cake our precious daughter made? It's amazing." Yu is used to her family's endless praise, but when she was suddenly complimented, she still felt a little happy inside. Yu Dihao was not willing to fall behind. Seeing this cake, I suddenly want to recite a poem. The water falls straight down 3,000 feet, as if the Milky Way is falling from the 9th heaven. My dear daughter, even when making cakes, you do it so culturally. Look at the shape of the cream on top. Does it resemble the waterfall described by Li Bai? It's like it's falling from the sky and splashing onto the cake. This shape is so natural. Look at this part that's broken. It's just like a waterfall. Yu Ryue felt speechless, and then Liang Shulan scolded Yu Dihao. Yu Shi and Yu Tian, used to their parents' way of getting along, simply ignored their father's pleas and walked over to their little sister. They looked at the legendary cake with curiosity. They saw the broken white stuff on top and suddenly thought it looked like bird droppings. Once they accepted this idea, they couldn't think of any words to praise the cake. Instead, they asked, "Where is Brother Shin-cho? I didn't see him inside the house." Yu Ryue remembered that Shin-cho had gone out about half an hour ago. Even if he wandered around the village, that should be enough time. He was naturally weak and often sick, and he didn't have any friends he knew well in the village. Could something have happened again? Yu Ryue immediately took her 2 brothers to look for him. They searched the village, but couldn't find him. Then they all went to the riverbank to look. "Brother Shin-cho, are you here? If you are, just give us a sign." Suddenly, Yu Ryue exclaimed, and Yu Shi and Yu Tian rushed over. "Sister, what's wrong? Did something happen?" Yu Ryue happily pointed to the wild vegetables growing on the ground, which looked like wormwood. "Look what I found. Willow herb. This vegetable is really delicious. It's a little old now, but if you pick the tender shoots and make dumplings, it will be very tasty. Our mother loves eating this. You sure?" They came out to find Shin-cho, so why are they talking about wild vegetables? Yu Tian, I don't understand, but everything my sister says is right. So the 3 of them started picking the willow herb together. Someone nearby was watching from afar, thinking that Yu Ryue was just picking wild herbs. They couldn't help but sigh. The Yu family hasn't earned much money. Now they're so poor they have to eat wild greens. Those are very bitter. Yeah, things are tough for everyone these days. A few people shook their heads and carried their baskets to wash clothes by the river. After Yu Ryue and her friends finished gathering the willow shoots, they had a good harvest and happily went home. Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan stood at the door, looking worried. "Did you find anyone?" Yu Ryue was surprised. "Someone?" Oh no. When she saw the wild vegetables, she completely forgot about people. She quickly put what she was holding into her mother's arms.
Mom.
"We found some willow shoots by the river." Let's have dumplings for lunch. Liang Shulan gently patted her daughter's back, a little annoyed. All you think about is eating. You child, if someone offers you food, they might trick you. Ryua smiled happily, rubbed her head, and then headed toward the mountain. Since there was no one in the village and no one at the river, and she couldn't go to town, she had to go up the mountain. After her last experience, she believed her uncle wouldn't go after any more silvering snakes, right? But just as they reached the foot of the mountain, they saw Shin-cho lying on the ground, covered in dirt and looking very tired. Ryua rushed over first. Are you okay? Shin-cho weakly raised his right hand, revealing a small ginseng the size of a baby's arm.
Little sister-in-law,
This is for you. Don't work so hard in the future. Big brother can earn money to support you. He fainted after saying that. Ryua looked at the ginseng, clearly quite old, and suddenly felt a wave of guilt. She thought to herself, I really am terrible. Her kind big brother was sick and risking his life to gather ginseng to support her, but she was just out picking wild greens, wanting to eat dumplings. She felt like she should slap herself for her selfishness. After they carried Shin-cho back, Liang Shulan finished making the dumplings. When she heard what happened, the whole family fell into deep thought. They all decided to treat him well from now on. Pretending to be unconscious, Shin-cho just wanted to hand the ginseng to Ryua and pass the obstacle. Unexpectedly, he received an unexpected reward. After about half an incense stick of time, he pretended to wake up and then received even more attentive care from the 5 members of the Yu family. When the dumplings were served, Shin-cho expressed his thanks, making the Yu family feel a bit embarrassed to eat. But later, because the dumplings were so delicious, they gradually forgot their guilt and started eating eagerly. After eating and drinking enough, Ryua patted her stomach and sighed. Did you think research this Artemisia plant? Why is it so tasty? Even Shin-cho, who usually eats less, ate several more. Yes, it's really delicious. When did you pick the Artemisia? Why didn't you call me to go and pick more? The 5 members of the Yu family. Silence was tonight's peaceful moment. The next day, Ryua woke up early again. She checked the cake to make sure it was fine, then replaced the transparent box outside with a paper box. She carefully wrapped it with a pre-cut cloth. To prevent the cake from being damaged during the ride in the ox cart, she put it back into the space and took out a new basket. She covered it with a cloth, pretending there was something inside, and placed it on the ox cart. Soon, the Yu family of 4 arrived. The 5 of them set out again for the town, with Liang Shulan and Yu Tian going to sell goods. Yu Dihao drove the ox cart, taking his daughter to the Li family's backyard. Chuanju was already waiting outside the door, happily jumping when she saw them arrive. Ryua, here. I haven't seen you in several days. I've missed you. Using the basket as a cover, Ryua carefully took out the wrapped cake from the space. I missed you too. By the way, this cake must be handled carefully. It's very fragile. Chunju immediately nodded and ordered her helpers to carefully carry the cake inside. Naturally, they checked it thoroughly. Fortunately, even though the maids tested various poisons, it didn't diminish the cake's appeal. Chunju led Ryua to the backyard, chattering all the way. Ryua learned from her that Manhwa was not punished much. Even Steward Fei was simply driven out and didn't suffer any real harm. It shows how confused Lord Li has become. The person who was almost harmed was his own legitimate son and grandson, yet the matter was dismissed so lightly. This makes her even more grateful that she noticed Manhwa's conspiracy at the time, or she would have been the scapegoat. On the way, Ryua noticed that these maids were much more respectful to Spring Chrysanthemum than before. When Ryua saw Qin Wanru again, she noticed her belly seemed a bit bigger, and there was a faint look of worry on her face. Ryua has arrived. Come and sit beside me. As Ryua responded and moved closer, someone hurriedly came out from outside. Wanru, isn't what you're doing a bit too much? When Qin Wanru saw the visitor, her smile immediately faded.
Li Guan.
Are you listening to someone's bad advice? Coming here to accuse your pregnant wife. Seeing there were others inside, Li Quan quickly toned down his arrogance and spoke more softly. Wanru, I don't mean to blame you. Aunt Hua is Lin's biological mother, and our father is also troubled by this matter. Qin Wanru gently touched her swollen belly, her eyes cold as she looked at Li Quan. Sometimes I really don't understand you. This is our flesh and blood, yet you stand here, questioning the person who almost harmed our child. Li Quan saw his wife's clearly upset face and looked guilty. Wanru, we should be forgiving. In a noble family like ours, everyone has some secrets. But today is father's birthday. His only wish is for Aunt Hua to enjoy this happy moment with him. He's so old. Do you really want to go against him over such a small matter? Qin Wanru, furious, grabbed a teacup nearby and threw it hard. Such a small matter? You can say that? That's my child's life. Li Quan pouted slightly, feeling a bit unfair. Our child isn't harmed, is he? Why cling to this? Qin Wanru looked at Li Quan with disbelief, as if she was seeing him for the first time.
Li Quan.
How can you say such things? The reason the child is safe is because I have helpful friends. Li Quan knew he had made a mistake as soon as he spoke, but since there were so many maids and servants around, and Yu Ryue was also present, he felt embarrassed to apologize. He could only look up silently, without saying a word. Seeing his expression, Qin Wanru suddenly felt exhausted. She didn't want to argue and said disappointedly, "Fine. Since father wants Aunt Hua to lift the house arrest, then go and release her." Li Quan's face lit up with joy. He smiled and said, "You're so generous, madam. By the way, a few days ago, I caught a red fox. Once the beast trainer trains it well in a few days, I will bring it to you." Qin Wanru didn't say much. She just waved her hand to dismiss the servants. After they left, tears filled Qin Wanru's eyes. Chuanju quickly stepped forward to comfort her. "Miss, don't be sad. You know the young master's temper. He was just angry and said some harsh words. The red fox is very rare. The young master must have worked hard to get it, just to make you happy." Yu Ryue wrinkled her nose. The red fox was indeed rare, but the real challenge was her eldest uncle, not this young master. If it weren't for the fox being so fierce and the family being very poor at the time, she might have stayed. Qin Wanru cried hard for a while, then wiped her tears and smiled at Yu Ryue. "You've seen enough. Let's go. The banquet is about to start. I've reserved seats for you and your father at the front. Come and join the fun." Yu Ryue was surprised. She didn't expect the young madam of the Li family to save a seat for her. She wanted to take advantage of the Li family's influence, so she nodded and followed. What surprised her even more was that she and her father sat very close to the front. Just by looking at the clothes and demeanor of the people nearby, she could tell they were either very rich or noble. As soon as Yu Ryue sat down, she heard someone calling her. She looked up and saw Madame Sun smiling at her. "Come over here and sit." Yu Ryue hurried over, bowed respectfully, and then sat beside Madame Sunday. "Madam, is there something you want to tell me?" Mrs. Sun looked at her kindly and said, "It's nothing serious. My daughter has been talking about you a lot lately, so I asked you to come and chat with her." Yu Ryue looked in the direction Mrs. Sun was pointing and saw Sun Linger blushing shyly, while Qian Wenwen next to her was making playful faces. Mrs. Sun saw Qian Wenwen's behavior and gave her a sharp look, which made Wenwen quickly act more like a proper young lady. "Wenwen is the daughter of my husband's sister. You probably met her a few days ago." "Oh, Ryue. The man you were with a few days ago, was he your older brother? Did he go to school, take the imperial exams? Does he have a wife or a concubine at home?" Yu Ryue looked at Wenwen's shy eyes and honestly answered, "That man is my eldest uncle. He isn't married and doesn't have a concubine. Although he didn't attend school, he has learned some things on his own at home. However, my eldest uncle isn't in good health and needs medicine all year round. That's why he hasn't married yet." Mrs. Sun shook her head regretfully.
"Oh.
I didn't expect someone so young to be in such poor health. By the way, I heard Wanru say you made something called cake this time. I heard it's very new and delicious, and eating it feels like eating cotton." Hearing Mrs. Sun change the subject, Ryue quietly let out a breath of relief. Honestly, she really wanted Shen Cho to get married. Having someone who understands her and keeps her company would make her feel more at ease about finding Shin Shu and Li. She wanted to leave the Shin family and go back to her parents. But Qian Wenwen was not a good match. If she really got involved with her, Shin Cho might not have a long life. So she continued with Mrs. Sun's words. Yes. In my mother's hometown, cake is usually a must-have for birthday celebrations. Mrs. Sun smiled and patted Ryua's hand.
Good.
I must try some later. Ryua looked surprised and flattered. If the lady likes it, I can make another one and send it to your place. Mrs. Sun smiled at her without saying more. Instead, Sun Linger chattered excitedly, her eyes full of admiration.
Soon, the banquet began.
Ryua sat beside Mrs. Sun and didn't move. She also saw Aunt Hua giving her a look full of resentment. However, it seems that the authority of the Li family butler is now in Qin Wanru's hands, so Auntie Hua didn't dare to cause trouble the whole time until the cake was brought out. She looked at it with disgust and said, Young madam, I told you. Why do you keep walking so close to that lowly commoner? Look at what you brought here, just wrapped in a torn cloth. What good could it be? Is this all? And you still have the nerve to give it to the master as a birthday gift. Qin Wanru lightly glared at her, and Auntie Hua immediately collapsed like a rag, leaning into Old Master Li's arms, who had gray hair. Old Master, look at the young madam. She's really fierce. Old Master Li just patted Auntie Hua's back without speaking kindly, as he usually did. After all, his eldest daughter-in-law was not someone to offend easily. Spring Chrysanthemum waved her hand to her subordinates, and someone immediately pulled apart the cloth outside, revealing the paper wrapping inside. The onlookers exclaimed, Look at this wrapping, it's paper? The design is so beautiful. It doesn't look painted on, it seems to blend with the paper itself. Yes. And this paper is stiff, with a shiny layer on the outside. Did they use some special coating? Everyone was very curious about this outer packaging. Old Master Li didn't expect his daughter-in-law to use such a good item. It looked like a simple torn cloth, nothing special, but what was inside was truly amazing. Auntie Hua was so angry that her handkerchief almost tore apart. When Spring Chrysanthemum opened the outer paper using Ryua's method, the cake inside was immediately revealed. Images are for reference only, found online. Please delete if necessary, haha. Everyone looked at the 3-layer cake in front of them and couldn't help but gape in surprise.
Wow.
What is this? I've never seen anything like it. What's that milky white thing on top? It smells like milk, and the flowers and longevity peaches painted on it. Do they look fake? Auntie Hua, upon seeing the cake, suddenly became excited. What kind of white flower cake is this? Dare to bring it here to celebrate the old master's birthday? We're not poor, we can't afford peaches, and there's even a fake peach on top. What's the point? Qin Wanru still ignored Auntie Hua. She smiled and stepped forward to invite Old Master Li and Lady Li down, then waved to Ryua and said, Ryua, come here. This thing is really interesting. I don't quite understand it. Isn't there also a singing candle? Come help me light it. Ryua immediately walked forward with a smile, under everyone's watch. She bowed politely to Old Master Li, Lady Li, and Miss Qin, saying, Young lady greets Old Master Li, Lady Li, and the eldest young lady. The maidservant Auntie Hua, who had struggled to squeeze in, was completely ignored. Angrily, she began to mock. A singing candle? I've never heard of such a thing. You're just a country girl, probably lying to us. Ryua paid no attention to Auntie Hua, and no one else bothered to speak to a concubine, completely ignoring her. Auntie Hua couldn't get angry, but Li Lin could. Relying on his favor from Old Master Li, he had caused many troubles before. Now, he stood up without regard for the situation, pointing at Ryua and saying, Where did you come from, this lowly servant? Didn't you hear my mother talking to you? Why aren't you bowing to my mother? Second sister-in-law. You don't understand manners yourself, and the maidservants you train are just as rude. Big brother. That small matter before, isn't it already over? My auntie said it wasn't intentional. Why are you still holding on to it? Are you trying to cause discord in the family and be an unfilial descendant? Li Quan was most afraid of being called unfilial. He immediately stood up, looking somewhat disapproving at his pregnant wife. Wanru, where did you find her? How can she be so rude? Qin Wanru glanced at him faintly and directly asked Old Master Li, "Father, do you also think that I am the one who doesn't understand manners?" Old Master Li's good mood suddenly vanished. Although he liked Annie Hua, he knew that now the Li family couldn't afford to offend his eldest daughter-in-law, or more precisely, her backing, the Qin family. But Annie Hua and Li Lin were his precious children. He could only order Yuriyue, "All right, stop talking. Quickly bring out that candle, and let me see what a singing candle looks like." Yuriyue looked at Qin Wanru nearby. After getting her approval, she took out the lotus-shaped candle from the side, placing it in the center of the cake. Then she took a fire stick from her sleeve, lit it, and set it on the lotus candle. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the lotus-shaped candle. Suddenly, the candle split in the middle, and along with some music, a lotus flower slowly bloomed. The petals even spun around the center repeatedly, making everyone gasp in amazement, their mouths wide open. "Happy birthday! Happy birthday!" Qin Wanru, along with her maid, sang the song taught by Yuriyue to the music. The melody was simple and easy to follow. Soon, others joined in, and eventually everyone was singing the birthday song together. After the song ended, Yuriyue led the applause and smiled at Old Master Li. She said, "Old Master Li, you can make a birthday wish now. Just wish while looking at the birthday candle, and after blowing it out, your wish will come true." Madame Li smiled and said, "Hurry up and make your wish, Old Master." Under Yuriyue's guidance, Old Master Li closed his eyes silently and began to make his wish. Then he suddenly blew out the candle. Everyone thought that once the candle was blown out, the lotus candle would stop spinning and singing. They felt it was a pity. But surprisingly, even after the candle was blown out, the song kept playing. Yuriyue smiled and explained, "Don't worry, everyone. The candle will sing for a long time. Just take it off and set it aside." Chunju quickly tried to pull the candle off, but Old Master Li waved her hand away and carefully took the candle from the cake himself. He handed it to his personal butler and said, "Put it in my room." The butler carefully held the candle as if it were a rare treasure. Under everyone's envy, he hurried back to the inner room. Qin Wanru was also amazed by the magic of the candle and wanted to listen to the melody a little longer. But her father-in-law was too stingy and took it away just like that. Yuriyue gently tugged at her sleeve and said with a smile, "Young madam, it's time to cut the cake and share it." Qin Wanru finally came back to her senses. Since Yuriyue was right beside her and couldn't be ignored, she decided that when it was her turn to have a birthday, she would also get a cake. She took a long knife from nearby and handed it to her father-in-law. Yuriyue had already arranged with Qin Wanru in advance, preparing knives and forks, and had taken the ones from the cake. When Old Master Li cut the cake with one, Yuriyue led the applause again, as if Old Master Li had done something great. Lord Li was very happy and immediately waved his hand to have the cake divided among everyone. Soon, he regretted this decision. He had just taken a bite, and the rich, milky flavor filled his mouth, making his eyes widen with surprise. Then he took another piece from the bottom layer. It was sweet, soft, and sticky, with jam in the middle, creating a rich taste. He couldn't help but eat one piece after another. Now that he was older, he had lost several teeth, and eating many things was difficult. But this cake was so light that he could swallow a bite easily without chewing. He also tried the fake peach that Aunt Hua had criticized. The outside was covered with a hard candy shell that melted in his mouth, and inside was soft, sticky, and sweet cream, which made him unable to stop eating. He couldn't help but marvel. This peach is even better than real ones. What is that hard layer on the outside? Why does it taste so unique? Yuriyue smiled and replied, "It's covered with chocolate, made from a fruit from the south. The process is very difficult. I tried for several days and only made a little." "Lord Li, please don't be picky." Lord Li laughed loudly. "This is the best birthday gift I've received this year. I won't complain." Wanru. Later, "You must reward this young friend well." Qin Wanru smiled and nodded. The daughter-in-law obeys. At this point, the troublemaking Aunt Hua and her son became the joke of the day. Even Li Quan felt his face burning with embarrassment. After Lord Li finished his cake and wanted another piece, he realized the large 3-layer cake was almost all divided. He suddenly felt a bit regretful for being so generous earlier. Everyone below, after tasting the cake, was conquered by its sweet, dense flavor. Even Madame Sun, who usually didn't like sweets, ate a big piece and still wanted more. Sun Linger kept eating bite after bite, with no time to speak. Yuryue watched everyone enjoying themselves, one after another, and she knew she was about to make a lot of money again. When the banquet was over, a group of ladies and young women gathered around her, eager to order the birthday cake. In the end, Madame Sun and Qin Wanru managed to pull her out of the crowd. At this moment, Qin Wanru's face was full of smiles. "Ruyue, you really made me proud. Look at how angry Auntie Hua is. Her nose is crooked." Haha, Ruyue also smiled.
Yes.
"I saw that." She took a bite and wanted more, but it was gone. "I've decided. She clearly dislikes it, so I won't sell it to her anymore." Qin Wanru laughed loudly. "Right. No more selling." Since marrying into the Li family, Qin Wanru hadn't smiled so happily in a long time. Her family was from Liuzhou Prefecture. All her friends married local young men, but she was naive back then and chose Li Quan. She married far away and didn't even have someone to talk to. Although she brought several maids with her, they were taught from a young age not to challenge their masters. Only Yuryue, who often joked with her, was special. After chatting and joking together, Qin Wanru took out 1,000 taels of silver and said, "Here. Since the old man wants to reward you, take it. He has plenty of money. Instead of giving things to Annie Hua, I'll help him spend it. 1,000 taels?" Yuryue couldn't even imagine that. She looked at Qin Wanru with shining eyes, full of admiration. Suddenly, an old servant appeared dramatically. She took the money and cheered loudly, "Long live Miss Qin." In this era, "long live" was just a common blessing, not yet exclusive to the emperor like in the Song dynasty. Qin Wanru was amused by her expression. She was naturally beautiful, and now pregnant, her charm was even more striking. Even Yuryue couldn't help but stare. "Miss Qin, I only regret not being a man. If I were, I'd be your little white face, living off you every day." Qin Wanru was momentarily stunned by her words, her face turning red. She playfully scolded, "With your slick tongue, it's a good thing you're not a man. Otherwise, many women would suffer." Mrs. Sun watched their interaction and found it very interesting. She also took out 1,000 taels from her and handed it over. "Whenever you have free time, send me a cake too. Nothing too big." Yuryue immediately took the money. "Yes, Madame Sun. Long live Madame Sun. When I'm a man in my next life, I'll be your little white face too." Although these words were quite bold for ancient times, they made the two women feel amused. Even Yuryue's lively attitude lifted everyone's spirits. After spending some time chatting with the two ladies, she hurriedly went out to find her father. Hao had already sent people to inquire about the cake 6 times. Finally, just before the 7th group arrived, he saw his beloved daughter. He happily waved his hand, and the father and daughter got into a carriage and left. However, after walking a few steps, they were stopped by a group of people. The leader was the shopkeeper Wang, who had been threatening them that day. Behind him, Meng Chun and others followed closely. "Boss Yu, it's really hard to find you. If young Master Meng hadn't heard you were at the Li family's banquet, we wouldn't have been able to see you." Just as Yuryue was about to speak, Chuanju, who was rushing over to deliver something, stepped forward and asked, "Ryue, what happened? Do you need help from the young lady of the Li family?" Yuryue glanced at those people and smiled, shaking her head. "These people are here to talk business with me. By the way, are you here on behalf of the young lady or Madame Sun?" Seeing the unfriendly look in their eyes, Chuanju straightened her back and said, "The young lady asked me to bring some longevity peaches and fruits for you. Take them back to your family to try, and it's good luck. As for Madame Sun, she specifically told me to remind you to visit her in a few days." Yuryue knew Chuanju was deliberately giving her support. She took the heavy fruits, feeling warm inside.
All right.
"Please thank the young lady and Madame Sun for me. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Chuanju glared at them fiercely. It's best that nothing happens. Otherwise, our Li family and the officials won't let them go. Although the shopkeeper Wang and his group had heard that Yu Ryue had a good relationship with the Li family, they didn't expect it to be this close. Especially Chuanju's words made them feel scared. Luckily, they hadn't acted violently and tried to seize things by force. After sending Chuanju away, everything went smoothly. Yu Ryue and her group gathered again at the Fragrant Pavilion restaurant. Yu Ryue directly said, "All right, let's start the auction. I want to cooperate with the buyer for the recipes. We can start now. Let's begin with the boiled, sliced pork. Starting bid, 500 taels." The shopkeepers below looked at each other in surprise. They had thought today's visit was just to buy all of Yu Ryue's recipes at once. But it turned out she was auctioning them one by one. And that was 500 taels. In this small town, how many days would it take to earn 500 taels? Everyone looked at each other, all hesitant to bid, thinking of ways to buy the recipe without spending so much money. Among the crowd, the unknown shopkeeper who hadn't spoken all along suddenly said, "Tianfu Tower bids 800 taels. Is this the Tianfu Tower they know? Is it the same Tianfu Tower owned by the master in the capital, with branches all over the country?" Everyone couldn't help but wonder, why is Tianfu Tower joining the auction? Honestly, even Yu Ryue didn't expect Tianfu Tower to send someone. But since they came, it was a good opportunity. With a wealthy company like Tianfu Tower here, she was sure to make a big profit this time. Tianfu Tower bids 800 taels. Is there any higher bid? Meng Chen pursed his lips and raised his hand, saying, "Qingzhou Restaurant bids 850 taels. Yu Ryue nodded with a smile. "Good. Any higher bids?" Tianfu Tower bids 1,000 taels. When these words were spoken, everyone gasped, and Meng Chen looked very unhappy. In the end, the spicy sliced pork was sold to Tianfu Tower for 1,000 taels. Honestly, this price far exceeded Yu Ryue's expectations. She even wondered if they were joking. But then she thought, since Tianfu Tower is a nationwide chain with branches in neighboring countries, it wasn't surprising they could pay so much.
For them, it was just pocket change.
Next, the pickled fish slices started at 300 taels. Tianfu Tower bids 600 taels. Many chefs could make pickled fish slices, but they weren't as tasty. They didn't think this dish was worth so much. Still, the pickled fish slices were sold to Tianfu Tower for 600 taels. The remaining chicken pot, spicy chicken cubes, all went for 800 taels each to Tianfu Tower. Finally, the marinated meat and duck products were sold for 1,200 and 1,000 taels respectively. The total was 5,400 taels. Without hesitation, the person paid immediately. Yu Ryue looked at the silver in her hand, feeling extremely excited. She had earned so much money. With her previous earnings, she was now a millionaire. Then she very obediently handed the recipe to the Tianfu Tower people, even demonstrating it right there at the Fragrant restaurant. When the aroma from the kitchen drifted out, shopkeeper Wang glared fiercely at the manager of the Fragrant Pavilion restaurant. "You coward! This is your territory. Did Tianfu Tower say you could use it just because they asked?" The manager of the Fragrant Pavilion looked wronged. "What can I do? They are from Tianfu Tower. Behind them are either princes or marquises. I don't want to die." Shopkeeper Wang clenched his teeth in anger. "So, are we just going to watch Tianfu Tower bully others?" Meng Chen's face also looked very unhappy. "What can we do? Do you dare to oppose Tianfu Tower?" Of course, shopkeeper Wang didn't dare. Soon, Yu Ryue and Wen Mo from Tianfu Tower arrived, both looking very satisfied. "Boss Yu, remember, you can't give this recipe to anyone else." Yu Ryue hurriedly nodded. "Don't worry. Even if they threaten me, I won't tell." Wen Mo laughed loudly.
"Good.
"Give me your address. I'll send someone to pick up seaweed from you every week. The price will be, as we just agreed. As for the other requests you mentioned, I've agreed. Tianfu Tower doesn't need to worry about such small matters." Yu Ryue quickly gave her address and then politely saw her off to the door. "Take care, Boss Wen. Come visit often. When I see you next time, I'll cook something delicious for you." When Mo didn't reply. He just got into the carriage and left with his people. Once the carriage was out of sight, Yuryua felt satisfied and turned around. Suddenly, she was met with some resentful looks from these people. She smiled and tried to comfort them. Don't worry. We're all from the same county. We see each other everywhere. I can't let you guys go hungry just because I'm eating meat. I already told Boss Wen that I can't give you the recipe, but I can supply you with ingredients like braised meat, duck products, sausages, and spicy snails. I'll prepare them, and you can come pick them up. The prices will be fair. Are you willing? Shopkeeper Wang spat angrily. You want us to help sell your stuff? You're really good at scheming, Yuryua shrugged helplessly, with a sly smile. If that's how you think, I can't do anything about it. Shopkeeper Wang, you're so confident. When I just named the price, why didn't I hear a sound? Did you shout 1,500 taels? I didn't hear it. Call one back and have him bid again. Tearing off a tiger's skin is something Yuryua has become very skilled at. This trick is truly useful in many situations. As soon as Wang's shopkeeper saw this, he immediately shut his mouth because that was Tianfu Tower. The people behind it are either princes or marquises. He wanted to live a few more years, so he angrily turned and left. A few other shops saw Wang's shopkeeper leave and also started to go. They didn't want to be controlled by a young girl. Soon, most people had left, leaving only two shops. Huji shopkeeper from Piaoxiang restaurant and Meng Chen from Qingzhou restaurant. Hu's shopkeeper was also angry and wanted to leave, but this was his place. Why should he leave? So, he stayed to listen to their conversation. Meng Chen was surprised and asked quickly, Can you supply all these items? What about the seaweed rice rolls? Yuryua smiled and said, Actually, as you saw, making seaweed rice rolls is very simple. The only difficult part is the seaweed. I got some by chance. I already told Tianfu Tower that there is plenty of seaweed in the sea. They can find it themselves since they are a big business. I only provide it for a while. Of course, if you want, I can supply it, but I suggest you go to the seaside to find some yourself. Meng Chen nodded and quickly agreed. All right. Let's set it like that. I will buy from you every day to sell, but I have one request. Yuryua asked. What is it? Meng Chen said. You can't keep selling at the stall anymore. Yuryua raised an eyebrow. Okay, Meng Chen didn't expect her to agree so easily. And, since only the two of us are left, if they come to find you in the future, you can't supply them. Yuryua still smiled and agreed. Meng Chen felt a little nervous because of her quick response. He tentatively asked, What about the recipe? Yuryua smiled. No. Meng Chen quickly accepted. All right. After finishing the discussion, Yuryua happily took the money and didn't know how to spend it. She sat next to her father and said mysteriously, Dad, now we've experienced what it's like to be a millionaire.
Dad.
Whatever you want. I'll buy it for you. Yudihao smiled kindly and looked at his beloved daughter. I don't want anything. Keep the money for yourself to spend. A father and daughter sat in an ox cart, laughing and talking as they headed home in the evening sun. It felt like they had returned to childhood. Yudihao remembered her waiting for him after school. The sunset cast a warm glow on them, and their shadows stretched long behind them. However, as they just arrived home and pushed open the gate, they saw bloodstains on the ground. What happened? Liang Shulan heard the noise outside and hurried out. Her clothes were stained with blood, which made Yudihao feel faint. He sat down on the ground suddenly.
Wife.
What's wrong? Don't scare me. At this moment Yu Tian and Shin Cho came out of the house, each holding a small rabbit that couldn't open its eyes yet. Seeing Yudihao sitting on the ground, they all exclaimed, What's wrong with you? Why are you sitting on the ground? Liang Shulan smiled and helped him up. Look at you, so useless. Nothing serious at home. The two rabbits that Ryue raised gave birth. I was worried about them, so I helped them deliver the babies. The Yu family father and daughter sighed in relief. Yudihao looked embarrassed, quietly wiping tears from his eyes, then said angrily, The ground here is too uneven. Look, I tripped over it. Shin Cho watched the family's interaction, smiling all the while. His mind kept echoing the words, 3 sons. Does that mean he is also someone's son? With the misunderstanding cleared, Ryue was happy today. She decided to cook herself. She cut the tenderloin into slices, then used the back of the knife to flatten the meat gently. After that, she marinated it with some seasoning for a while before starting to make the batter. Liang Shulan comforted Yu Dihao, and the two of them went into the kitchen.
Oh,
My dear daughter is about to show her skills, making sweet and sour pork. Ryue smiled happily. I'm in a good mood today. Not only am I making sweet and sour pork, but also shredded pork. What would you like to eat? Just order, because once this village is done, there won't be another shop like this. Yu Dihao cheerfully snatched the knife from his precious daughter.
oh,
My dear daughter is now a wealthy person. I, your father, can't let you do all the work. Quick, quick. Take your mother inside. I'll handle things here. He also leaned close to Ryue's ear and whispered, By the way, I asked Shincho to teach those two silly boys to read and recognize characters. You can secretly go into the space with your mother. She's been complaining every day that she can't take a bath. In summer, she sweats all over and feels itchy. She also says that she's only young once, and her skin has turned darker. I remember when I and your mother bought things for you before, we bought many masks and cosmetics.
go.
Go inside and enjoy some beauty time with your mother. Ryue touched her face and felt how rough it was. Since coming here, she's been busy in the kitchen every day, working from dawn to dusk just to earn money. She hasn't had a good chance to enjoy the space. Now, she's become a small, wealthy lady with some assets. It's not too much to take care of herself in the space, right? She quickly pulled her mother and went back to the west room. Under Liang Shulan's puzzled gaze, she locked the door and then, with a quick move, entered the space with her mother. She had previously put many living animals inside, but this was the first time she brought a living person in. She felt a little nervous. As soon as they entered the space, Ryue carefully checked if Liang Shulan was okay. She made sure her mother wasn't hurt and could move and speak normally. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Liang Shulan looked at the three-story villa and all kinds of cars and toys inside, and she was so surprised her mouth couldn't close.
Oh my.
The seller said this villa is the most luxurious one there. Your father and I wanted you to have a better life downstairs, so we bought this right away. I didn't expect it to be really so luxurious.
I should have bought 2 more for you to change into.
After touring the villa, Liang Shulan sighed long and hard. She never thought she'd live in a house when she was alive, but now she's dead and living in a villa. Suddenly, she felt that dying might not be so bad. Ryue smiled happily and said, When I first saw this villa, I thought the same way.
Oh.
This villa has water, electricity, and heating. It seems every time I use them, it deducts my spirit coins, but you two have burned a lot for me. I've lost count of how many now. Let's go. We'll take a shower, put on some masks, watch TV, and by the way, there are lots of fruits and snacks in the fridge. I've been here so long, but I've never eaten any. Women, regardless of age, everyone loves to look good. When Liang Shulan heard about doing face masks together, she immediately nodded. The two of them went to wash separately. Liang Shulan looked at the lines on her body and felt that after washing, she might lose 3 pounds. Ryue finished first. She applied a thick layer of body lotion and then put on a bathrobe before coming out. She knocked on her mother's bathroom door. Do you want me to come in and help you scrub your back? Oh, I also have a whitening body lotion. It smells really good. After you finish washing, you must put some on. Liang Shulan looked at the pile of mud on the floor and didn't feel comfortable letting her daughter come in. No need. Just leave the lotion at the door. You go ahead and do your face mask. Ryue nodded. Okay, I'll go set the TV for you. Don't you like Huang Jingyu the most? I want to see if he has a new drama. Let's see what role he's playing this time. When Liang Shulan heard about Huang Jingyu's new drama, she started washing faster. All right, I'll be right there. Meanwhile, Ryue hummed a little tune. She put on a whitening face mask, then took a watermelon out of the fridge, cut it in half, and shared it with her mother. She looked around and found grapes and blueberries. She washed some and put them in a bowl, then brought them over to the coffee table. Next, she grabbed a few bags of potato chips. Finally, she opened her laptop. To her surprise, there was a new show. She saw the title Snow Maze. Wow, this time it's about drug enforcement. When Liang Shulan finished applying body lotion, Yuryue put on a face mask for her. Then, both of them enjoyed ice-cold watermelon, some chips, and occasionally grapes and blueberries. Watching the exciting and tense story, they felt like they were back in modern times. Indeed, this is life. Before, they were just alive. They checked the time and enjoyed over 2 hours inside before quickly dressing and coming out. Neither Yuryue nor Liang Shulan had taken good care of their skin before, but after applying the mask suddenly, they saw a clear difference. Even the usually dull Yu Shi and Yu Tian noticed the change.
Mom.
Little sister, you both look whiter. Yes. And you smell so nice too. Yuryue smiled and said, how about that? Does it look better now? Yu Shi and Yu Tian immediately nodded like little chicks pecking at grains. Liang Shulan felt a bit shy and touched her face. I just took a good bath, so I feel cleaner, and my skin looks whiter. Yu Shi and Yu Tian didn't doubt her at all. Only Shincho, when smelling that familiar scent, secretly blushed and kept recalling the scene he saw that day. Although their appearances were quite similar, at that time he was only focused on wanting to hurt her, with no other thoughts at all, and even felt a bit disgusted. Now, for some reason, just hearing about a bath makes him think of that day. This little sprite must be the one from that day. He wondered if his crazy behavior back then might have scared this little sprite. While he was lost in thought, Yuryue smiled and said, by the way, the young lady of the Li family brought us a lot of fruit, saying we should share in the good luck. After saying that, she went to the kitchen. Actually, the fruits Qin Wanru gave were just peaches and apples. But taking this chance, she took out half a watermelon from the space, scooped out pieces with a spoon, and put them into a basin. She drank up the remaining juice inside the watermelon rind, wasting nothing. Then she brought the fruit into the room. They had seen peaches and apples before, but the bright red, cool-looking thing was unfamiliar to Shincho and the others. Yuryue placed a small bowl beside her and said, this fruit is called watermelon. It's quite rare. I even kept it in the well to chill beforehand. Everyone try some. Yu Dihao was the first to pick a piece and put it in his mouth. The sweet, icy juice filled his mouth, cooling him down and relieving his heat. The sun outside was high, shining on the cracked ground and creating waves of heat. Eating a piece of icy watermelon at this moment felt like a divine experience. Seeing their father enjoying himself so much, Yu Shi and Yu Tian quickly also took a piece of watermelon. As they bit into the first piece, their eyes immediately lit up. The sweet juice and cool sensation were unforgettable, likely for a lifetime. Shincho was very curious about what was so delicious that the three men had wide eyes and looked so happy. But after just one bite, he was stunned by the taste. It was so sweet, full of juice, and felt like it had just been taken out of the ice chest. At that moment, Yuryue pointed to a small bowl nearby and said, be sure not to swallow the watermelon seeds. Spit them into this bowl. I want to save the seeds. Yu Dihao, who never spit out watermelon seeds, was about to swallow them but immediately listened and used his tongue to carefully separate the seeds from his mouth, spitting all the black seeds into the bowl. Brothers Yu Shi and Yu Tian also followed suit. Just as Shincho wanted to eat a few more pieces, Yuryue stopped him, saying, your health isn't good. It's better not to eat too much cold watermelon. Whenever Shincho thought about his poor health, he remembered that mischievous spirit who hated his family and might take the chance to possess him and cause trouble. So, he quickly stopped reaching for the watermelon. Because of the cool watermelon and the tasty dishes, everyone was so full they had to hold their stomachs and couldn't straighten up. Everyone secretly thought how comfortable life was. That night, Yuryue gave each person a bowl of spiritual spring water. Thanks to the nourishing water, Shincho's illness was cured, and even Yu Shi and Yu Tian became stronger. Yuryue knew it was time. The next day, she took some game meat they had hunted in the mountains last time, along with sausages, seaweed rice rolls, pastries, and candies, and took Shincho and the others to visit Dean Lin at Tianda Academy. She followed the address to Dean Lin's house, explained her purpose, and was immediately respectfully invited inside. Dean Lin was dressed neatly, probably heading to class. Yuryua quickly handed over the items she carried and asked with a smile, "How is the dean's health now?" Dean Lin nodded happily. "Thanks to the young friend, I've recovered most of my strength. Staying at home made my bones feel loose, so today I want to visit the academy. Since you're here, let's go together." Yuryua nodded immediately, then pulled Shin-cho and the others closer. "Dean Lin, this is my eldest uncle Shin-cho. Although he never went to school, he is self-taught and talented. Not only does he write well, but he is also knowledgeable. Regarding the two behind me, they are my older brothers, Yu Shi and Yu Tian. They have never attended school before, but recently they have been learning to read with my eldest uncle." Shin-cho and the others immediately bowed respectfully and said in unison, "Hello, Dean." Dean Lin smiled warmly and nodded without saying much. Instead, he led them to Tianda Academy, where the students were already seated in the classroom. Dean Lin directly took Shin-cho and the others inside. The once noisy room suddenly became silent when Dean Lin arrived. Yi Hao was among them. When he saw Yuryua, he smiled slightly and nodded as a greeting. Then Dean Lin opened his book and began the lesson. "Today, we are learning about the doctrine of the mean. By now, you should be familiar with this book. Which sentence do you think is the most important?" Yi Hao immediately stood up and answered, "Respected teacher, I think it is the opening sentence. The mandate of heaven is called nature. Following nature is called the way. Cultivating the way is called education. Heaven grants humans their nature, which is their innate character. Following human nature and the natural order is the way of moderation." Dean Lin nodded and told him to sit down. Soon, someone else had a different opinion. "Respected teacher, I believe it is this sentence. Achieving harmony and balance, the heavens and earth are in their places and all things are nurtured. Only by maintaining inner peace, cultivating oneself, and promoting the natural development of all things can we follow the way of moderation." After that, several others stood up and shared their ideas. Their fluent answers and unique insights amazed Yu Shi and Yu Tian. They realized that reading was not just about recognizing characters. It could be so interesting. At this moment, Dean Lin suddenly called out, "Shin-cho, tell us, which sentence do you think is the most important?" All eyes immediately focused on Shin-cho, and they looked him and Ryue over. From their clothing and expressions, they quickly guessed their identities. Shin-cho was about to speak when suddenly, a student in the corner stood up and said angrily, "Teacher, this person looks poor and has never studied. Asking him is a waste of time." Another person agreed, "Yes. Teacher, this person doesn't seem to be a student. He looks like a farmer's son, and he talks like a woman, which is quite annoying. Let's not waste everyone's time on this farm boy. Are you planning to accept him into the academy? That is truly insulting to the reputation of our Tianda Academy." Director Lin looked at the two of them and did not intend to help Shin-cho. Yuryue was surprised to find that even in ancient times there was school bullying. She felt angry, and Liang Shulan was so furious she almost wanted to fight. Shin-cho smiled and stepped forward, giving Director Lin a proper student bow. "Master, before I answer you, I want to respond to what this gentleman just said." Director Lin nodded. "Go ahead." Shin-cho respectfully bowed to the two students. "Gentlemen, I believe you haven't fully understood the doctrine of the mean. If you read this part, you should understand that the path of a gentleman is about appearing simple and plain on the outside but being full of grace inside. Confucius said, 'I judge people by their words, but I am mistaken with Ziyu. I judge by appearance, but I am mistaken with Ziyu. So, gentlemen, do not judge others by their looks." After finishing, Shin-cho bowed again to Director Lin. "I will continue answering your earlier question. I think the most important sentence is, the middle way, valuing harmony. The way of a gentleman is about maintaining balance." Director Lin burst into hearty laughter, his eyes shining with admiration. "Haha, valuing harmony, what a good principle. No wonder young Miss Ryue has been praising you. You're truly impressive. Bring your things tomorrow to study here, and arrangements will be made for everything. Go now." Shin-cho immediately bowed and withdrew. The two troublemaking students were so angry they could hardly contain themselves. What a principle of valuing harmony. If they continued to argue, they would be violating the middle way of a gentleman and the principle of valuing harmony. They could only shut their mouths and stay silent. Ryue and her friends watched the whole scene, filled with admiration for Shin-cho, especially Yu-shir and Yu-tian. For the first time, they realized that arguing could be so calm and civilized. Just 2 sentences had silenced the students who looked down on them. At that moment, they felt a deeper longing to read and write. Director Lin still did not arrange for the two of them, which made both brothers feel a little disappointed. After leaving the academy gate, Ryue quickly comforted her 2 brothers, saying, "Big brother, second brother, don't worry. Director Lin is a man of his word. If he promised, he will definitely do it. Actually, we don't care much about your grades. We just hope you can learn more words, understand more principles, broaden your horizons, and speak with confidence in the future. Don't be like frogs at the bottom of a well." Yu-shir and Yu-tian felt like they had opened a new world. They saw not only the gap between themselves and their peers, but also the chance to pursue a different kind of life.
Their sister was right.
Before, they were like frogs at the bottom of a well, only seeing a small world and thinking that this small world was everything. But now, their sister had pulled them out of the well, making them realize how narrow their view had been. They sat silently in the ox cart, heading home. Just as they reached the village entrance, they saw Zhou Huan, looking resentful. Her eyes were fixed on Yu-shir. She had heard that the Yu family was dressed neatly and carrying many things to town, probably to seek a master. Yu-shir had clearly said he would tell his family he wouldn't go to town to study, that he wanted to use the money for studying as bride price. But instead, he only brought news that he was going to seek a master in town. Zhou Huan was so angry she was about to explode and had come to the village entrance to stop him. "Yu-shir, I want to talk to you." Seeing Zhou Huan, Yu-shir felt guilty, not just towards her but also towards his family. He was about to explain, but Yu Dihao raised his hand to stop him. "Yu-shir, you're already 18. It's normal to start a family and take charge of your life. You don't need to worry about us. Go and have a good talk with the girl." Seeing the understanding in his parents' and sister's eyes, Yu-shir felt even more ashamed. He thought he had hidden his feelings well, but it turned out they saw everything. Zhou Huan was happy inside. Yu Dihao's attitude gave her the illusion that as long as she captured Yu-shir's heart, even if she asked for 50 taels of bride price, the Yu family would agree. She smiled and bowed to the people on the ox cart, saying, "Huaner greets uncle and aunt. Thank you for your support." Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan also smiled in return. Although the two of them always felt that Zhou Huan's thoughts were too heavy and they didn't like it very much, if Yu-shir loved her deeply and refused to marry her, causing trouble and making a fuss as parents, they couldn't just watch Yu-shir walk a dead end. They only hoped that, after so much time of experience and broadening his horizons, Yu-shir would realize that life is not just about love and romance, but also about a wider world. Zhou Huan believed she looked good, was only 16 years old, and although her family was a bit poor, compared to the Yu family before, it was much better. Yu-shir, true to his name, had a personality as stubborn as a stone, dull and ignorant. For a girl like her to be interested in Yu-shir was a blessing for the Yu family. So, she felt more confident about the upcoming conversation. But unexpectedly, as soon as they reached the corner, Yu-shir looked apologetic and said, "Zhou Huan, I'm sorry. I really can't agree to your conditions. If you truly like me, I am willing to marry you according to the village's standards. I will treat you sincerely, and my parents are not the kind to mistreat a daughter-in-law. Also, don't worry. I study just to understand right from wrong and to have more choices in the future. I will never neglect my family, but if you're not willing, I won't force you. Let's just say our fate isn't meant to be." Zhou Huan looked at him in disbelief. "Can I compare myself to those village girls? I tell you, Yu-shir, either give me 20 taels of silver as a bride price, or we just go our separate ways." Zhou Huan knew Yu-shir had liked her for a long time, and he definitely wouldn't give up the chance to be with her easily. Sure enough, Yu-shir looked reluctant, but He didn't understand why Zhou Huan insisted on that 20 taels. In the village, even buying a bride only cost 1 or 2 taels of silver. Even in the town, only wealthy families could afford 20 taels. But his family was so poor that their thatched roof leaked, and they relied on his sister to eat. He knew that if he asked, his sister would definitely give him the money, but he didn't want to. Zhou Huan. Sorry, let's just say we're not meant to be. Zhou Huan's face suddenly turned fierce. You sure? Are you playing with me? Your sister can earn 20 taels a day. What's wrong with giving me that?
Does she not want to pay? Why?
She's a widow, and her earnings should go to her parents and brother. Otherwise, we'll take care of her in the future. You sure felt like he was meeting Zhou Huan for the first time. How could such a gentle and kind girl say such things?
Zhou Huan.
Your sister's money belongs to her. We are destined, but not meant to be together. It's best we don't meet again. After saying this, Yusher hurried home. Zhou Huan watched Yusher's figure disappear, clenched her fists in anger, and stomped her feet. Just as she was about to chase after him, her mother, hiding in the corner, grabbed her wrist. You're useless, truly impatient. If you cause trouble with their family now, Yusher will dislike you even more. Then it will be harder for you to enter Yu's house in the future. Zhou Huan looked upset. What should I do? Miss Zhang said that if we give 20 taels of bride price, she can help my brother get a job in the government office and even bring our family to live in the town. Her mother glared at her fiercely. If it weren't for that girl's family being rich, I wouldn't let your brother marry her. And you, weren't you saying that several villagers liked you? But in the end, only that foolish boy from the Yu family wanted to marry you. Look at what you just said. Men like gentle, sweet women. You act so proud, but people might think he's the one asking to marry you. Zhou Huan was very unhappy. Isn't that true? He's such a blockhead. I didn't even look at him twice. If it weren't for those 20 taels of silver, I wouldn't even bother talking to him. Her mother quickly patted her back.
All right.
This is the only fool we can rely on. Think of a way. Once your brother marries that Miss Zhang, we'll move to the town. No one will find us. I'll find a young master in town for you to marry and become a wealthy lady. Thinking of becoming a wealthy lady, Zhou Huan's anger eased a lot.
Mom.
Don't worry. You sure has liked me for so long. He won't stop liking me just because of a few words. I'll give him some time, and I'll get the money back, her mother snorted. Don't mess this up. If you don't get the 20 taels back, don't blame me and your father for being harsh, selling you to an old man in town. Zhou Huan quickly nodded in agreement. You sure didn't know about the Zhou family's plans. He was still feeling sad about what just happened. Zhou Huan is right. He has liked Zhou Huan for many years and hasn't stopped liking her because of a few words. But after these days of reflection, he understands that forcing two people who are not suitable together only causes family trouble. However, he still feels very sad. When Yu Riyue and the others saw Yusher come back looking downcast, they knew they hadn't reached an agreement. Liang Shulan thought for a moment, but couldn't bear to see her foolish son sad. She asked, if you really insist on Zhou Huan, your father, and I won't stop you. I've roughly calculated that the money we have plus what you've earned recently can add up to 1 or 2 silver coins. If she wants more, your father and I can also borrow. You sure didn't want to speak badly of Zhou Huan or mention the 20 taels of silver. He just shook his head and said, Mom, we're not suitable. I just want to study hard, broaden my horizons, and take good care of you too. As for everything else, I don't want to think about it now. Yusher's mind was in chaos. For a moment, he selfishly thought, my sister has so much money. What's wrong with taking 20 taels from her? I won't refuse. But as soon as this thought appeared, he wanted to slap himself.
Why?
When his sister was sold away, he didn't help at all. Why should she help him now? That money belonged to his sister. What did it have to do with him? He felt like a greedy wolf, eating and drinking his sister's stuff, even asking her to support his schooling. Yet, he had such thoughts. Yu Dihouse saw Yusher's inner struggle. That's why he firmly refused Yu Ryue's idea of paying for their house. He also rejected her suggestion to give them some money. He knew his daughter was kind and filial. But his two sons had not received good education from the start. Growing up in such a corrupt environment, it was already good that they hadn't gone astray. He couldn't let them develop habits of getting things without working. So he called his two sons and walked along the small path through the fields to their own land. He pointed to the sparse rice plants in the field and said, "Look at these fields and think about the days when we couldn't eat enough or stay warm. Originally, we would have spent our whole lives in this small mountain village, working under the sun every day, relying on the weather to survive. Before, I also thought everyone lived like that, all going through hard times. Those with money and power seem to be born into wealth and influence. But why is that?" Yu Shi lowered his head without speaking. Yu Tian thought for a moment and said, "They are well informed, have read many books, and are very smart." Yu Dihao smiled and nodded. "That's true. But have you ever thought? Many people weren't born rich. They achieved their status through generations of hard work, perseverance, and self-improvement. You sure I know Zhou Huan wants money. 20 taels of silver is not a small amount." Yu Shi looked up in surprise, not expecting that his father, whom he tried to hide his thoughts from, would know. Yu Tian also opened his mouth in shock. 20 taels? That's so much. Yu Dihao chuckled softly and shook his head. A girl raised like that, suddenly marrying into another family, 20 taels of silver isn't much. But, you must understand, when the support collapses, everyone runs. I know you're thinking that 20 taels isn't much for your sister, but for our family, it's a huge sum. The size of the pot should match the size of the lid. I hope you understand. Yu Shi wanted to say he never thought about asking his sister to help him marry, but the words wouldn't come out. He looked at the dry land and the desolate road. Though he felt sad, it strengthened his resolve to study. Yu Dihao talked a lot with them, and Yu Shi gradually recovered from his heartbreak. That evening, everyone ate together and no one mentioned the matter. But just as the Yu family was about to go to bed, Yu Riyue suddenly grabbed Yu Shi and very seriously pressed 20 taels of silver into his hand. "Big brother, life's path is made by ourselves. My sister can't do much to help you, but if you really think that person is worth it, go for it." Then she immediately closed the door. Yu Shi looked at the money in his hand. To him, it was like a mountain, something he could never reach, yet it appeared right in his palm. He thought he would feel very excited and happy, but he didn't. He just weighed the silver in his hand and shyly said, "So, 20 taels isn't as heavy as I imagined." The next day, Yu Riyue packed Xin Chao's belongings and sent him to the entrance of Tiande Academy. Xin Chao looked at the place he had always dreamed of, then glanced at Yu Riyue, who was smiling softly beside him. He felt a deep reluctance in his heart. He suddenly didn't want to leave Yu Riyue or the home he had once hated so much. "Big brother,
You should go inside now."
"Oh, I've put a silver note for 100 taels in your bag. You'll be on holiday in 10 days. Eat well and study hard. If any classmates invite you out to play, don't be stingy with your money. And if anything happens, just come find me." Lin Yiho suddenly appeared, interrupting their conversation. He still held a folding fan in his hand, dressed in the standard scholar's robes. He was handsome, tall, with long legs, and always had a smile in his eyes. Among his peers, he stood out especially. Yu Riyue liked to look at good-looking, kind people, especially Lin Yiho, whose youthful energy was like the sun. Even she couldn't help but be influenced by his bright spirit. "All right. My eldest uncle isn't feeling well. If anything really happens, I'll trouble Mr. Lin to help take care of him." Lin Yiho smiled, fanning himself twice, then mysteriously pulled Yu Riyue aside, covering his mouth with his fan and whispering, "Miss Riyue, we've met so many times now, so we're somewhat familiar." About the cake at Li's house that day, Yu Riyue thought he was going to ask about something serious. She immediately smiled and replied, "No problem. I'll send it to you in a couple of days." "Don't worry." Hearing this, Lin Yiho bowed excitedly. "I've heard many people have asked for you, and you've refused them all. I didn't expect you to agree to me. I'll be waiting eagerly." Yu Riyue was amused by his enthusiasm. When they first met, she thought he was a very polite, elegant young gentleman. She never expected he would bow so deeply just for a piece of food. Meanwhile, Xin Chao's hand, hidden inside his sleeve, clenched tightly, nails digging into his palm without him noticing. His eyes were fixed on the lively conversation between the two, his expression dark and unreadable. He never knew that his good sister-in-law could look so beautiful when she smiled. After the two finished speaking, Yuryua turned around and happened to meet Shin Chao's deep gaze. She was startled and froze for a moment, but when she looked again, he still looked gentle and kind. Yuryua smiled and said goodbye to the two, then turned to leave. Lin Iho saw Yuryua had already gone far, while Shin Cho was still standing there staring blankly. He quickly walked over with a cheerful smile, putting his arm around Shin Chao's shoulder like good friends. "Brother, is this your first time leaving home? Are you a little sad? Don't worry, since Miss Ryua entrusted you to me, I will take good care of you. Let's go. My father arranged for you to be in my class. From now on, we are classmates. I'll look out for you if anything happens." Shincho didn't know why, but the words, Miss Ryua, sounded so harsh coming from Lin Iho. He smiled and took his arm down gently, saying calmly, "Sorry, young Master Lin. I am not feeling well and don't like to be so close with others." Lin Iho was not angry at all. He quickly lowered his hand, but he still felt that Shin Chao's smile seemed a little strange and a bit unsettling. The longer he looked, the more he felt goosebumps coming up. After some time, Yuryua saw the others off and happened to meet Director Lin, who was coming to class. He handed her a letter of recommendation, the one he used to help Yu Shi and Yu Tian find their first teacher. Yuryua went back home, packed her things, and sent Yu Shi and Yu Tian away. Later that afternoon, when preparing the supplies for tomorrow's restaurant, only their family of 3 and Shun Jiao Jiao remained. Yuryua was exhausted, her back aching. She wanted to hire a few people but thought it wouldn't be safe to hire locally, so she decided to buy 2 maids in town. The next day, after delivering the goods, the Yu family set off in an ox cart to the ancient trading market. As they reached the alley entrance, they heard loud noises from inside. "Come on, act quickly. Aren't you supposed to be tough? Why are you acting so useless now? Hurry up, ha. Get in there, get in there." Then came the sound of whips cracking. When Yu Dihao and his men stepped into the alley, they were stunned by what they saw. This place has large cages along both sides of the road. Inside the cages are not animals, but living people. Their limbs and necks are chained with heavy, dark, sticky shackles, probably stained with blood from long-term use. Some women with soft skin have deep blood marks on their limbs and necks. Their clothes are messy and covered with whip marks, barely covering their bodies. The men are only wearing thin underwear with no shirts at all. The people look blank and numb, like lifeless puppets. Yuryue quickly grabbed her parents' hands. The 3 of them, with strong willpower, managed not to. Soon, someone noticed them and hurried over with a smile. "Are you here to buy something? Do you want to buy slaves or something else?" As he spoke, he suddenly opened one of the cages, yanked the chain hard, and the person inside staggered forward, out of control. He walked behind a woman and pulled her hair harshly, making her lift her face. "What about this one? Look at her face, so soft you could squeeze water out of it. Don't worry, we haven't touched her body. We just hit her a couple of times when she was being naughty. When you get home, put some medicine on her and no one will notice anything. She'd make a good foot warmer or a pretty maid. If you don't like her, there's another one." He then roughly pulled out a man. His bare chest was covered with whip marks, and he looked very thin. "Don't judge him by his looks. I heard he's good in bed. He'd be a good warm-up partner at home." The Yu family felt disgusted by what he said, their faces showing they were struggling to stay calm. Suddenly, another person pushed forward and slapped the man on the back of his head. "What are you daring to introduce? Don't you see they're a family of 3? What do you mean by introducing these 2? He then smiled at the 3 of them.
Sorry about that.
"This guy is new here. He doesn't know the rules. You probably look like you're here for the first time. Are you looking to buy a maid or a servant?" Honestly, Yuryua knew this place was very terrible, but she didn't expect it to be even worse than she imagined. Here, people are no different from animals. Yuryua swallowed hard and tried to make her voice sound normal. I want to buy 2 young maids. They should be good at cooking and embroidery. The man immediately smiled and said, You're lucky. A few days ago, I just got some maids. I heard they used to work in the kitchen, so they must be good cooks. Yu Ryua nodded. All right. Show them to me. The man waved at the person nearby who was talking nonsense. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and bring them out. The person quickly bowed and nodded, then went inside the house. Seeing the bad expressions on the Yu family's faces, the man hurriedly smiled and comforted them. You seem like kind people. It's your first time here, so it's normal to feel uncomfortable. But don't feel sorry for these people. They deserve it. He pulled out that woman just now. She was originally a maid from a wealthy family, but she dared to flirt with her master's son, so she was sold here. Another man is even worse. He's shameless, using his strength to force young maids, and even almost harmed a young lady from that family. That's why he was sold here to suffer. Everyone in the cage isn't a good person. We treat them roughly to teach them a lesson, so they remember it and serve their masters better in the future. Yu Ryua and the others nodded. If what this man said was true, then the people in the cages didn't deserve sympathy. Hurry. Aren't you good at martial arts? Go quickly. Otherwise, you and your mother will miss dinner tonight. Following the sound, Yu Ryua saw a group of people gathered, watching the scene. She asked curiously, What are they doing? Reporting to the guest, a new with strong martial skills just arrived, so everyone is gathered to watch and have some fun. You're brave to do that with someone skilled in martial arts. Aren't you afraid he might fight back? The man sneered. His contract is in our hands. Even if he escapes this alley, he will be caught quickly. After all, his household registration papers are with us, and he has a mother in our custody too. Yu Ryua nodded, tiptoed, and saw only the afterimages of the man's fist swings and his strong, muscular build. She has been in ancient times for a long time. Besides scheming and small fights, she has never seen such a martial arts master. Her eyes immediately couldn't look away. After all, everyone who grew up watching those Jin Yong dramas has a dream of being a hero. The person next to her kindly reminded, Miss, don't be fooled by this person's good looks. He is the son of a criminal, and his family has made a big mistake. Yu Ryua nodded again and quickly looked away. She started planning in her mind that her business would grow bigger and attract more powerful people. She would need someone skilled in martial arts to protect her parents, and the person in front of her was the best choice because he had a clear weakness, his mother. However, his status as the son of a criminal made things a bit complicated.
Boss.
The people are here, just these few girls. Yu Ryua withdrew her thoughts and looked at the neatly dressed girls in front of her. She asked, Tell me about your special skills. The girls immediately started talking one after another. Yu Ryua squinted, trying to tell who was honest and who was embellishing their resumes. Good. Who can do embroidery or make clothes? The girls quickly began to speak again.
Yes.
And who can serve people? I have quite a few men at home. Suddenly, 2 girls brightened up and hurriedly stepped out from the crowd, proudly puffing up their chests, their confidence obvious. The others also tried to think of their strengths. Only one chubby girl looked a bit sad and lowered her head. Yu Ryua was curious. Why are you lowering your head, little girl? She shyly replied, Miss, I was working in the kitchen at my last master's house, so I don't know how to serve people, and I definitely can't serve men. Yu Ryua pursed her lips and did not speak. Instead, she looked at her mother and said, Mother, I think these few young girls are good, but our family is really poor. All the money combined is only enough to buy a trip back to the village. Liang Shulan immediately understood and said, Good daughter, 1 is enough. Let the little girl do all the chores at home, as long as she doesn't die from exhaustion. After she said this, all the girls who had initially been eager to be chosen withdrew their interest, even avoiding eye contact. They all came from wealthy families, and even if they were sold again, they weren't mistreated. They just hoped to be sold for a good price because they had skills and had seen the world. They thought they had met a rich family, but it turned out to be a poor farmer. The huge difference was hard for them to accept. Only the chubby girl who said she didn't know how to serve people raised her hand. My family used to be villagers. I don't know how to serve people, but I am very hardworking. I don't eat much. Yuryua looked at her round face and wondered about her eating habits. But each girl had her own thoughts. Only this one seemed decent. After all, they were villagers, and she couldn't deceive these girls who wanted to climb higher. All right. I want this girl. The man grinned and said, all right. 10 taels of silver. Yuryua's eyes widened. What did you say? 8 taels of silver. Don't think I don't know the market prices here. Girls under 13 usually sell for 4 or 5 taels, and only girls around 15 or 16 can fetch over 10 taels. If you keep being dishonest, I'll go somewhere else. I remember there's a market in the east of the city. Yuryua angrily turned to leave, thinking to herself that this was just a smiling fox fooling the naive. The man saw her back as she walked away, and his smile froze. He had just tested her, but these 3 people were new here. How did they know so much? Looks like he couldn't fool them today. He quickly stopped her. Honored guests don't go. I was just joking. The price can't be lower than 5 taels. This girl is only 13 years old, and she's skilled and capable. Buying her won't be a loss. When Yuryua heard this, she stopped and looked back at the young girl who was about to cry. Finally, she clenched her teeth and said, fine. 5 taels it is. But you need to find me another girl who is just as talented as her. Before Renya could speak, the chubby girl immediately raised her hand and said, I know. I have a good friend. She works in the kitchen like me, and her sewing skills are much better than mine. She even knows embroidery. Renya looked at the chubby girl with some displeasure. Who asked you to speak? Keep quiet. The girl seemed confident because people bought her before. She straightened her back and said, am I wrong? You only want to buy my friend because she looks pretty, to make her a beauty. After saying this, she knelt in front of Yuryua, her eyes red. She is really kind. Please, miss, buy her. A beauty doll is a special kind of item used by wealthy families. They choose young, beautiful women to serve them daily. When the master coughs, the beauty doll opens her small mouth to catch the thick phlegm and swallows it, despite feeling sick. At banquets, these dolls are brought along to compare with others. The prettier the doll, the higher the family's status seems to be. There are also cruel devices like beauty paper, which torment young women to satisfy the vanity of powerful men, showing their own importance. Yuryua doesn't consider herself a kind person, but living in this environment, she often feels soft-hearted. Bring that person here, so I can see her. Renya smiled and shook his head. Just as he was about to say no, there was a loud commotion inside. You little brat, how dare you ruin your pretty face? Just wait, I'll beat you to death. Renya's face changed. He hurried inside and saw a woman lying on the ground, badly beaten and barely alive. Her face, which was always smiling, darkened instantly. He quickly stepped forward, grabbed her hair, and pulled her up. Her face was covered with bloody wounds, which made him furious. He slapped her hard. You wicked girl. Lord Zhang has already taken a liking to your face. How dare you hurt yourself? It seems you really don't want to live anymore. Someone, lock her in a cage and beat her to death. I hope no one dares to do this again. Yuryua and the others followed into the house. They saw a woman on the ground, her hair messy and looking hopeless. The chubby girl immediately rushed over. Please, don't hit her. The man harshly pushed the girl aside and angrily asked, did this little brat say something to her? Otherwise, how could she be so weak and do such things? At that moment, the woman lying on the ground, barely breathing, spoke. It's not her, it's me. I don't want to be used as a trash can or a tool for others' desires. Kill me. I don't want to live anymore. The man's face twisted with anger. He grabbed a dagger from his waist, ready to stab her. At this moment, Yuryua quickly shouted, Stop. How about you sell her to me? That way, you can recover some of your loss. I don't care about appearances, as long as I have my hands. The man paused, seeming to wait for this offer. Are you sure? She's injured now, and you'll need to treat her when you get back. Yuryua frowned slightly, pretending to be hesitant. You're right. Treating her injuries might be a bit troublesome. Then she said, Forget it. I won't buy either of them. Trouble plus a small problem. I'm not interested in watching their sisterly bond. Yuryua and her parents left quickly, even faster and more decisively than before. Behind them, the man with the dagger hesitated, unsure whether to drop it or keep it. Seeing the woman's ruined face, he immediately thought of this kind-hearted family of three. He started pretending to be sympathetic, hoping to stir some pity and get more money. But unexpectedly, the girl refused to play along and turned to walk away. This was the second time he had miscalculated. Although he was annoyed, he couldn't really let these two go. One was a thief, and the other was injured and might be disfigured. Thinking of this, he quickly lowered his dagger and hurried after them. "Wait, guests. Let's talk. How about this? 10 taels of silver, and these two are yours." Ryua sneered. "I'm not a fool. I'd have to treat her injuries when I take her home." The man's words were immediately cut off by Ryua, who responded without hesitation. He was so angry, he wished he could slap himself.
Fine.
9 taels and 5 chien of silver, and the 5 chien will be considered payment for that dead girl's treatment. Ryua snorted but kept walking. 9 taels and 3 chien. No more discounts. All right. 9 taels. If you push me further, I won't chase after you anymore. Ryua thought for a moment. The maidservant was about her age. Usually, she was worth 10 or more taels, but now only 4, which was a good deal. She stopped walking and said, "Deal." After paying, the chubby maid immediately pulled the nearly unconscious girl to her knees. "Thank you, miss, for saving my life. Please give me a name." For maids, it was common to ask their new master for a new name when they moved to a new home. It symbolized starting a new life, completely different from the past. Ryua understood this well. She pointed at the chubby maid and said, "You'll be called Lotus Leaf, and the other will be Lotus Flower." The two immediately kowtowed and thanked her. "Lotus Leaf. Lotus Flower. Thank you, miss, for the name." After they finished, Ryua smiled and looked at the angry man. "I still want to buy a who knows martial arts to watch over the house. Please pick one for me." The man, after these two incidents, was no longer daring enough to play tricks on Ryua. He gathered all the martial arts trained people for her to choose from. The man she just pointed to was among them. Ryua asked a few more questions, then pointed at the silent man and said, "This mute will do. I don't like talkative people." The man suddenly raised his head, his eyes full of anger. "I'm not mute. I won't go." Ryua immediately got annoyed. "You're getting bold. We're here now. Stop pretending." "Just him. How much? Tell me. Don't try any tricks on me. I know what you're up to." Even if he's skilled, no one wants him because of his status as the son of a criminal. The man chuckled. "Miss, I'm not refusing to sell him. He has a sick mother. If he's bought, he might harm his master. But if his mother is here too, it'll be easier to control him." Ryua immediately shook her head. "You want to give me that sick old woman too?" No. I'd rather spend a high price to buy something better. Miss, that's not how we do things. We really don't have anyone with better martial skills than this person. Don't worry. I'll only take money from one person. The old lady will be yours then. 20 taels of silver, honest." Before Ryua could speak, he angrily said, 20 taels? Are you trying to cheat me? I only have 5 taels. The man glared at he harshly. Can you compare with him? Besides eating, what else can you do? He knows martial arts and can protect himself in dangerous times. You're so fat you can't even run, and in critical moments, you'll only hold us back. His big eyes widened. Just say what you mean. What do you mean by calling me fat? Anyway, this price is just too high. We can't afford it. The man got even angrier. You little brat. Am I losing money on you? I'm not asking you to pay. Why are you chattering away? He pouted and quietly whispered to Ryua, 15 taels, no more. I remember him. His mother is very sick. He got hurt in a fight, and now he can't work and needs treatment. Ryua nodded seriously. You're right. Let's go. The onlookers were speechless. These two just met, and they're already working together? And why are they doing this now? He, who has been through many fights, had never been outsmarted so many times. He angrily said, Fine. You can go. I won't stop you. He rolled his eyes, turned, and helped her little sister. Miss, don't worry. We both know some martial arts. When we go back, we'll protect you. Don't waste so much money buying a little mute. Look at him, he's unhappy and stubborn. Even if you buy him, you won't be able to train him. I heard he's been returned 3 times already. Probably can't sell him anymore. That person never expected that someone would actually be willing to spend money to buy their mother and themselves. Previously, no matter how much he begged, people only saw his mother as a burden, and some even hated her so much they wanted to kill her. He looked up at the bright, clear eyes of the woman in front of him and suddenly felt that perhaps heaven had finally shown her some mercy. Just as he was helping his sickly mother out, a woman suddenly rushed out from inside and knelt beside the man. "Cousin, you can't leave me. Without me, who will take care of Auntie? I'm also your fiancé. My family is being dragged into this because of your family." The man looked at her coldly and said, "Don't think I don't know why my family suddenly has those things. And you have my marriage agreement, which I never agreed to. We and my mother went to serve as servants, so we don't need anyone to wait on us. Just stay here and face the consequences of your actions." The woman looked panicked at first, but quickly calmed down. She turned her gaze to Ryue and Liang Shulan, then stood up and knelt again in front of them. "Madam, miss, please have mercy and save me. I used to be a young lady in the capital, and I know much more than those 2 people around you." Beside her, Rinya looked on with a smug expression, even encouraging her. "Sir, please help her. Otherwise, I'll sell her to the old master's house as a beauty paper girl." Do you know what beauty paper is? It's those things where noblemen, after using the restroom, make the beauties kneel on the ground and use their tongues to clean the filth. It's even more disgusting than beauty paper. The woman cried even harder, begging, "Please save me. It's only a few taels of silver. Why did you buy so many people but not me?" Ryue looked at Rinya, without any emotion. "Hurry up and give me the contracts for these 2. Rinya handed over the thin contracts while asking, "Miss, you're so kind-hearted. You probably can't bear to see a beautiful girl do such dirty and lowly things. Why not buy her too? It won't cost much." Ryue took the contracts and turned to leave. The woman tried to follow, but Rinya grabbed her with a chain and pulled her back, then slapped her across the face. "Little brat, I gave you a chance, but you're still useless. Since that's the case, I will contact the young master's family. They are also in need of a beautiful lady like you, who comes from Kyoto." The woman knelt on the ground, crying and begging, but Ryue did not look back. Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan, though feeling upset, could see that this woman was restless. Bringing her home would only cause trouble and require effort to deal with her, which was unnecessary. The woman watched the family's determined backs and suddenly started cursing wildly. "You lowly people. I am a young lady from Kyoto. I don't mind you, but how dare you refuse to sell me? You heartless beasts. I curse your family to have a bad ending. I curse all of you to end up like me. You trash. Come back here." The insults and the sound of whips hitting flesh echoed nonstop. Ryue showed no mercy. Once on the cart, she directly gave the spot to the man and asked, "What is your name? Come and help with the cart." The man respectfully replied, "Servant Qin Haowen." Qin Haowen finished speaking, told his mother to settle down, and then started driving the cart. Ryue directed him to a brick seller, negotiated the price, agreed on a time, and then took the people back home. She didn't take them to the Shin family, but instead drove the cart along a small path to an old, dilapidated thatched hut, so no one saw the extra person on the cart. Lotus Flower and Lotus Leaf looked up at the rundown hut, lost in thought. "My family's young lady is so poor now, yet she still spends money to buy them." They were suddenly moved and knelt down again. "Young lady, master, madam. We will definitely work like oxen and horses to repay you." Lotus Flower also said, "Young lady, actually my injuries are not serious. The wounds on my face don't matter. This face has brought me too much trouble. I don't want it anymore. It's better not to spend money on us." Lotus Leaf even took out half a pancake she had secretly kept in her arms. "This is half a pancake I hid. I wanted to eat it with my sister when I was hungry, but let's eat it together now. Don't worry, I saw a river ahead, and there are mountains behind. I will go to the river to fish and pick wild vegetables from the mountain. I won't let the master, madam, or young lady go hungry. Qin Haowen pursed his lips and said, Master, madam, young lady. My mother's illness cannot be delayed, but I am willing to go hunting in the mountains. Rest assured, I hold the deed to my body, and my mother is here. She won't run away. Plus, I am quite skilled. The animals in the mountains shouldn't hurt me. I will go and come back quickly. I won't let you go hungry. After saying this, he looked deeply at his mother and turned to leave. Yu Dihao grabbed him firmly. All right. We're not that desperate yet. Yu Ryue also nodded. I'll go get a doctor for you. Don't worry. Since we paid a lot to buy you, we won't let you starve. But remember, outside, you should only say you're a distant relative of my mother. Don't mention being a servant girl or anything like that. Yu Ryue pulled up the lotus flower and lotus leaf kneeling on the ground. No need to kneel all the time. As long as you do what I tell you, I won't treat you badly. The lotus flower and lotus leaf immediately nodded. Yes, young lady. Yu Ryue nodded and went to call Shin Yuyan again. He arrived at the thatched hut and saw unfamiliar faces inside. First surprised, then he sighed in relief. I thought it was Shun Cho again. Luckily, it's not. By the way, where is Shun Cho? How is his health lately? Yu Ryue smiled and replied, he's feeling much better. I took him to the town to study. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out behind them. Yu Ryue turned around in confusion and saw Shanhua with a fierce expression rushing at him. Yu Ryue, how dare you? At this moment, the benefit of buying people showed. Qin Haowen quickly caught Shanhua. Lotus Leaf stepped in front of them to protect them. Even Lotus Flower, who was being treated for a wound, struggled to go help. Shin Yuyan held him down. Be quiet. That's Yu Ryue's little sister-in-law. What? Little sister-in-law? Qin Haowen hurriedly released the person in his arms, looking embarrassed. Miss Yu, I am truly sorry. Yu Ryue smiled and shook her head. You all did very well. Don't worry about whether she's a younger sister-in-law or not. If anyone dares to make trouble, you don't need to hold back. The others immediately responded in unison. Shin Yuyan looked suspicious. Second sister-in-law, are these people really your distant relatives? Liang Shulan quickly explained with a smile. Yes. They are my distant relatives from my maternal family. They didn't come all this way just to visit, so aren't they a bit unfamiliar? Shin Yuyan nodded without any doubt. Living under someone else's roof, it's always better to be obedient. After being pressed down, Shanhua also regained her senses. Although she wasn't as aggressive as before, her face still looked a bit unhappy. My eldest brother is like that, and yet you still force him to study. I want to find out which academy he's at right now. Yu Ryue looked puzzled.
Why?
You're happy that your brother is healthy and studying? Do you want him to stay sick forever? Shinhua's expression flickered, and she suddenly dared not look directly at Yu Ryue. What are you talking about? I would never wish for my brother to be unwell. Forget it. Since you won't tell me, I'll ask someone else. She said this and hurriedly ran off. Yu Ryue became deeply suspicious of Shanhua's behavior. Could it be that she's not as she seems? When Shun Cho returns, should she remind him a little? But they are siblings, and Shinhua is the only one who truly cares for him during his hardest times. She thought for a moment. There are 9 days left. She might as well get through the current situation first. After their wounds were treated, Yu Ryue gave each of them a bowl of spiritual spring water. Then she took them back to the Shin family. However, after Qin Haowen quickly tidied up, his handsome face hidden beneath messy hair appeared. His charm was different from Shin Chao's gentle, jade-like elegance or Lin Iho's carefree style, and also different from the youthful brightness. He was a wild, commanding type of handsome. As he walked, his presence was like that of a seasoned general, full of authority. On the way, many people noticed him.
Wow.
Whose young man is this? He looks really good. Look at that slim waist, those muscles. He must be very strong, right? When Qin Haowen was in Kyoto before, although he was admired and pursued by women, no one had ever spoken so frankly to him. It made his face turn red, and he felt very embarrassed. Liang Shulan quickly came out to smooth things over with a smile. This is a distant relative of mine. There was a family issue, so he came here to seek help. Please don't tease him. He's very shy. If he runs away, I'll hold you responsible. Everyone laughed at her words, but no one continued to tease Qin Haowen. But with his demeanor, how could people not notice? How could they not like him? He didn't look like a farmer at all. People secretly guessed that he was probably a wealthy young master. Soon, their guesses were confirmed. Because the Yu family suddenly bought that dilapidated thatched house and even bought many blue bricks, planning to build a big brick house. In their village, there wasn't even a single big brick house. Suddenly, the idea that Qin Haowen was a wealthy young master became even more likely. Shun Jiao, a young girl from Hedong village, immediately came to ask. Yu Ryue didn't hide anything and said she was the one who bought it today. Shun Jiao initially thought there was no need to say anything, but she soon saw the benefits. Hua and he were skilled and quick. With their help, what normally took an afternoon to make was finished in just 2 hours. Qin Haowen was also very capable. The big wooden tub that usually needed 2 or 3 people to carry, he managed alone. He also handled the water in the nearby tank and the firewood, washing, rinsing, and cooking without ever running out. Shun Jiao sometimes couldn't even help. Suddenly, a sense of crisis arose. But Yu Ryue paid no attention to them. She was lying on a soft big bed with her mother, applying a face mask and continuing to watch Snow Maze on the projector. I have to say, Huang Jingyu's physique is really good. After being used to delicate, helpless male actors, seeing such a broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted, powerful-looking actor was very refreshing.
Mom.
Don't you think Qin Haowen looks a lot like Huang Jingyu? He looks full of energy. Liang Shulan immediately sat up, strongly opposing.
No.
Huang Jingyu is better looking. She forgot that Huang Jingyu and her mother were from the same place, Northeast China. She had a natural bias for all stars from the Northeast, regardless of gender. As long as a person leaves Northeast China to explore elsewhere, she always feels that the child is having a hard time. Yu Ryue took care of her mother first, then sat in front of the computer to research how to make a school bag. She studied for a while and got a general idea. She was worried about the zipper and the clips. The zipper could be replaced with a drawstring, but it was a bit complicated and troublesome to use. At this moment, Liang Shulan came over and suggested, you can replace the zipper with a drawstring. As for the shoulder strap clips, you can think about the principle of a belt. Make a small hole so you don't need plastic parts. Yu Ryue looked at her mother with admiration.
Yes.
Why didn't I think of that? Let's do it that way. That evening Yu Ryue gave the drawings to Hua and Hai. When you have free time, make a bag based on this design. Be sure to include the hidden pocket inside. This fabric is what I bought before. If it's not enough, just tell me and I will buy more. Yes. The clothes you all are wearing are old, worn-out clothes we used before. After finishing this bag, make yourselves 2 new outfits. Tomorrow I will go to town. Do you have any favorite colors? I will buy them for you. Hua and Hai were suddenly very surprised and happy. The family was so poor and they were building a house. Naturally, they didn't want Yu Ryue to spend more money. Miss, really there's no need. We already have clothes to wear and that's enough. Qin Haowen also quickly said, as long as my mother is okay, I don't mind not having new clothes. Yu Ryue looked at her mother, who was unconscious on the Kong, a traditional bed, and said, don't worry. Your mother will be fine. Qin Haowen looked at his mother's face, which was clearly rosy, and believed that her mother would definitely be okay. That night, the 4 of them looked at the white rice and meat dishes on the table. They were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. They even wondered if the family could survive after this meal.
Eat up.
Fill your stomach. Yu Ryue's words didn't help much. The 4 of them nervously finished their meal. The next morning, after delivering the goods to the 2 restaurants, Yu Dihao drove a horse-drawn cart and took Yu Ryue to a very fancy inn. This was the address left by Madame Sun, but she had gone out on business. She could only pass the cake she was holding and told them to take good care of it. Next, she went to Tianda Academy and randomly asked someone to help call Lin Yihue out. Inside, Lin Yihue was joking around with others when he suddenly heard someone calling him. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked, "Who is it?" The messenger winked and said, "It's a very beautiful young girl, especially her eyes. So pretty they make people feel nervous." Hearing that her eyes were beautiful, Lin Yihue immediately thought of Yu Ryue.
Oh.
She said she was coming to give you something as promised. Lin Yihue quickly confirmed his thoughts. He remembered the sweet cake from that day and looked at Shincho, who was sitting nearby with a cold expression and kept others at a distance. In the end, he decided to run out himself. The young men nearby cheered. "Hey, let's go see. Looks like this guy is going to meet the girl in private." They happily ran after him. Only Shincho stayed sitting in his spot, reading a book. No one dared to call him. When Yu Ryue saw Lin Yihue and the group of scholars running over happily, she waved cheerfully. She felt a little shy, but smiled back. Yu Dihao sat in the carriage, glaring fiercely at these boys who kept staring at his daughter with shining eyes. Today, Yu Ryue dressed up nicely to meet Madame Sunday. She wore a light pink flowing dress with wide sleeves, small pearl earrings, and a white hairpin in her hair. She had been carefully taking care of her skin with face masks lately, making her complexion even whiter than before. Especially when she smiled slightly, her eyes curved beautifully, making the scholars blush with embarrassment. Lin Yihue chuckled and said, "Ryue, you really have changed a lot in just 2 days. I almost didn't recognize you." Yu Ryue smiled and looked behind him, disappointed not to see Shincho. Lin Yihue quickly explained, "Your older brother is too intimidating, like an ice block. No one dares to talk to him nearby. He just sits there reading every day. It's really boring, wasting his handsome face." Yu Ryue hurriedly warned, "Don't let my brother get into trouble or be bullied." Lin Yihao kept waving his hands. "Your older brother can't be spoiled by anyone." Lin Yihao remembered the fierce look in his eyes when he was hitting someone that day and immediately swallowed the rest of his words. "He's very good. Don't worry about him. Not bullying others was already good enough." He didn't dare say more because he had a feeling that if he said anything wrong about Shincho today, Shincho might secretly hurt him. Yu Ryue knew that with Lin Yihao's character, since she saved his father, he definitely wouldn't just watch Shincho be bullied without doing anything. So, she happily handed him the cake in her hand. "Here. I made this last night all night. Only you and Madame Sun get this treatment. Plus, Madame Sun paid me 1,000 taels of silver in advance." "How much are you going to give me?" Lin Yihao was surprised.
What?
1,000 taels? This thing is so expensive? If my dad finds out, he might scold me to death. "Miss Ryue, maybe you should take it back." "I'm afraid I can't handle it." Yu Ryue glared at him irritably. "Since I brought it to you, there's no reason to take it back. Just eat it. Just make sure to take good care of my older brother at the academy." Lin Yihao quickly waved his hands to refuse. "Your older brother is very strong. No one can bully him. Just take this back. It makes my heart race just looking at it." Yu Ryue was amused by his teasing smile, and the students who had been secretly watching blushed even more. "Just take it. I was just joking earlier. Take it back and eat with my older brother. It's free for you. Oh, and I also brought some seaweed rice rolls and some braised duck snacks. Please help me give them to my older brother." Lin Yihao looked at Yu Ryue and then at the cake in his hand. In the end, he couldn't resist the temptation of the cake and happily accepted it. "Miss Ryue, can I call you Ryue younger sister from now on? I've always wanted a sweet younger sister like you. Unlike my sister, who just makes me angry." Yu Ryue simply said, "Suit yourself," and went to deliver things to Yu Shi and Yu Tian. Lin Yihao happily took the cake back home. The people around him kept teasing, "What did you just say to that beautiful young lady? You made her laugh so much. Who is she? I've never seen her before. By the way, young Master Lin, let me see what that girl brought you. Why are you so secretive?" Lin Yihua ignored the chatter around him and hurried straight to Shincho. "Brother Shin, quickly. Our sister sent us something." Shincho kept his eyes on his book and didn't reply. He didn't remember having a sister with Lin Yihua. Suddenly, he looked up and saw the familiar item in Lin Yihua's hand. He stood up quickly, knocking over the table with a loud crash. The people nearby hurriedly moved away, watching Shin-cho with cautious eyes. They all remembered that on his first day here, someone joked that he looked like a girl and called him a pretty boy. Shin-cho had then suddenly stood up, glaring fiercely, and beat that person up. He looked pale and weak, yet somehow had great strength. Even with several people helping, they couldn't beat him. He didn't leave a mark on Shin-cho's handsome face. Lin Yihua stepped forward and spoke kindly, stopping Shin-cho. Later, Dean Lin called the others over and scolded them harshly, making everyone copy the doctrine of the mean as punishment. That was the end of the matter. Otherwise, they were afraid Shin-cho might really hurt someone. Later, those people even planned to attack Shin-cho together, but Lin Yihua stopped them. In the end, out of respect for the Lin family, they didn't continue. But after that fight, no one dared to tease him about his looks or provoke him again. Today, what happened now? Lin Yihua was also startled by Shin-cho's dark expression. Brother Shin, what's wrong? Did someone upset you? Shin-cho's gaze stayed fixed on the bundle. Where is she? Lin Yihua looked confused.
Who?
You mean Sister Ryue? She came specifically to bring me something and also asked me to give you a little. Here, this is what I brought for you. Shin-cho looked at the bundle in his hand with a heavy heart. Since leaving that home, his mind was filled with Ryue's face and smile. He wanted to go back, to stay close to that lively girl. But now, she had come, and it wasn't to find him? Shin-cho clenched his fists tightly, feeling a strange anger that he couldn't vent. Lin Yihua looked at him strangely. Brother Shin, why are you overreacting? Oh, right, this cake was meant for both of us to share. She kept asking how you were and told me to take good care of you. Hearing Lin Yihua's words, Shin-cho's previously restless heart instantly calmed down. Yes. Why was he reacting so strongly? Ryue, as a younger sister-in-law, had already done very well. As he slowly regained his calm, Lin Yihua happily opened the cake. As soon as he opened it, he eagerly looked for the singing candle inside. Just from afar at the birthday banquet, he found it amazing. After searching for a long time, he couldn't find even a single candle. Hey, where is that singing candle? Did Sister Ryue forget to bring it for me? People nearby, unaware of the situation, looked confused and asked, What's a singing candle? We've never seen one that can sing. Lin Yihua immediately fanned himself and said mysteriously, I tell you, that candle not only sings but is also shaped like a lotus flower. When you light the candle in the middle, it will suddenly burst open with a bang, and the petals will keep turning. Everyone saw it at Mr. Lee's birthday. It's really amazing. Everyone, inspired by Lin Yihua's lively description, became eager to see that candle. Finally, everyone looked at Shin-cho at the same time, making the usually aloof Shin-cho feel a bit uncomfortable. He didn't want to pay attention, but after thinking about the fight last time and what Dean Lin had said to him, he realized he might have some personality flaws and that his way of communicating was a bit unusual. He had been sick since childhood, spending most of his time in the Shin family's small yard. Besides being ill, he was often beaten, so he didn't really know how to interact normally with others. He thought for a moment and replied, That was done by my younger sister. I don't really know. Next time, I'll ask her for you. Lin Yihua immediately cheered loudly. Brother Shin, you see, I've been so careful to look out for you. Next time, I definitely want my sister to bring me a candle. The boys nearby also cheered and agreed. Yes. If only our sister could bring one. We could see it with our own eyes. Among them were some boys who had been beaten a few days ago. Shin-cho didn't understand why they were so happy. Maybe that's just how normal people are? On the other side, Ryue finished helping Yu-tion, and you sure pack up. She wanted to buy some more fabric, but as she passed by an alley, she saw two people pulling and pushing each other, seemingly arguing. She looked closely and realized it was Xinhua. The person arguing with her was actually Shin-shu. Indeed, everyone had connections to Shin-shu, but didn't tell the original owner. They just watched coldly as she was criticized by the village gossip, called unlucky and cursed for losing her husband. Shan Laokai also used the excuse that she couldn't keep her man and that Shin-shu had run away, to beat and scold her in various ways, taking advantage of her. These people, who knew the truth, watched coldly from nearby, seeing her doubt herself and struggle painfully in the whirlpool. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt that the original owner was quite pitiful. Ryue wanted to stop the ox cart and listen to what they were saying, but suddenly Shin Shu slapped Xinhua and angrily left. Ryue quickly covered her face, afraid of being seen, and urged her father to leave quickly. When they got home, Hua and Hai had already prepared the things needed for the restaurant the next day. Even the thatched house had been completely torn down, and a foundation had been laid. Liang Shulan saw the surprised father and daughter and immediately smiled as she walked over. Haowen is amazing. Today, he finished gathering firewood and water, and the bricks arrived just in time. He's now taking care of the house construction. I went with him to find the village chief. With the village chief's introduction, we found a few reliable people to help build the house. I agreed to pay them 30 yuan a day, without providing meals. Qin Haowen led the work. He seems to know how to do everything, and he's very energetic. His hands and feet are quick, so the others don't dare to slack off. Look, in just half a day, they've already laid the foundation. Ryue also admired Qin Haowen. He seemed to never get tired. She really envied people with such strong energy. When Qin Haowen saw Ryue approaching, he immediately came over and discussed what kind of house to build with the three of them. He even suggested building a kong, a heated bed, during construction because it gets very cold in winter here. Ryue took out her already drawn blueprint and handed it to Qin Haowen. Tear down the wall on the side. The land next to it has been bought. I plan to build a bigger house. Since you seem to know a lot about this, I'll leave the house construction to you. You should be able to understand this blueprint, right? Qin Haowen took the blueprint and looked at it, feeling a bit surprised. Why is there such a big open space in this house? Do you have some other purpose for it? Ryue nodded.
Yes. Just follow the plan on this drawing.
If you have any questions, just ask me. Qin Haowen immediately nodded, rolled up his sleeves, showing his well-defined muscles, and started working hard again. He was already good-looking, and showing some muscles made the nearby women blush and look shy. Ryue handed over the house project, planning to rest for a few days. But that afternoon, loud noises and shouting spread through the village. Village chief, you need to find a way. If we don't get some water soon, we might have a bad harvest this year. Yes. The reservoir is dry too. If we don't think of a solution, we'll have to pay taxes after the harvest, and it will be terrible. Recently, the village chief had been worried about this problem. There is a reservoir upstream, a branch of the big river, which has never dried up in generations. In spring, when the land needs watering, villagers take turns watching the reservoir to prevent it from breaking and flooding the village below. But, unfortunately, the long dry spell caused the branch of the river feeding the reservoir to dry up completely, leaving the large reservoir empty. Village Chief Shin took a long drag on his pipe and sighed deeply. He took another deep breath, then made a firm decision. Gather all the men in the village. If that branch is dry, we'll dig a new one ourselves. With such a big river, we shouldn't just sit and wait for a drought. After he finished speaking, everyone present looked uncomfortable. Because in spring and autumn, villagers are busy with farming, and in winter, heavy snow keeps them indoors. So they only go to town in summer to work and earn some money. If they want to dig a water channel, they need to bring back all the strong men working in town. But if they end up with no water, it will all be for nothing. Village Chief Shin understood their difficulties. He sighed again and said, "If you want to keep your land, bring back the able-bodied men. Don't think you can just sit back and enjoy it. If you do, I won't agree, and neither will the others in the village. Yes. Who in the village has a better life? Who would willingly give up earning opportunities and work for free to dig trenches?" Upon thinking of this, everyone nodded in agreement. About half an hour later, Shin Jiao ran over to deliver a message, saying, "Ryue, what will you do? Both Heshi village and Hadong village need to dig trenches, and all able-bodied men must go. Uncle Lao Kai and Shin Shu don't know where they went, and Shin Cho and your brothers are studying in town. Only your father is left as a strong worker at home. Many villagers are watching your family. If you don't send enough people, once the trenches are finished, the villagers definitely won't let you use them. At this moment, Qin Haowen also looked worried as he came over, saying, Miss Ryue, the men building the house have all left. They said they need to tidy up this afternoon, and then go to dig trenches. What about our house? Should we stop building for now? Honestly, Ryue often felt uneasy living in that thatched hut with a hole in it, as if something was about to happen. Most of the able-bodied men in her family had gone to study, leaving only her father and Qin Haowen. She didn't want them to suffer over there. She thought for a moment and said, In that case, I will go back with you and talk to the village chief to see if we can pay to solve this. So, Ryue followed Jiao Jiao back home. When they reached the door, they saw several women gathered outside the village chief's house, talking about other possible solutions. My husband is strong. Every year around this time he goes to the agency. This year, he took my 2 sons with him. I don't know when they'll come back. Village chief, can you help us? Let my daughter-in-law and me work as laborers? If not, I can add my 2 daughters. My husband found a job in town. Last time, my son broke his leg, and he hasn't come back. The main family said that if anyone quits halfway, they won't pay even the money owed. These women kept talking, making Village Chief Shin feel overwhelmed. Hey, I understand your difficulties, but do others not have problems too? If I start helping one family, every household will send women, and when will the water channels ever be finished? The women were speechless after being scolded.
Ha!
You talk so nicely, but why not let Shinruichin come back? Your family's strong labor force is missing. What should we do now? Anyway, since your precious child isn't coming back, my son dares not. Old Lady Wang's words drew everyone's attention to Village Chief Shin. Village Chief Shin felt even more worried. As the village leader, he needed to set an example, but Shinruichin was studying in the city and couldn't be delayed because of this. However, with so many people watching, he was getting frustrated. At this moment, Shin Qingye, the eldest son of Village Chief Shin, couldn't hold back and blurted out, Is your son the same as my younger brother? My younger brother aims to pass the imperial exams and become an official. What about your son? Hearing this, Village Chief Shin thought things might go badly. He quickly tried to hush his son, but it was too late. This remark immediately caused public anger. Village Chief Shin, what is your eldest son saying? Isn't my son a person? If someone like him could be the village chief, I would be the first to oppose. Shin Qingye had long considered himself the next village chief. Hearing these people ignore the current village chief, he was furious. He stood up and started retorting fiercely. The scene quickly became chaotic. Yu Ryue looked at Shin Jiao Jiao beside her, a bit helpless, and asked, Is your older brother always this brave? Shin Jiao Jiao also looked a bit speechless. Sigh. My older brother wasn't this serious before. Ever since he married my sister-in-law, who keeps telling him he's the next village chief, everyone must respect him. He's gotten a bit carried away. Seeing Zhang Huiyan, who kept supporting Shin Qingye, Yu Ryue found it hard to say anything. Village Chief Shin worked hard to mediate and finally calmed everyone down. Only then did he notice Yu Ryue and Shin Jiao Jiao, who had been watching from the corner. He seemed to have found a lifeline and quickly called out, Ryue is here. You came for digging the canal, right? Do you have any ideas? Since Shin Jiao Jiao had been faithfully paying 100 won in labor every day, he admired Yu Ryue more and more. Seeing her was like seeing hope. Shin Qingye, a bit unconvinced, pouted and said, A young girl with little experience, what ideas could she have? Shin Jiao Jiao immediately retorted, Big brother. Ryue hasn't even spoken yet. How do you know she has no ideas? And I see your hair is not short either. Zhang Huiyan immediately became unhappy. Little sister? Why do you always protect this outsider? What kind of confusing stories has she told you? Making you disobey your older brother? This reckless girl helps you for nothing every day, but all the chores at home fall on us sisters-in-law. It's only because our parents spoil you. Honestly, you should have been married off long ago. Village head Shin whispered sternly. Eldest daughter-in-law, I am still alive, so it's not your place to marry off my daughter. Shin Qingye quickly defended his wife. Dad, you and Mom are so confused. How old is my little sister? She doesn't work much, and she's always out playing. I think my wife is right. She should be married early so her in-laws can teach her properly. Village head Shin was so angry he grabbed his pipe and was about to hit. Yu Ryue hurried forward to stop him. Village head Shin, don't hit her yet. Let me say a few words. Jiao Jiao, a little sad, grabbed her father's arm. Dad, don't hit her. Let's listen to Ryue. The father and daughter's support for Ryue made Shin Laoda and his wife even angrier. Suddenly, Ryue's words stunned everyone present. Jiao Jiao is in town and many people call her boss Shin. How come your own brother and sister-in-law speak of her so disrespectfully, and I never said I wouldn't pay Jiao Jiao her wages? You just don't know the full story. Jiao Jiao also agreed. Big brother. Sister-in-law. I know you've looked down on me, think I'm lazy, and just go out to play every day. But I earn money every day. When I bought meat before, you said I got it from the wrong sources. When Ryue gave me a jade earring, you immediately hit me, and even said it was from a wild man. Big brother. Sister-in-law. Why do you think I am so unworthy in your eyes? Why can't I earn money openly? Just because I am a girl? Ryue gently held her hand, wiping her tears with a handkerchief. She was surprised that giving her a jade earring could cause her to be beaten. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I shouldn't have let you hide it. Zhang Huiyun sneered coldly. What are you two doing? Playing an act? Hiding? Do you think a wild man's money can make you respectable? Inside, Mother Shin couldn't stand it anymore. She stormed out and slapped Zhang Huiyun across the face. You troublemaker, my little Jiao Jiao just went out to earn money. My Jiao Jiao is the best girl. If you keep gossiping, I will fight you. Zhang Huiyun didn't expect her usually gentle mother-in-law to suddenly come out and hit her. She covered her face, feeling very wronged, and looked at Shin Qingye, calling out. Husband Shin Qingye immediately protected her behind him, full of anger in his eyes. Mother! What Huiyun said isn't wrong. What can these two girls earn? Besides finding men, what else? This time, it wasn't Shin's mother who slapped, but Shun's village chief. Shin Qingye, you're such a disobedient son with a soft heart. Now split the family. Take your wife and leave. Don't stay here and make me angry. Shin Qingye looked incredulous.
Dad.
You don't care about my sister's bad reputation outside, but you want to split us up? I think you're crazy.
Fine.
Split the family. Just give me my share and I won't stay here for a second. Who will take care of you then? I'll become the village chief someday, and I'll throw that promiscuous woman who's out looking for wild men into a pig cage. Shin Jiao Jiao didn't expect things to develop this way. She hurried forward to stop them, wanting to persuade her older brother, but she was pushed aside instead. The village chief initially felt a bit regretful, but when he heard this, he immediately went inside, took paper and a pen, and wrote out the details of the family division very firmly. He even signed his name first. Shin Qingye was not willing to be outdone. He picked up the pen and signed as well. Zhang Huiyun watched both of them put their fingerprints on the papers. Her eyes sparkled with happiness she couldn't hide. She never thought that just a slap could lead to a family split. If she had known, she would have let that old woman slap her twice. Once the family division papers were signed, there were 3 copies. She just needed to hand over one to the officials tomorrow, and the household would be officially divided. At this moment, the village chief finally looked at Yu Ryue, who had been trying to speak but hadn't had a chance.
Speak. Tell them.
Yu Ryue finally found her chance and immediately said, I hired Jiao Jiao to help me sell goods. I pay her 100 coins a day. The last jade earring was also a reward for her, because she stayed brave and loyal when someone came to cause trouble at the stall. It's not what you said about her looking for wild men. If Shin Qingye, if you just ask around or go to the town, you wouldn't slander your own sister for looking for men. 100 coins? And jade earrings? The villagers watching the scene were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths. Shin Qingye looked at Zhang Huiyun with some suspicion. She quickly argued, the town only pays 20 coins a day for manual labor. How can this young girl earn 100 coins? And that jade earring must be worth at least 2 taels of silver. She's lying, but she can't even come up with a good reason. You go in and out of your house early every morning, and many strangers come and go. I don't believe you have nothing to do with those men, and many villagers have seen it too. Ryua sighed. As expected, people with bad hearts see everything as dirty. I give her this money because she deserves it. When I had nothing, she gave me half a plain steamed bun she didn't want to eat herself. She took me to pick wild vegetables in the mountains, helped me pick and wash hawthorn. When I wasn't earning a single coin and everyone was ready to laugh at me, she helped me without asking for anything in return. Some even offered over 100 taels of silver to hire Jiao Jiao to work for them, but she didn't go. She didn't betray me. Even my own brother couldn't protect her stall, but she protected it. Why can't I give her this wages? Why can't I buy her things? Her words stunned everyone present. A woman, boss Shin? Is that true? Over 100 taels of silver to find Shin Jiao Jiao? Why would she do that? What does she know? This story was so unbelievable that not only Shin Qingye, but even the village chief and his wife doubted it. Could someone really be willing to pay 100 taels of silver to hire their daughter? Ryua's expression was seen by everyone. She sneered, "Believe it or not, I don't care. Village chief. The matter at home is settled. Why not deal with the digging of the canal now?" The people nearby were still digesting the story of the 100 coins and the 2-tailed jade earring. But in the next second, Ryua's words again shocked everyone. "My strong workers can't go, but I am willing to pay. Is there anyone willing to contribute money too? We can discuss it here. Those who don't want to pay or help, don't complain when there's no water. How about that?" They had gathered here just to make money, hoping to find a way to get things done. Why would they be asked to pay now? Some families are doing okay financially, or they simply cannot work, so they all stepped forward. "I am willing to contribute money, but not too much. I can't afford it." The village chief also thought this was a good idea. So, he kept all the people who wanted to contribute money. Ryua looked at the women who stayed and said directly, "Village chief, get some paper and a pen. Write down all these families, count how many people are missing from each, and then calculate at 5 coins per person per day. That shouldn't be too much for you men working outside. Even if they pay 20 coins a day, that leaves 15 coins. It's a bit painful, but as long as it waters the fields and keeps the land safe, it's not too bad." Everyone nodded in agreement. The village chief led by example, saying, "As the village chief, I am willing to pay 10 coins a day as a way to set an example for breaking the rules." Ryua nodded, and everyone present signed their names. She then asked someone to notify the families who were building her house. When those people heard about this good news, they quickly came to sign, because they paid 5 coins here, but they could earn up to 30 coins from Ryua. Then, the village chief gathered everyone again, and announced what they had discussed. After discussion, those who do not come back to dig the channels will pay 5 coins a day. As the village chief, I will pay 10 coins for my son. For those who work hard digging the channels, they can get a 2-coin daily subsidy. At this moment, a few people from the crowd stepped forward, saying they were willing to pay the 5 coins and go to town to work. Village Chief Shun recorded their names and agreed to let them leave. Most of the others had no jobs, and although they felt a bit angry, they knew there was no work at home. Digging channels to save the fields was better and they could earn money. Since so many people stayed, only a few went out, and how could one person get 2 coins? As soon as this question was raised, Ryua stepped forward and said, "Dear villagers, I just calculated. About 50 people will go out and over 300 will stay. Their money combined is only enough for each person to get 1 coin. As for the remaining 1 coin, I will cover it myself." Everyone was very surprised. That's over 300 coins a day. Village Chief Shin quickly cleared his throat to prevent people from having bad thoughts. He said, "Stop your little schemes. Just because you have money doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. The ditches are dug for everyone, not just for you. And if you think others earn more outside, you can go out and try too." Most villagers are kind-hearted, even though they like to watch the excitement. So no one argued much. The ditch digging was finished, and the houses were being built in order. Ryua also announced that they would collect shells and fish. Soon all the women in the family started working. After all, this was money. Any amount earned was good. It took about 4 days to finish the ditch. When water was finally poured into the fields, everyone cheered loudly. But conflicts also arose. These waters are a gift from heaven. Why shouldn't we use them? Why? Because your family hasn't contributed. None of the others came to dig the ditch. Why can they do it? Because they paid. Did you pay anything? I'm his third sister-in-law. Why can't I help? He paid, so it's our Yu family's money. Gao Yan sat on the ground, crying and making a fuss. In the end, the village chief stepped in and threatened her, so she finally calmed down. When Yu Ryua heard about this from Shun Jiao Jiao, she was a bit surprised. It turned out not everyone in the Yu family was in jail. Only 2 daughters-in-law and children remained. It seemed she hadn't worked hard enough. Unfortunately, Gao Yan and the others learned to be clever and didn't cause trouble in front of them. Yu Ryua went to check on the house again. She felt it would be finished in about 4 or 5 days. Since Qin Haowen had been handling things publicly, everyone in the village thought he paid for the house. Some young women even started to like him. This saved Yu Ryua a lot of trouble. She could focus on preparing the next school bag project. The chubby lotus leaf had mostly stayed inside the house working on the school bags. When she came out, her skin looked a bit whiter. Her lotus flower body was also almost fully recovered. She was very good at embroidery and had embroidered patterns like orchids and bamboo on the school bags, making them look even more beautiful. She took it back and added some heavy items inside, then carried it on her back herself. She clearly felt that the shoulder strap was very well made, filled with cotton and quite wide, so it didn't cause any discomfort to her shoulders. As for the back part, it fit very closely and didn't feel uncomfortable. Although the shoulder strap adjustment wasn't as convenient as modern backpacks, it was still quite innovative. Hua and he looked at Yu Ryua with bright, sparkling eyes, as if waiting for praise. Yu Ryua smiled and patted their shoulders. You did very well. Once I earn some money, I will reward you properly. Hua shyly shook her head. He then patted her round little belly. Miss, I don't want any other reward. I just hope I can eat a little more braised meat tonight. Yu Ryua was amused by her greedy look. At 13 years old, she was at the age where she could eat a lot. But she couldn't resist teasing her, saying, "Who was the one saying earlier that she eats very little?" He blushed shyly. Hua, a bit older and more mature in mind, was initially worried that Hia's words might offend Yu Ryua. But when she looked up at her smiling eyes, she let out a deep breath of relief. Yu Ryua naturally noticed Hua's unusual expression and looked at her face with pity. I told you to apply the medicine on time. In this hot summer, if the wound gets infected, it won't be good. Hua touched her face where she had a wound, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Miss, don't worry. I won't joke about my life. Yu Ryua instructed the 2 to continue packing the school bags, then went back to the kitchen to get 20 sheets of seaweed-wrapped rice, 20 sandwiches, 6 jin of duck delicacies, 3 jin of sausage, and 5 jin of spicy snails. Just as she was about to leave, she saw her father had just made some meat sauce yesterday. She packed 2 large jars of it, then divided everything into 3 parts. 1 part went into the school bag, and the other 2 parts were placed into a basket. Zhao Hui looked at the heavy food in Yu Ryua's hands and quickly refused, saying, "There's no need for that. I always act fairly and justly. If there's anything you want to say, just tell me directly." Yu Ryua immediately looked very sad. "Big brother Zhao, so you've always thought that of me? I've always regarded you as my older brother. Look, I have 2 identical portions of food in my basket. They are for my eldest uncle and my biological brother. In my heart, you are just like my real brothers. I don't expect you to do anything for me." Zhao Hui saw that there were indeed 2 more portions of food in the basket and felt a bit embarrassed. Having worked in the government office for many years, he was used to flattery, betrayal, and scheming. Being treated so sincerely was a bit uncomfortable for him. In the end, he couldn't resist Yu Ryua's clever words and accepted the items. After the officials nearby left, they cautiously approached Zhao Hui. "Boss, do you think this girl likes you? Look at her big eyes blinking like she wants to swallow you." Zhao Hui glared at him irritably. "Nonsense. If I were 6 or 7 years older, I could have a daughter as big as her. Go away. In the future, when you see her, pay more attention. After all, you've both eaten so many good things she brought. The little officials immediately laughed and dispersed happily. Zhao Hui looked at the things in his hands and fell into thought. Meanwhile, Yue went to find Yu Shi and Yu Tian. When they saw her, they happily waved their hands. Yu Tian almost wanted to jump in place. She noticed that in just a few days, her two brothers had changed a lot. Yu Shi was more calm, and Yu Tian was more lively. They looked very different from the gloomy state they had when they first met. Little sister, are all the things in your bag delicious? Let me see. Yu Tian came over chattering nonstop. If Yue had never noticed before, she would have thought her second brother was a little chatterbox. Yu Shi looked at Yue with some concern. Did something happen at home? Why did you come alone? Where are mom and dad? Yue smiled and handed over what she was holding. Don't worry, everything at home is fine. I just came here to handle some matters. I'll be back soon. How are you both doing here? Are you being bullied? Yu Shi and Yu Tian immediately looked a bit embarrassed and nodded. Yue then remembered that the children here for enlightenment were all young kids, no older than 13. Her two brothers, one 18 and the other 16, were tall, strong, and looked very sturdy, so no one could bully them. She exchanged greetings with her brothers for a while before arriving at her final destination, Tiande Academy. As soon as she stood there for a moment, two unfamiliar young scholars approached her with smiles, saying, Miss, who are you looking for? Are you looking for Lin Hui? Yue smiled faintly and said, No. Could you please help me call? She wanted to say Xin Cho, but remembering her eldest cousin's gentle yet somewhat cold personality, she changed her words, Yes, please help me call Lin Hui. The two men immediately looked as if they understood and happily ran back. Inside the school, Lin Hui was somewhat listless, leaning beside Xin Cho, who was focused on reading a book. Brother Shen, the holiday is coming in a few days. Don't forget to tell our sister to get me a candle that makes sound. I've been thinking about it so much I can't sleep at night. Xin Cho was still reading and ignored him. Lin Hui was used to Xin Cho's very cold attitude and was not discouraged. Brother Shen, you almost have this book memorized. Can you take a break and talk to me? Xin Cho shook his head. I'm far behind my peers. I need to work harder to catch up. Brother Lin, please don't disturb me. I'll help you with that when I go back. Right now, I just want to read. Hearing this, Lin Hui was so happy, he almost jumped for joy. Just then, two people pushed their way into the room from outside.
Brother Lin.
Hurry. Your sister is looking for you. Lin Hui's face, which was full of smiles, suddenly darkened. Huh? My sister? How did she come here? Are you sure she's here to see me and not my father? The person made a teasing face. Not Miss Lin, it's that younger sister, Lin Hui waved impatiently.
Speak quickly. Don't play riddles with me.
I only have one sister, my real sister. The person looked disappointed and said, What do you mean? Isn't there the sister who sent the cake? Just as Xin Cho said he only wanted to read books, he suddenly stood up and quickly walked outside. His longing filled his chest, making it feel both sour and tight. He didn't know what kind of feeling this was. He had never felt it before for Xinhua, nor for anyone else. Brother Shen, don't go so fast. Wait for me. Lin Iho hurried to catch up behind him. He felt as if his wish had been heard by the heavens, so he thought, whoever comes, comes. Yue stood quietly at the door. She felt her body was too thin, so she bought some special tonic medicine at the underworld trading house. That stuff was even more magical than spiritual spring water. After just a week of taking it, her previously malnourished, petite body had started to fill out, and even the parts that were supposed to be developing were beginning to grow. Today, she was wearing a pink waist-fitting dress embroidered with peach blossoms. Under the sunlight, her already fair face looked even more delicate and tender. Her slender waist and curvy figure attracted many people at the door to look her way. Xin Cho saw the girl standing at the door from afar, and he was momentarily stunned, as if from another world. He couldn't connect the lively, charming girl in front of him with the thin, small girl he remembered from before. Yu Ryue saw Shincho, who was unusually tall and handsome among the crowd, and she happily tiptoed, waving her hand high to him. Shincho looked at the charming figure at the door, and his heart started pounding uncontrollably. His expression softened, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. He wanted to run over immediately, to appear beside Yu Ryue and block everyone's view. But to keep his image in his younger sister's eyes, he could only walk forward as quickly as he could. Just as he was about to reply, Lin Iho suddenly overtook him, jumping and waving at Yu Ryue. Ryue's sister, he happily ran to her side. Shincho clearly saw that the cheerful smile on her face for him quickly changed as she turned to smile at someone else. Ryue's sister, what are you calling me over for? Did you forget to give me that singing candle? Oh, you don't know, I boasted so much about my skills, but in the end, there was no candle. I was really sad for a long time. Yu Ryue looked at him with a sad face and said, I thought you wanted to eat the cake, but it turns out you wanted the candle. I put so much effort into making it for you, and it hurts my feelings. After saying this, Yu Ryue also looked upset. Her beautiful, moist eyes looked straight at Lin Iho, full of blame. Suddenly, Lin Iho felt his heart skip a beat, and his breathing slowed. He stared at Yu Ryue without blinking. Her long eyelashes fluttered like tiny brushes, making his heart feel itchy.
No.
That's not what I meant. The cake is also very tasty. Ryue, don't be like this. I apologize to you. Seeing Qin Haowen look nervous and upset, Yu Ryue suddenly smiled. Haha, I was just joking. Lin Iho looked at her charming smile and felt like there was a rabbit in his chest, pounding hard. Oh no, this is what spring feels like. Suddenly, a cold wind blew from behind, snapping Lin Iho out of his daze. This is definitely not spring. It's winter. Lin Iho, what's wrong? It's noon, and the sun is so hot. Why are you trembling? Lin Iho rubbed his shoulders and asked suspiciously, It feels like there's a big ice block next to me. So cold. Yu Ryue nodded in agreement. Yes, I feel the same. Like a cold wind blowing from somewhere. By the way, I came to see you about something important. The ice block himself, with a fake smile that felt like spring breeze, interrupted their conversation. Something important? Just tell me. I want to hear it too. Shincho, though smiling on the outside, gave Lin Iho a strange, icy look that made him feel cold all over. Yu Ryue didn't notice anything wrong. She just thought that after a few days apart, her big brother looked even more handsome. The green scholar's robe on Shincho gave him a sacred, untouchable feeling. It made Yu Ryue step back a little, afraid she might kneel down and shout loudly, Great Immortal, bless me with wealth. Seeing Yu Ryue's instinctive move, Shincho's eyes flashed with a dark light, but he quickly calmed down and kept his gentle, spring breeze smile. Why'd you stop talking when I come? It makes me feel so useless and boring. Yu Ryue strangely felt that her words sounded a bit wronged. She quickly took her backpack out of the basket and explained. Lin Iho happily took the backpack and immediately helped her put it on. Their interaction made Shincho's smile grow even brighter. After adjusting the backpack, Lin Iho jumped a little excitedly, then gently shook the bag behind him and said in amazement, This thing is so comfortable to wear. It's soft but can hold so many things, and this strap, it doesn't hurt my shoulders at all. The embroidery on it is pretty too. Did you give this to me directly? Or are you planning to take it back after I promote it? Yu Ryue smiled and said, Since you call me sister, how could I do something so unkind? Look at the embroidery of bamboo on it. I specifically embroidered that for you. To me, Mr. Lin, you are like this bamboo, noble, humble, resilient, and strong. Lin Ihue's smile grew wider as he looked at the embroidered green bamboo on the backpack, ignoring the sharp looks from nearby. Ryue, you really have good eyes. After all these years, only you saw the noble character hidden behind my handsome face. All right, leave this to me. I promise to do a good job. In less than 3 days, all the young men and women in the county will know about your backpack. Yu Ryue quickly knelt and bowed properly, saying, Thank you, brother. Lin Ihue burst into laughter, waving his fan back and forth, but the heat on his ears didn't go down at all. Since you call me brother, there's no need to be formal with me. Get up quickly. I'll carry your backpack to the Qingzhou restaurant now so all the scholars inside can see my sister's skills. After saying that, he was about to leave with the bag. Yu Ryue hurriedly stopped him. Wait a moment. Take out what's inside the backpack. It's all for my older brother. Hearing that he wouldn't get any of it, Lin Yihue immediately looked wronged. We're brothers too. Why are you so biased? Humph. I don't care. The food inside must be mine too. Yuriwa smiled as she pulled the person aside and whispered, Big brother Lin, I was thinking of you. Since your family is so wealthy and you've had many good things to eat, I didn't give you something ordinary. You wanted that lotus candle, right? Just do this one thing well, and next time I will bring you the lotus candle. Lin Yihue excitedly grabbed Yuri's shoulder, but quickly realized and released her, taking a step back.
Sorry.
Sister Yuriwa, I was just too excited. Yuriwa waved her hand casually. It's okay. You already call me sister, so it's just a small matter. Then she quickly took something out of her school bag and happily waved to Lin Yihue. He, with his empty school bag, happily went off to show off. Yuriwa watched him walk away, feeling more proud of her cleverness. After all, he was the eldest son of Dean Tienda of the Tianda Academy. He was respected among scholars in Luxian County and Liuzhou Prefecture, especially since his father used to teach at the Imperial College in the capital. Someone like him, carrying his school bag and going out for a walk, must earn a lot of money, right? She quickly grabbed another school bag, went to Mo Xiang bookstore, and planned to negotiate this business deal. As soon as she pushed the things in her hands in front of Shin Cho and put the basket on her back, she turned to run. But just one step out, her basket was pulled back with great force, causing her to stumble backward a few steps. When she looked back, she saw Shun Chao's dark, mysterious eyes. Yuriwa looked confused. Big brother? What's wrong? Shin Cho really wanted to ask why she didn't come to him, why she only looked at him and smiled, not at him. Too many inappropriate words echoed in his mind, but in the end, he only said, Be careful. Yuriwa smiled and nodded, carrying her basket happily as she ran away. Shin Cho watched her walk farther and farther, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. He really wanted to catch this clever girl and keep her close so she could only look at him forever. But he knew that wasn't something an older brother should think about. So I had to give up all my unrealistic ideas and quickly went back to studying with the things I had. I want to work hard to earn fame and not let this little troublemaker down. Yu Ryue didn't know about Shin Chao's inner struggle. She went straight to Mo Xiang bookstore, took out her bag, and asked directly, How about it? Do you want to work with me? The shopkeeper was surprised and picked up the bag. He touched the embroidered orchid on it, which looked very lifelike. The design of the bag was also very interesting, similar to a small chest, but much more comfortable. He tried it on and felt it fit his back perfectly. It was comfortable, and it had many compartments. He could put books, money, letters, and other items inside. He even put 10 thick books inside, carried it around for a while, and still felt no discomfort on his shoulders. Even someone who rarely reads, like him, found himself reluctant to put it down. This thing is so new and interesting. Why do you want to work with me? Why not rent a shop and sell these bags yourself? Wouldn't you make more money? Yuriwa chuckled. Honestly, if I rented a shop to sell these bags, outsiders would see them just as simple pouches or small bundles. But if I sell them here, it's different. Mo Xiang bookstore is one of the best in Liu County. It only sells high-quality reading items, all top-notch, so the prices are naturally higher. People say that reading is the noblest pursuit, and families are willing to spend a lot so their children can study. That's why my bags can be priced higher. The shopkeeper looked at Ryue with admiration. You're just a young girl, but you have quite a lot of insight. By the way, we've been working together for a while, but I still don't know your name. Ryue smiled and said, My name is Ryue. What should I call you, shopkeeper? Lin Bowen, the shopkeeper, stroked his beard and laughed. You're quite brave, little girl. You don't even know my name, but still come to ask for cooperation.
Good.
You're not afraid to be bold. My name is Lin Bowen. You can call me Uncle Lin from now on. Ryue suddenly remembered Lin Yihao. She laughed and said, Your family name is Lin too?
Perfect.
I was just looking for a young Mr. Lin to help me promote something.
Oh,
What's the young Mr. Lin's name? Ryue didn't hide anything. It's Lin Yihao, the son of Tianda Academy. Lin Bowen laughed loudly. You're quite clever to find someone. He's my nephew. Wait. You know Dean Lin? Dean Lin is my older brother. No, wait. That brat Lin Yihao doesn't listen to anyone once he's out. How did you manage that? Ryue pursed her lips. She didn't expect to end up working with a whole family. She explained that she promised to give him lotus candles. Lin Bowen immediately stood up excitedly. Lotus candles? So my older brother's life was saved by you, little girl? As he spoke, he was about to kneel. Ryue quickly helped him up. Uncle Lin, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Lin Bowen's eyes reddened slightly. His gaze was full of gratitude. I heard from my older brother that if it weren't for your timely help, he might not have made it. My older brother studied from a young age. When he was just a teenager, he became a scholar. He left home alone and went to the capital to make his way. It was dangerous and lonely, no need to say. Now that he's finally back, he hasn't enjoyed many years of peace before falling ill and nearly leaving us. If it weren't for you, my brother and I would be separated forever. Don't worry. I'll keep this item for you. I won't charge you a penny. I'll sell it well. I think this item is very intricate and well made. Let's set the price at 20 taels. Ryue was surprised and widened her eyes.
what?
20 taels. Thinking she might find it too cheap, she nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, this item is so rare. 20 taels might be a bit low. How about 30 taels? Ryue quickly waved her hand. I didn't want it to be so expensive. Plus, once it's sold, someone will probably copy it quickly. I want to keep the price lower to sell more and take a quick profit. Lin Bowen shook his head in disagreement. That's not low enough. Don't worry, in my ink fragrance bookstore, nothing is cheap. Ryue strongly agreed with this statement, thinking that the broken wooden frame was still quite expensive. Uncle Lin, we're on the same page. I'm letting you keep this place, not only to boost the shop's reputation but also because you need to help me sell the books. I can't give you a single coin. Lin Bowen looked annoyed and said, No way. Since you saved my older brother, you saved me too. How can I ask you for money? If you keep talking like that, I won't help you anymore. Ryue was firm about her bottom line. No, you must accept this money. Otherwise, I'll find another shop. Seeing the young girl turn to leave, Lin Bowen quickly stepped in to stop her. Hey, you stubborn girl. Why are you so headstrong? Fine, fine. Since you insist, I'll take a 1-2 silver cut for each book sold. Is that okay? That's enough. Ryue still shook her head. She chose this bookstore because she thought it was a good place with a good reputation and the shopkeeper was nice. But after learning that Lin Bowen and Director Lin were brothers, the value of the ink fragrance bookstore increased even more. If she sold the books herself, she might earn at most 10 taels of silver each, but in ink fragrance bookstore, the price doubled. She couldn't be stingy. They bargained back and forth and finally agreed that for each book sold, the bookstore would take 2 taels of silver. This way, they wouldn't quickly drain their friendship with Director Lin. After they signed the agreement on the document, Ryue put down her bag and left, waiting for the book bag to be made before delivering the goods. But relying only on lotus flowers and lotus leaves was too slow. They still needed to make food and more book bags. Even 8 hands couldn't keep up. Hearing this, Lotus Leaf immediately said she knew some good cooks and friends who could help. Ryue looked at Lotus Leaf with confusion. Why did your previous master sell off the kitchen maids? What did you do wrong? When Lotus Leaf mentioned this, her chubby face scrunched up with a look of grievance. Although leaving the previous master means we can't talk about what happened there, it's our rule. But I just couldn't hold it in anymore. Lotus Flower gently tugged at Lotus Leaf's sleeve, not wanting her to speak further. The Lotus Leaf quickly pulled back her sleeve, looking angry. She said, Since they dare to do it, why shouldn't we speak up? And I won't say anything about whose family it is. Ryue's curiosity was sparked. Her eyes sparkled as she urged, Tell me what happened. It's about the old master's favorite concubine in the mansion, who teamed up with the manager of the inner courtyard kitchen to harm the eldest young lady and her unborn baby. After they were caught, the old master didn't punish the concubine or the manager. Instead, he drove away some young girls from the outer courtyard kitchen. Originally, Sister Hahua shouldn't have been there. It's because Sister Hahua is beautiful and didn't want to serve the steward, so she was kicked out. Yuryua's smile froze slightly. She felt the story sounded a bit familiar. If the eldest young lady hadn't been so strong and her family so powerful, the manager of the inner courtyard would still be free in the mansion. That day, when the inner courtyard manager came to the outer kitchen, I found it strange. Didn't they say they hired someone to cook? And all those new, strange dishes? Why did the manager still come to the outer kitchen to make braised pork? I really regret not being the first to speak out. Then, even if I had been driven out, I wouldn't feel so wronged. Yuryua coughed softly, feeling a bit embarrassed.
You.
Aren't you from the Li family? Both Hahua and Hahua covered their mouths in surprise, their eyes full of disbelief. Oh my. Miss, how do you know about this? Clearly, the Li family has already suppressed it, and no one has leaked any news. You're amazing. Is it possible that the person invited into the inner courtyard was me? Hahua suddenly stood up, looking at Yuryua with admiration.
What?
The girl who bravely stepped in at the banquet, single-handedly protecting the eldest young lady and her baby, was you, miss. You are so impressive. I admire you more and more. Now that you're my master, I can say I've avenged myself. Hahua was also very surprised. I didn't expect we'd have such a connection with you. Yuryua hadn't expected that these two were also driven out from the Li residence. It was truly fate. So, in the afternoon, she took Hahua and Hahua to buy 2 more maids. These 2 maids are exactly 13 years old. They don't look as beautiful as a lotus flower. Based on previous experience, I bought them for 10 taels of silver. The cheerful one is named Yanran, and the timid one is named Yuju. When they met, they hugged each other and cried hard for a while. When they arrived at the Shin family, they looked up at the shabby thatched house, feeling mixed emotions. Yuju was trembling with fear, worried about being sold again. Yanran, who loved to smile, found everything very interesting. She talked about many wild vegetables she saw on the way and explained how to cook them all. Miss, eating wild vegetables is good. The lady in the mansion said they are all medicinal herbs. Yuryua raised an eyebrow. You know about medicine? Yanran nodded happily. Yuju, and I know a little about it. Yuryua didn't take this seriously because he also said she and Hihua knew some fighting skills. Anyway, buying maids is about getting what you pay for. 5 taels of silver. What more could you want? Could 5 taels buy the 4 maids from the Li family who are trained to detect poisons? As long as they can cook and sew clothes, that's enough. But 4 people are still not enough. She plans to hire some skilled women from the village to help with simple fabric cutting and sewing. The final assembly will be done by Hihua and the others. While she was busy recruiting, Lin Yihao was already showing off around Lu County with his backpack. Have you seen this backpack I carry? It's the only one in the entire empire. Look at these soft straps, so comfortable. And the back is breathable in summer and warm in winter. Inside, I can fit several books, and it feels so light. I can't even feel the weight. It's not just for books. It has compartments for silver notes and letters. This is a must-have for school. Since I got this, I feel much clearer-headed. Bookshelves are such a burden. Nearby students gathered to look, some wanting to reach out and touch, but Lin Yihao quickly slapped their hands away. Bro, don't touch. If you ruin my luck, it won't be good. Ever since I got this, I feel like I have divine help. I can read 10 lines at a glance. My father even said I've become more knowledgeable than before. Young Master Lin, this bag you call a school bag, who made it for you? I want one too. Please ask around. I'm willing to pay any price. Lin Yihao shrugged. There's only this one in the whole country. My sister made it herself. If you want one, just wait and see. Everyone gasped in surprise. Sister? Miss Lin? The darling of Director Lin? The top talented woman in Lu County? This thing was actually made by her? Suddenly, everyone's desire to have this item reached its peak. To make up for missing out on becoming Director Lin's ideal son-in-law, they had to buy the school bag made by Miss Lin. Seeing everyone misunderstand, Lin Iho quickly explained it wasn't his biological sister who made it. His sister didn't have that skill. But he added if they really wanted one, they could register at Mo Siang bookstore and pay a deposit. Maybe they could get one made for them later. Everyone present knew the relationship between Director Lin and Mo Siang bookstore. They believed the school bag was truly made by Miss Lin herself. After all, no one had ever heard of Lin Iho having any other sisters. Thus, a lovely misunderstanding was born. The bookstore was overwhelmed with orders, yet no one thought the 20 taels of silver was too expensive. Shin Shuyuan watched Lin Iho, who was surrounded and showing off proudly from afar. He looked down on him. It was just because he had a good father. If he were Director Lin's son, he'd be even better. Unfortunately, he wasn't Director Lin's son, and his own father had been missing for a long time. Soon it would be time for his monthly allowance. If his father didn't show up soon, someone might come to ask about him. If Shin Cho, who was lively and active in town, was seen, it could cause trouble. Shin Shu hadn't gone to school these past few days, searching for his father. Especially after Shenhua came to find him, he had no mind to go to Tianda Academy. Let's go. We should hurry and order that school bag. First come, first served. The group of scholars rushed toward Mo Siang bookstore. Shin Shu, caught off guard, was bumped to the ground by the crowd. The scholars kept apologizing and helped him up before quickly leaving. Fuming, Shin Shu stood there cursing softly. But soon, his attention was drawn to the school bag on Lin Iho's back. He immediately felt a craving and wanted to buy one, but his stepmother wouldn't give him money, and his father was not around. Suddenly, he thought of Yu Ryua, but he quickly dismissed the idea. She was just a cook. How could she compare to the young ladies in town? So he hurriedly left and headed towards Su Meyer's house. After 3 more days, Yu Ryua had completed all the banquet orders that Shin Jiao Jiao had previously arranged. It wasn't a deposit, but she earned 1,000 taels of silver. When she returned to Mo Siang bookstore, Lin Bowen looked very happy. He stepped forward with a smile. Ryua, you're finally here. Look at this door frame. Those spoiled kids almost broke it. Yu Ryua followed Lin Bowen into the inner room. She saw him take out a long list. After a quick calculation, she realized that over these 3 days, 123 people had ordered the book bags, and the deposit alone was 246 taels of silver. Once these book bags were delivered, she would earn a total of 2,214 taels. Although this method didn't make as much money as hosting banquets, it was more sustainable. After all, this was in the county town who would hold banquets every day. She was already satisfied with this. Take a look. I recorded everything according to your instructions. I noted who wanted bamboo, who wanted orchids, and even those who wanted to embroider their names inside. Yu Ryua nodded. Thank you, Uncle Lin. I'll take this list back now and tell them to work overtime to finish quickly. Make sure to deliver the goods as soon as possible. Honestly, Lin Bowen didn't expect this product to sell so well. In just 3 days, over 100 people ordered it. If it continued longer, even people from Luzhou Prefecture might come to order. As expected, his hopes were fulfilled. Lin Bowen looked at Director Lin with some surprise. Hey, big brother, why are you free to come here? Director Lin cheerfully took out a long list from his pocket. What else? I heard from Yi Hao that you and Ryua are working together on those book bags. Yesterday, Yi Hao and I went to Luzhou Prefecture to visit an old friend. That kid insisted on bringing a book bag and showed it off there. Soon, a group of people gathered around, wanting to order these book bags, and they even paid deposits. That boy spent the whole afternoon collecting money for the backpack. A total of 87 people paid 5 taels of silver each, totaling 453 taels. Count it yourself. Lin Bowen saw his usually indifferent older brother personally come to pay, which made him laugh out loud. Which old friend did you visit? Looks like you're back among the students again. Dean Lin shook his head with a helpless smile. Went to Tianqing Academy. Their dean was there, so this kid just arranged this job for me. By the way, how did you meet that girl? Lin Iho said she doesn't seem to know your relationship with me. Lin Bowen then explained how they met. Dean Lin couldn't help but sigh. That girl is really clever. They talked for a while longer. Soon more people came to order backpacks. Lin Bowen was so busy he couldn't handle it, so Dean Lin left. The next day, Yu Ryue came to run a shop to start her cake business. But she received another 110 orders. How come you got over 100 orders in just one day? Lin Bowen laughed. That's because you found the right people. He repeated what happened yesterday, making Yu Ryue feel a bit embarrassed. Lin Iho was really helping her a lot. But now she had over 200 orders, which was too many. She decided to delay renting a shop for now since she was still new to making cakes. Just as she was about to give up on that idea, Chuanju came to her. Ryue, where have you been these days? I looked for you at the usual place, but I couldn't find you. Several ladies and young misses have been coming to my house every day, wanting to buy your cakes. Yu Ryue shyly scratched her head. I've had some family matters these days, so I haven't visited the young lady. Chuanju didn't hesitate. She took out 4 1,000 tael silver notes from her and handed them over.
Everyone heard about it.
They said your cakes are expensive, but they only want a single layer, not the whole thing. Plus, with the singing candle, they paid 500 taels as a deposit. If you think that's not enough, Miss Shu'll make up the rest. My young lady at home said that you must complete these 8 tasks within the next 2 days. They are really bothering her, and Chuanju looked around cautiously and then whispered into Ryue's ear, these people are very useful to our young lady. If you do this well this time, next time you come to the Lee residence, you won't need to hide your face. You can walk in openly through the front gate. Ryue looked surprised. Was it really as she thought? Was Qin Wanru planning something big? Chuanju quickly nodded, confirming her suspicion. Ryue hurriedly promised, don't worry. Even if I don't eat or sleep these next 2 days, I will definitely deliver the items to the Lee residence. Chuanju's eyes immediately turned red. She held Ryue's hand tightly, thanking her profusely.
Thank you so much, Ryue.
You don't know how hard life has been for our young lady. She was married far away and had conflicts with her husband's parents. We thought she would find happiness here with her husband, but unexpectedly, he couldn't hold the family together and repeatedly allowed others to hurt our young lady in the name of filial piety. Now she is pregnant but heartbroken. Ryue didn't know what had happened at the Lee residence these days, but just from Chuanju's words, she could tell Qin Wanru had faced many disappointments recently. Thinking of this, she sighed deeply. It seemed that, whether in modern times or ancient, marriage was like a tomb, an endless trap. The creators of these stories had long warned that women, when confused and trapped in that small world, were truly in a marriage. As they parted ways, Ryue was walking back when she suddenly saw a ragged woman holding a young girl. The woman knelt in front of a noble lady, crying and begging, "Please, kind lady, have mercy. My daughter and I haven't eaten for 3 days. My daughter might not make it. Please help us." The noble lady saw this kind of scene often. She took a broken silver piece from her sleeve and threw it into the woman's hand. Just as she was about to leave quickly, a group of beggars disguised as men and women surrounded her. Fortunately, the kind woman was accompanied by guards, so she managed to squeeze out of the crowd. Ryue looked at the scene with a slight frown. She remembered that when she first arrived in this world, there weren't so many beggars. To avoid being bothered herself, she lowered her head and hurriedly went around from the other side. She vaguely heard some beggars cursing the heavens and blaming the government for their hardships. Only the woman who initially asked for money clung tightly to her daughter, hiding in a corner, waiting for a chance to leave. Suddenly, Yu Ryue remembered that, whether in modern times or ancient times, there didn't seem to be female beggars showing off in public, especially not one holding a young girl. She knew that in ancient times, human trafficking was legal. A frightening thought suddenly appeared in her mind. These people might not be beggars at all, but refugees. Yu Ryue was instantly scared by her own idea, breaking out in a cold sweat. She hurried back home. As soon as she entered the village, she heard crying and wailing, along with the sound of drums and gongs. Oh heavens, why are you punishing us like this? She lifted her skirt and quickly headed toward the source of the noise. She saw a swarm of locusts flying in from the north, so dense it was hard to see the sky. After the insects arrived, they began to eat the crops. In the fields, some people were constantly swinging nets, catching locusts, then stomping on and crushing them. Others were beating gongs and walking around to scare the insects away. The village chief was leading some villagers to dig a deep pit in the direction of the locusts. On both sides of the pit, they set up two large, rough cloths stretched over wooden poles, forming a trapezoid shape, wider at the top and narrower at the bottom. Nearby villagers held various tools, driving the locusts into the cloth-covered area, then closing the cloth to stun and bury them in the deep pit. Next door to the Shun family, Little Tree Seedling was lying at the door, looking toward the village entrance. When he saw Yu Ryue rushing back, he quickly ran over. "Auntie, Grandpa Yu and Grandma Yu asked me to tell you. They went to Heshi village to protect the fields. As for Shun's land, Uncle Qin and Aunt Hahua and Aunt Lotus will go to guard it." Yu Ryue crouched down and gently patted Little Tree Seedling's head. "Go back inside and close the door and windows to keep yourself safe." After she finished speaking, she went home and put on a patched shirt. Then she quickly bought a larger, wider electric mosquito swatter at the market. She crossed the river and ran into the fields of the Yu family on the other side. She watched her parents surrounded by countless insects, with Yanran and Yuzhu beside them. All four of them were holding different tools, working hard to drive away the locusts and save the crops. Yu Ryue was also furious, holding her electric swatter and rushing forward. She turned the device to the highest setting and swung it left and right. The locusts kept falling, and after a while, there was even a smell like roasted meat. Seeing the endless swarm of locusts, Yu Ryue was so angry she wanted to buy pesticides from the market and spray them all over the field to kill everything. Her father nearby stopped her. "If we really spray pesticides, all the hard-grown crops might be lost too." Yu Ryue had to give up that idea. The field was just filled with water. She was wearing patched cloth shoes and struggled to walk through the muddy water. Soon, their arm movements slowed down, and their shoes were covered in thick mud. It was hard to lift their feet, let alone walk. Next to them, Gao Yen and Erju from the Yu family were desperately waving large brooms, trying to drive away the locusts. But it was useless. The locusts coming from behind still bit into the crops. In the end, everyone was exhausted, hands and legs trembling. Gao Yen sat down on the ground and cursed loudly. Heavens! Are you trying to let us die? You really have no eyes. Why don't the locusts only eat you lousie's crops? It's because their family is wicked and unkind. They even sent their own parents and brothers to jail. They deserve to have their crops eaten and be struck by lightning. Let them die a horrible death. Yu Ryue was speechless. The situation was so urgent, she didn't want to say a word. She mechanically repeated her actions, while this person still had the strength to sit nearby, kick her legs, and curse. It must be said, even a shrew needs some strength. Just after she finished criticizing others, she suddenly lost her footing and fell backward. Yu Dihao and a few others saw the situation nearby and hurried over, trying to help their beloved daughter. However, the mud under their feet stuck their shoes firmly, making it impossible to lift their feet. Just as Yu Ryue was about to fall to the ground, someone suddenly rushed from behind, using their body as a cushion to protect her tightly. Yu Ryue did not come into close contact with the dirty, muddy mud. Instead, she smelled a faint ink scent. She quickly looked up and saw a pair of gentle, beautiful eyes and a handsome face carefully carved like a goddess.
Big
Brother. Their bodies were pressed so close that she could feel his heartbeat. He smiled softly and said, "Sister-in-law, how could you be so careless?" His voice was gentle and deep, like a breeze brushing past the ears, making her feel very warm and safe. Finally, she understood what it meant to be so captivated just by hearing a voice. Shin Cho saw her staring blankly at him and looked a bit confused. "Sister-in-law, are you hurt somewhere? Why are you looking at me like that?" Yu Ryue only then realized she had been lying on Shin Cho, pressed so close that she had been staring at him the whole time without noticing. Panicking, she tried to sit up, but accidentally pressed against his soft area between his legs. Shun Chao's handsome eyebrows suddenly furrowed, and he let out a muffled, slightly groan. Hearing this, Yuryua's heart started pounding uncontrollably. Oh heavens, she felt like she was a beast. No matter how nervous she was, she shouldn't have pressed there. What if she caused trouble? Is there a safe place she could hide? He was her big brother after all. Would he think she did it on purpose? After all, she had a past. Yuryue became even more anxious, forgetting that she was still clutching her game card tightly in her right hand. In her excitement, her hand slipped slightly upward, and the electric mosquito swatter that was already in the mud suddenly made a sizzling sound. Yuryue felt a tingling sensation all over her body, then shivered and fainted. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself back home, and the sky outside was dimming. The memory of fainting suddenly flooded her mind. She suddenly grabbed the blanket, buried her head inside, and screamed loudly. Young sister-in-law? What's wrong? That gentle, caring voice suddenly sounded in her ear. She quickly looked up and met Shin Chao's eyes across the bed. Yuryue was surprised and sat up quickly, clutching her small quilt tightly. She used her hands and feet to back away repeatedly until her back touched the wall. When she couldn't retreat any further, she looked confused and asked, "Elder uncle, why are you here?" At this moment, Liang Shulan heard the noise and came in. She saw what was happening and, feeling a bit speechless, lit the candle on the table. "Are you still asking?" After you fainted, you tightly held on to Xiao Chou. It was hard to separate you two, and you even grabbed Xiao Chou's hand. No matter how hard I pulled, I couldn't get it loose. To avoid gossip in the village, your father went back and brought a cart with a big quilt, put you both inside, and covered you up. Only then did he return home. Yuryue pointed at herself in disbelief. "Mother, are you sure I was the one holding Elder Uncle's hand the whole time?" Liang Shulan glared at her and said, "Who else could it be? Xiao Chou is very weak, can't carry things, and can't lift his hands. How could he hold you?" Looking at Shin Chou, who appeared pale and very weak under the candlelight, Yuryue truly felt she was utterly terrible. Elder uncle, listen to me. Everything just now was an accident. I really don't have any feelings for you.
No.
I only respect you as a younger sister-in-law to her brother. Don't worry. That kind of thing will never happen again. I'm really sorry, truly sorry. Yuryue kept bowing to Shin Chou, almost kneeling and even thinking of cutting off her restless hands with a knife. Maybe it was her imagination, but she felt that the more she bowed, the darker Shin Chou's face became. His eyes even looked like the murderous gaze from their first meeting. She cried inwardly. Her carefully built image was ruined just like that. Electric mosquito swatter. She was clearly shocked by the shock, so how could she carelessly hug Shin Chou? Hands. Where did they get so much strength? She doesn't remember having the courage to die under the peony flowers, even as a ghost. To be romantic. Shin Chou frowned, pulled back the blanket, tidied up his clothes, and kept his clenched right hand behind his back, as if trying to hold onto the remaining warmth. "Aunt Yu, how is the situation outside?" Liang Shulan sighed and shook her head when asked about the outside. "Although everyone is working hard, I heard they might come again tonight. Everyone plans to stay underground tonight and defend the fields to the end." Shin Chou nodded. "I'll go take a look." After he left, Yuryue still couldn't give up and asked again. Liang Shulan pointed firmly at Yuryue's head and said, "Rue, you're not a child anymore. In ancient times, kids your age are running around everywhere. You need to be more careful. No matter how good-looking Xiao Chou is, you can't be so reckless. He's your eldest uncle, the brother of your future husband, and most importantly, he's sick." Yuryue nodded vigorously and even raised her finger to swear. "Mother, I swear, I really didn't mean it just now. I have no romantic thoughts about my eldest uncle. If there were, Rue, come out." Shin Chou's calm and gentle voice interrupted her. Yuryue thought to herself, oh no, this is serious now. It seems she really upset him. She quickly fixed her clothes and ran out happily, keeping a safe distance of about a meter from Shin Chou. She blinked her big, beautiful eyes and asked in a pleading tone, "Eldest uncle? Is there something you need?" Shin Chou didn't know what was happening to him. He felt like he had gone crazy. When he saw her suddenly twitch and fall onto him in the field, he instinctively held her tightly. Even when others tried to separate them, he instinctively held her hand. And he woke up earlier than Ryua, but still didn't let go of their hands. He looked at the person lying beside him, so close, and his heart started pounding uncontrollably, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. Although it was the same face, why did it feel like a different soul? He could never get enough of her. Until Ryua suddenly hugged the blanket and backed away in fear. His pounding heart, like being splashed with a bucket of cold water, slowly calmed down. Listening to Ryua's apology and promise, he thought he should feel happy, but for some reason, his heart ached painfully. Does she really want to stay away from him? Does she dislike him? He was afraid he might lose control of his emotions if he stayed any longer, so he quickly stepped out. But in the end, he couldn't hold back and interrupted Ryua. Shin-cho looked at Ryua, who was deliberately keeping her distance from him, and felt a tight, bitter feeling inside. Ryua didn't know what Shin-cho was thinking at this moment. She only felt that Shin-cho's eyes were too cold, as if anyone who got close would be harmed, so she hurriedly took 2 steps back. "Big brother, why did you call me out? Or should I kneel to you?" Shin-cho was amused by her fear of him and said, "Haha, why are you so far away from me? Do you think I would hurt you? I just wanted to ask if you want to go to the fields." Ryua immediately felt relieved. "Go to the fields? Sure. I also want to see them." They arrived at the fields and were stunned by the terrible scene before them. The lush, green rice paddies, once full of life, were now badly eaten by locusts. Many villagers sat blankly on the riverbank, staring at the fields with hollow eyes, as if their souls had been taken away. Some women, unable to believe what they saw, softly collapsed to the ground and kept crying. Ryua and Shin-cho walked toward their own fields and saw the village chief sitting on a dirt mound nearby, holding a pipe, taking a puff, then slowly exhaling. The smoke inside the pipe was faint and dark in this sad night, making it look especially bleak. Chin Haowen saw the visitors and hurried to greet them. He glanced at Shin-cho and called out, "Miss Ryua." Shin Jiao quickly ran over, her face full of tears that hadn't dried, holding a broom, and carefully checked Ryua. "I heard you suddenly fainted? Are you okay?" Ryua smiled and shook her head. "Don't worry. I'm fine." Then she suddenly threw herself into Ryua's arms and burst into tears again. "Ryua, everything is gone. All the hard work and effort this year are gone. What should we do? Those fields are our life. Why is this happening? Why can't those harmful things be eliminated?" Ryua gently patted Shin Jiao's trembling body, feeling upset herself. Village Chief Shin saw the two and waved his hand, saying, "Shin-cho, aren't you studying at the academy? Why have you come back?" Shin-cho respectfully bowed. "I heard about the locust plague here, so I took leave to come back and help." Village Chief Shin sighed. Good child. Good child." While comforting Jiao, Ryua was thinking about the locust's weaknesses. She remembered watching some videos before, which said locusts are attracted to light. Looking at the big hole, she quickly said, "I have an idea." Jiao's eyes sparkled as she asked, "What's the idea?" Ryua explained, "Locusts are attracted to light. Just like moths, they are very focused on it. We can do what we did today in the daytime, surround the fields, dig a few big pits, light fires inside, and when it gets dark, the bugs will all be drawn in. Then we can burn them in the fire." Jiao clapped her hands excitedly. "That's a good idea."
Dad.
"We should listen to Ryua. She's experienced and knowledgeable. She will definitely." "Definitely what?" "Jiao, I think you're really out of your mind. Why do you believe everything this woman says?" Shen Qingye sneered from nearby. After Shen family split, Shen Qingye felt that villagers no longer greeted him warmly. The change made him resentful. But he couldn't vent his anger on his parents, so he blamed Shin Jiao and Ryua. What else can she do besides seducing men? Chin Haowen quickly stepped in front of Ryua, ready to fight. Ryua held his wrist, signaling him not to act rashly. Her small, white hand contrasted sharply with his thick, bronze arm. Shin-cho watched their interaction, feeling more and more bitter inside. He looked coldly at Shin Qingye, saying, "The books do mention that locusts are attracted to light. Ryua's suggestion isn't wrong. Does Brother Shin have any better ideas?" Although Shin Qingye secretly looked down on Shin Cho, he suddenly couldn't speak when he saw his cold eyes. "Since you have no other way, just obediently follow Ryua's advice. Moreover, I never knew that my obedient and sensible sister-in-law would go out to flirt with men. She earns money and supports the family with her own hands. Has she done anything wrong? You shouldn't hold resentment just because my sister-in-law is better than you at everything and earns more money. This behavior is no different from that of a scolding woman." Shin Qingye was so angry he couldn't breathe. He stared hard, trying to appear more imposing than the other person. "How can you say that about me? I am the son of the village head." Village head Shin quickly stood up and waved his hands. "I don't have a son who loves to gossip like you. We have already separated our households, and I am getting forgetful. You will be the next village head. I want to see what good ideas you have to lead the villagers to get rid of those locusts." Village head Shin's voice was very loud, drawing everyone's attention. Shin Qingye's face turned red. He pursed his lips and finally said, "I wonder what will happen if you set the grain on fire." Village head Shin looked more disappointed at his son's helpless anger. He didn't know where he went wrong or how he ended up raising such a person. He took another puff from his pipe and gathered everyone around, repeating what Ryua and Shin Cho had said. "If you want to try, let's do it now. But be clear beforehand, whether we succeed or fail, no one can blame others. If you don't want to, then let's just keep to ourselves. As village head, I really can't think of any other way." The villagers thought for a moment. Since it's all about death anyway, they might as well try. Maybe there's a chance for hope. "Let's do it. Now, I don't believe that with so many of us, we can't handle those tiny locusts." So Ryua and Shin Cho split up, one leading in Hedong City and the other in Heshi Village. The villagers worked together, digging several big holes around the fields, and brought firewood from their homes to put into the holes. Ryua looked at the villagers nearby holding torches, their faces full of determination. She ordered, "The weather is very dry now. To prevent the wind from spreading the fire, bring some large water jars and place them next to the fire pit. If the fire starts to threaten other crops, immediately put it out. Also, always put your safety first. Once the fire in the big pit is lit, don't just focus on killing the locusts. Watch your step and be careful not to accidentally fall in." Everyone nodded repeatedly, listening carefully. They knew this was their last chance, their hope for survival. Ryua and Shin Cho were in different villages, one in Hedong, the other in Heshi. Both had deep pits nearby. The villagers around them held their torches tightly, quietly looking at the sky to the north. After some time, a buzzing sound suddenly came from that direction. They knew the second wave of locusts was coming. Ryua checked the time. Seeing the locusts getting closer, she shouted loudly, "Light the fire." The villagers in Heshi immediately threw their torches into the prepared deep pits, then quickly grabbed their tools, ready to act. Meanwhile, in Hedong, Shin Cho led the villagers to throw their torches into the pits and prepared their weapons. As the flames slowly rose, the sky on this side turned faintly red, making the already hot weather even more intense, like being inside a giant steamer. But no one retreated. If these rice fields were destroyed come autumn, they would either be punished by the officials or starve to death. They had to protect themselves and their families. Ryua looked at the swarm of locusts, feeling nervous inside. She had only seen this method of pest control online and had never tried it herself. If it didn't work, she would let down the trust of her fellow villagers. But to her surprise, as time passed second by second, no one questioned or criticized her. Even the gossiping women shut their mouths and stared intently at the locusts. Finally, a few scattered locusts flew toward the fire. Yudihao quickly jumped up and swatted them into the flames. Crackling sounds followed as the insects burned completely. "It works!" The crowd let out two joyful shouts. Everyone's nerves were very tense. Ryua tightly held her broom, saying, "Everyone stay alert. The main group is coming. Be careful where you step and don't fall into the fire pit. The women watching the water jar nearby, be sure to pay attention. If you see anything unusual, I need to act quickly. The villagers of Hashi village responded in unison. Their voices were clear and loud, startling the locusts into a pause. But soon, the locusts swooped down again, more fiercely than before. With a command, the villagers waved their tools and desperately slapped the locusts flying toward the light into the fire pit. Yu Ryue also raised her tool and joined the fight. A smell of burnt grass spread from the deep pit. Liang Shulan was assigned by her daughter to guard the water jar. She watched anxiously as her daughter and Yu Dihao rushed to the front, worried they might fall into the fire pit again. Time passed slowly. Everyone was exhausted, sweating heavily. Some weaker ones even fainted. Yu Ryue quickly checked on them, thinking they might be overheated from the heat. She hurried to arrange for someone to carry them out. One after another, more people fainted. The blazing fire in the hot summer sun made everything dry and hot. Seeing her father covered in sweat, Yu Ryue quickly reorganized the team. Divide into two groups, switch every half incense stick. Those who rested drank water and splashed it on themselves to cool down. They kept rotating like this. Finally, by dawn, they had killed the last wave of locusts. The rice crops were saved. Yu Ryue was so exhausted her body went limp, and she collapsed onto the ground. The others also lay down or sat down. Someone, perhaps the first, started laughing, and soon everyone was laughing or crying. Ha ha ha, it's finally over. As they laughed, tears began to flow. Yu Ryue lay on the ground, with Yu Dihao on her left and Liang Shulan on her right, a family of 3 holding hands. They looked up at the slowly brightening sky, smelling the faint scent of burnt grass, and couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, Liang Shulan sat up sharply and shouted, "Oh no! We were so busy dealing with the locusts that we haven't finished preparing the supplies for the restaurant." Yu Ryue quickly sat up, but because she moved too fast, her legs felt weak, and she had to sit back down again. It's over. In another hour, they'll come to collect the goods. Hearing the noise, several women nearby came over. Their faces were still darkened from the smoke the day before, and their clothes had small burn holes from flying sparks. They looked uneasy and embarrassed. Mrs. Forth, we came to apologize. We were unfair to you before and said some hurtful things. We're really sorry. We're not unreasonable people. If your family needs help, just tell us. Don't worry, we won't take any money. Liang Shulan wanted to refuse, but the agreement her daughter brought back clearly stated that they had to supply goods every day or they would be fined. So everyone used the water in the jar to clean up carefully. Just then, Qin Haowen arrived with an ox cart to pick them up, and Shin Cho was sitting in the back. As soon as he got off, Shun Cho quickly walked ahead of Qin Haowen and reached out his hand to help Yu Ryue up. Yu Ryue still remembered the awkward moment from yesterday. She looked at Shun Cho's outstretched hand, smiled gratefully, but instead placed her hand on Qin Haowen's arm and stood up. She was so tired that she leaned most of her weight against Qin Haowen. From a distance, it looked as if the two were embracing. Shun Cho's eyes stayed fixed on their figures. He pulled his hand back into his sleeve and clenched it tightly into a fist. Was he really someone everyone disliked that much? After Yu Ryue was helped onto the cart, Qin Haowen also helped Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan get on. The people nearby couldn't help but feel envious.
Shulan,
Your nephew is really something, not only strong and handsome but also very filial. Yes, I've never seen anyone with such a strong build. Look at those arms, twice as thick as mine. By the way, your family's doing well now, and that Shin fellow probably won't come back. Why not ask old Shin to pay a bit and let Ryue leave that family? Then she could marry your nephew. They'd surely have a happy family in no time. Their laughter and teasing reached everyone's ears, making Yu Ryue and Qin Haowen lower their heads in embarrassment. From the outside, they looked like a perfect match. Shin Cho stood beside the ox cart, quietly watching everything in front of him. It felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, making him shiver so much that he almost couldn't stand. The Shun family, led by Lotus, along with 3 other young maids, had already started preparing the items they needed to deliver that morning. When they saw a group of women coming inside the house, they looked confused. It wasn't until Liang Shulan told the 4 of them to each take 2 people and quickly gather the things needed for the morning that they finally understood. Meanwhile, in another house, things were almost ready. Yu Ryue was cooking in a separate kitchen, planning to make a good meal to thank these people for their help. Shin Cho wanted to help but felt sad when he saw that, in just a few days at the academy, another man had already stood beside Yu Ryue. He wasn't as handsome as Shin Cho, but he was stronger and more muscular. When Yu Ryue looked at him, her eyes unconsciously focused on his firm muscles, full of admiration. Shin Cho felt inferior and lowered his head. He looked for something he could do, like a sad little dog forgotten in the corner. When the food was ready, Liang Shulan sent the agreed-upon items away and immediately called everyone to come eat at the new house. They kept refusing, but Yu Dio and Liang Shulan pulled them onto the ox cart from both sides, and they were all taken over. When they entered the house and saw the empty room with 2 tables full of food, they were so surprised they couldn't close their mouths. "Oh my, are we going to eat all this? Why is there so much meat? This white rice, is it for people like us? Quickly take this rice away and just give us some wild vegetables and cornbread." Liang Shulan smiled gently, guiding each of them to sit down, then filled a big bowl with white rice and placed it in front of them. Eat as much as you want. If it weren't for your help, we would definitely have to pay for this." These women had never seen such a scene before. They usually couldn't even eat meat during the New Year, not because their family was too poor to buy it, but because meat was usually reserved for the men in the family. As women who didn't earn much money, just filling their stomachs with wild vegetables and cornbread was already good enough. Worried, they tugged at Liang Shulan's sleeve. "Shulan, this is meat and white rice. Even the people in town can't usually afford meat and rice. Once we finish eating and leave, your husband might get upset with you. Hurry up and take it home for your man to eat." The woman from Hushi village didn't know about the current situation of the Yu family. She was just worried about Liang Shulan, which made Liang Shulan laugh happily. Yudho happened to hear this and explained with a smile, "I've learned now, so I don't dare to hit my wife. My wife doesn't hit me, so that's already good. You should eat quickly, or it will get cold." The women there looked at each other in shock. Women hitting men? It was something they've never heard of or seen before. However, under the warm greetings from the 2 men, these people finally picked up their bowls and chopsticks to start eating. Actually, when she was helping cook at the Shin family earlier, the delicious smell made her stomach growl loudly. Plus, after a whole night of hard work yesterday, she wasn't fainting from hunger. She was just holding on with willpower. They couldn't wait to pick a piece of braised pork with a mix of lean and fat, put it in their mouths, and gently bite down. The rich, oily taste immediately filled their mouths. It was so fragrant that their tongues almost drooped. They didn't care about being modest anymore. One took a bite, then another, and before they knew it, they had finished the whole bowl of braised pork. Along with the nearby bowl of stir-fried greens, everyone was eating so happily that their mouths were oily, and they kept burping. When they finally realized what was happening, looking at the battlefield-like dining table, they felt a bit embarrassed. They all took the initiative to help clean up the bowls and chopsticks, sweep the house, and even wipe the window frames outside. When there was nothing left to tidy up, they felt shy and went home. After sending everyone away, the family lay down on the newly made heated bed, dressed in their clothes, and fell asleep. When Shin Cho washed his hands and came back, he saw Yu Ryue lying beside Qin Haowen. The 2 were very close, and Yu Ryue could just turn over and fall into Qin Haowen's arms. A strong urge to harm someone filled his mind. Just then, Qin Haowen turned over to the left, leaving a small space between him and Yu Ryue. Shin Cho didn't know what he was thinking, but somehow, he lay down there, as if by instinct. Yu Ryue was very tired. Her eyes kept fighting to stay open. Next to her, it felt like a huge stove was lying there, constantly emitting heat, making her uncomfortable and restless. Finally, it seemed like the big stove had left, and suddenly she felt a cool breeze around her. She instinctively leaned toward the coolness, and the messy smells at her nose were quickly replaced by a fresh, calming scent of ink. She couldn't help but stretch her neck to smell the source of the scent more deeply, then found a comfortable position and fell asleep peacefully. Shin-cho looked at the small person buried in his arms. Her head was tucked into his neck, and she kept sniffing softly. Her fluffy head rubbed against him, making his blood rush. Before he could react, he had already tightly embraced her. When he sensed something unusual in his body, he froze in place. He seemed to understand what feelings he had for this little troublemaker, truly. Quite complicated. When Ryue opened her eyes again, no one was around. She yawned, stretched lazily, and just then saw Shin-cho bringing in a basin of water. He looked gentle, with a warm smile that made her feel like spring breeze. "Do you want to wash your face?" Ryue quickly jumped down from the bed and carefully took the basin. "Thank you, big brother. Where are my parents?" "They've gone to prepare things for tomorrow." Ryue nodded and carefully washed her face. Maybe it was just her imagination, but she felt something strange about her eldest uncle. She was just washing her face, so why was he swallowing hard? "Cough, Ryue, wipe your clothes." Ryue looked up and saw that when she washed her face, water had splashed onto her chest. Since it was summer, she was wearing thin clothes, and now her chest was slightly rising and falling. Her face turned bright red. As she looked up, she saw Shin-cho bending over and staggering away. "Oh no!" Ryue wailed. She felt like she could never clear her name now. She really didn't mean to flirt with anyone. Quickly, she took a similar-looking outer shirt from her space and changed into it. Then she ran out to explain. After searching for a while, she finally saw Shin-cho by the backyard water tank, face wet and looking very ashamed. "I, Ryue, truly feel like I am not human. How could I be so careless? I feel ashamed for my kind older cousin." I quickly comforted him, saying, "Hey, I didn't do it on purpose, and you didn't either. You don't need to feel bad about it." After I finished speaking, Shin-cho felt even more embarrassed. I hurriedly changed the subject. "By the way, Manhwa came over a couple of days ago. When she found out I sent you to the academy, she acted crazy. If Chin Haoen hadn't stopped her in time, she might have attacked me. The next day, I saw her in town arguing fiercely with a stranger. I suggest you be more careful around Shinhua in the future." Shin-cho's handsome eyebrows slightly furrowed. "All right, I understand. I will be careful. But Shinhua is different from the other Shin family members. She really cares about me." I didn't want to get involved in their sibling matters, so I just nodded, understanding what I needed to. The next day, after I had a good rest, I took the cake I had prepared the day before and went to the back courtyard of the Lee residence. Chunju was already waiting there. When she saw me, she was so happy she couldn't hide it. "Ryue, I was waiting here since early morning, afraid I'd miss seeing you." I smiled and said, "Since I promised you, I won't go back on my word." After saying that, I told my father to send Shin-cho back to the academy before heading inside. On the way, Chunju kept chattering nonstop. Suddenly, she didn't notice and bumped into a figure rushing out from the side. "That girl is so careless. She dares to bump into me. Someone, take her away and sell her," Li Lin shouted angrily, even raising his foot to kick Chunju. I quickly pulled her back, avoiding the heavy kick. Li Lin missed and was so angry he ordered his servant, "Catch these two." "What kind of dogs and cats are they? How dare they come to our Lee residence?" "Send everything behind them to my aunt's courtyard. I want to see what this lowly woman is up to." Chunju hurriedly protected me and shouted fiercely, "Who dares to try? Don't forget who is in charge of the Lee residence." "This is what the eldest young lady wants." Li Lin sneered coldly, "You lowly maid. You think threatening me with that worthless woman will scare me? I, Li Lin, have never known how to write the word fear since I was a child. Hurry up. Take those two scoundrels down and give them 20 lashes. How dare you oppose me and my aunt? Watch me teach you a lesson." Ryue saw the angry young men rushing over and felt a bit regretful that she didn't bring Chin Haoen today. As the stick was about to strike, She quickly pulled Chunju aside to hide, and behind her, Qin Wanru's people also rushed forward to protect them. But Li Lin seemed prepared. He brought over 20 people, and soon Qin Wanru's group was overwhelmed and captured. Li Lin stood there, laughing wildly. Haha, oppose me? Do you not know whose territory the Li family is? Quick, capture them and beat them. Yu Ryue clenched her electric baton tightly and shouted, I dare anyone to try. I am a guest invited by your Li family. It's none of your concern, a low-born girl like you. If you come any closer, don't blame me for being rude. Li Lin laughed loudly. I know. You're stalling, hoping Qin Wanru can come to save you? Or that my father will get the message. Let me tell you, today, whether it's you or that worthless Qin Wanru, you will kneel before my mother and beg for her forgiveness. My father said this family now belongs to me. I'm just exercising my rights as the head. Oh, and about Li Quan, that useless fellow, you can forget about him. He's kneeling in the ancestral hall reflecting on himself right now. Oh, really? Li Lin, I never knew you were the one in charge of the Li family. Qin Wanru was surrounded by a group of people and strode forward confidently. Li Lin, let those people go. Li Lin's eyes flashed with surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. Sister-in-law, you can't just act unreasonable because of your family background. Clearly, your maid bumped into me by accident. I was planning to scold her a little and be done with it, but she became even more aggressive, insulting me because she's your person. I'm glad I didn't retaliate against you. Before Qin Wanru could speak, the women beside her started to talk. They said, the Li family really opened my eyes. If someone from my family did this, I would just take charge and sell his wife. Let's see how he dares to act proud. Who says he isn't confused? Maybe he's been tricked or drugged. How could he say such foolish things about the Li family's affairs? Li Lin's face turned red with anger. What are you old women? How dare you interfere in my matters? My father wouldn't even scold me. Who are you to talk? When I become the head of the family, I will make you kneel and kowtow to me and my aunt.
Qin Wanru's face changed.
She quickly scolded, Li Lin, apologize. These ladies are, bah. I don't care who you are. In my Li family, you're all just old women. The women's husbands in Lu County were important people. Without them, the Li family wouldn't be where it is today. Qin Wanru originally wanted to bribe these women with cake and stir trouble a little. But she didn't expect Li Lin to speak so arrogantly. It seemed the old man had promised him he would be the head someday, which made him so confident. After showing the chaos in the house, Qin Wanru knew she had to show her own strength. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to convince them to work with her. She immediately ordered her people, arrest these disobedient servants. The guards behind Qin Wanru were brought from Liuzhou Prefecture. They were stronger than those from the Li family, so they quickly subdued the troublemakers. Qin Wanru, supported by Chunju, holding her belly, walked over to Li Lin, who was kneeling on the ground. She raised her hand and slapped him hard. A mere servant dares to act so arrogantly? I will teach you some manners. Another slap followed. This slap is to clear my family's name. I am hitting you on behalf of the ladies. They came to my house as guests and you, a low servant son, dared to insult them. It's truly hateful. After hitting him, she ordered her people to give the cake to the ladies and to send them home carefully. She also arranged for them to come back soon to apologize. Of course, by then, it wouldn't just be an apology. Very soon, the Li family would be completely under her control. Qin Wanru, thinking about today's events, felt her plans were going more smoothly than expected. She looked at Yu Ryue with a big smile. Ryue, you are truly my lucky star. Come, let's go back. I want to thank you properly, young madam. Be careful. Manhwa suddenly appeared from nowhere, ignoring everything, rushing to Qin Wanru's side with a fierce look. She pushed her down with all her strength. People nearby reacted too late. As Qin Wanru fell, blood started to flow from her below. Li Lin saw the bright red blood and knelt on the ground, grinning and laughing loudly. It's just because you have a child. Now that the child is gone, what can you do? Despicable woman. Why don't you just die? Once you're gone, everything you had belongs to me. Yuriyue was shocked by what she saw. She didn't expect the conflicts inside the Li family to have become so intense. She also didn't expect that when a crowd brought Qin Wanru into the courtyard, no doctor came. The midwife looked at the continuous bleeding from Qin Wanru and turned pale with fear. Her lips trembled. "This is premature labor, madam. She's bleeding heavily. Quickly call the family doctor, brew some energy-boosting medicine, and add a ginseng root for her to hold in her mouth." Chunju ordered someone to fetch the ginseng and also to call the young master back from the ancestral hall. She herself went to invite a doctor. But after waiting for a long time, no doctor or servant with the ginseng returned. Li Quan hurried over in a rush. Seeing his wife lying on the bed covered in blood, he was so frightened that his legs buckled, and he knelt down. "Wanru, my Wanru, how are you? What happened? Where is the doctor? Where did he go?" Inside the house, everyone was busy calling the doctor and boiling water. No one paid attention to the crying young master. She thought for a moment, then helped him up. "Young Master Li, only you can save madam now. Chunju has been gone for so long. Surely something has delayed her on the way. Please go and personally call a doctor. If we delay any longer, both mother and child will be in danger." Li Quangue stepped forward and firmly held Qin Wanru's hand, saying, "I won't leave. I want to stay here with Wanru. My parents will bring the doctor. I won't go." Qin Wanru's face was already pale from pain, and she was sweating heavily. Hearing Li Chuangue's words, she didn't feel happy but instead became more angry, and her bleeding increased. "You useless person. If my child dies, I will definitely not forgive your Li family. Manhwa dared to push me in front of everyone. Surely your father was behind it, and he won't let the doctor come, midwife. Please, you must save my child." When Li Quangue heard this, his first reaction was disbelief. "My father and Manhwa are elders. Why would they target you? I don't believe it. Wanru, are you angry with me? Is that why you're saying this?" Yuriyue saw Qin Wanru was about to be overwhelmed with anger. She stepped forward, grabbed Li Quangue by the collar, and pulled him up from the ground. "Your wife and child are about to die, and you're still doubting her? Everyone saw what happened. Just ask around and you'll know. Or are you afraid that your father and Manhwa will harm you, and you're willing to sacrifice your wife and son's lives?" Li Quangue shook his head in confusion.
No.
"That can't be. I have always been respectful. Why is this happening? I need to ask and save Wanru." After saying this, Li Quangue staggered out of the room. Everyone was sent away, but after half an incense stick of time, no doctor had arrived. Yuriyue knew this was probably premeditated. Qin Wanru also seemed to sense it, her eyes full of sadness. The midwife nearby saw Qin Wanru's breath growing weaker, and since no one returned after going out, she was anxious and tears almost fell. "What should we do? If we don't get the ginseng, the young lady's life will be in danger." Yuriyue suddenly remembered that she seemed to have 1,000-year-old ginseng in her space. But that was something Shun Cho had exchanged his life for. No, she also had the underworld trading post. Qin Wanru was a kind and pitiful person.
She shouldn't die like this. Midwife.
"How old is this ginseng?" The midwife quickly replied, "1,000-year-old herb is the best. The young lady's storage seems to have 1,000-year-old ginseng, but no one has returned after going to get it. It looks like they're held captive. Still, 100 years is also good." Yuriyue thought for a moment and bought a 500-year-old ginseng, taking it out from her sleeve. "This ginseng was gathered from the mountain yesterday. It's about 500 years old. How should I use it?" The midwife's eyes lit up when she saw the ginseng. "First, cut a slice and put it in the young lady's mouth. The rest is best boiled into ginseng soup, or crushed into small pieces, then squeeze out the juice." Yuriyue nodded, turned to the inner room, took out a kitchen knife from her space, sliced the ginseng, and fed a piece to Qin Wanru. Then, when no one was looking, she entered her space again, used a juicer to extract juice from the remaining ginseng, mixed it with spiritual spring water, and brought it out. "This is the ginseng water I just squeezed." To prove it was safe, she even took a sip herself. Then, The two of them helped Qin Wanru to sit up and poured the mixture into her mouth. Qin Wanru didn't expect that. Just as she was about to die, Yu Ryue was risking everything, even opposing the entire Li family, to save her. It seemed that ginseng's spiritual spring water was working. Qin Wanru felt her weak body gradually regain some strength, and even the bleeding beneath her was less than before. Yu Ryue stood beside her, encouraging her constantly. Qin Wanru, push hard. If you don't give birth to this child, all my effort with the ginseng will be wasted. Now, the Leaf family probably hopes you die, so they can marry a new wife to your useless husband, take your dowry, wear your jewelry, dress in your clothes, sleep with your husband, and then curse you behind your back. The midwife's face twitched at these words. They were too blunt. If you're lucky and manage to give birth to the child, she will also have to hit your baby. Don't think your useless husband can protect the child. With a stepmother, there will be a stepfather too. He will follow his new wife and her children, spending your money and hitting your baby. Even your parents might not know why you died, and they might continue to spread lies, even extorting money from your father. Whenever Qin Wanru thought about that scene, she would shake with anger and find it hard to breathe, feeling like she couldn't use any strength. She clenched her fists tightly, then threw back her head and started to push with all her might. The midwife's previously twitching mouth suddenly stopped moving. Young madam. Quickly. I see the baby's head. Keep pushing. Yu Ryue's method was indeed effective, and she kept encouraging her softly. Qin Wanru was so angry she wanted to stand up and punish those shameless people right now. I can't do it. Yu Ryue kept urging her. Hurry. If you don't push now, the baby might get stuck. Take a deep breath. Then push hard. Imagine you're on the toilet, and the baby is a big lump you need to get out. Don't shout. Save your strength for giving birth. Come on. Are you out of strength? Finish this ginseng water first. Yu Ryue poured her another cup of ginseng spring water. Young madam. Quickly. Push again. Suddenly, there was a loud bang outside, followed by a lot of noise. Yu Ryue thought someone had broken in, so she immediately grabbed a kitchen knife from her space and rushed outside. The scene before her stunned her completely. The usually innocent and lively Chuanju was holding a long sword, covered in blood, with a serious look on her face. Behind her were guards also covered in blood, protecting a face swollen from a slap, Li Quan, who was limping, and an old doctor staggering along. Ryue, what's wrong with our young lady? Wow.
Wow.
Wow. She gave birth. It's a big, chubby boy. The baby's crying and the midwife's excited shouts made everyone lower their guard and breathe a sigh of relief. Li Quan, dragging his injured leg, pulled the old doctor and limped toward the house. Wanru, I'm here. I brought the doctor for you. I'm not a coward. I'm your husband. I will always stand by you, Wanru. Say something. The midwife stopped Li Quan, saying, Young master, the birthing room is a dirty place. Men are not allowed inside. Li Quan's eyes were red, and he stubbornly looked at the birthing room. I don't care.
I want to see Wanru.
I just want her to be safe. Yu Ryue breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't pay attention to what was happening outside and turned to look at the wrinkled, crying baby, then fed Qin Wanru another cup of ginseng spring water. Originally, Qin Wanru, who was feeling faint from exhaustion, slowly opened her eyes. She listened to the crying outside and silently shed tears. Chuanju finished cleaning the blood from her body and returned to her usual innocent, talkative self. Miss, don't blame the young master. When we went to rescue someone, he was already there. I don't know who hit him, but he had a broken leg and his face and body were full of injuries. Still, he held tightly to the old doctor's hand. Qin Wanru's tears flowed more fiercely. Chuanju and a young maid carefully helped her clean up. Finally, with Qin Wanru's consent, they allowed Li Quan to come in. Li Quan's cheeks were swollen and red, with blood still on his lips. His normally neat hair was messy and hanging on both sides. He walked with a limp, tears in his eyes. Wanru, Yu Ryue didn't stay inside long. She told Chuanju she was leaving, and then left. Chuanju sent someone to her. On the small path, Yu Ryue even saw some bloodstains that hadn't been cleaned up. She lowered her head, feeling dazed, and hurriedly left. When she stepped out the back door, she didn't see her father's figure, but instead saw Shin-cho. Seeing the bloodstains on Ryue, Shun-cho's pupils shrank. He quickly approached and asked worriedly, "Ryue, what's wrong?" He initially thought she could hold on a little longer, but hearing her worried voice, he choked up and tears started to flow uncontrollably. She suddenly threw herself into Shun-cho's arms. Her mind kept flashing scenes of Chin Wanru lying in a pool of blood giving birth. Her legs felt weak, and she didn't know how she had managed to hold on inside. Shin-cho hurriedly held her tightly, as if trying to merge her into his body. "Ryue, what's wrong? Did something happen? I saw blood on you. Are you hurt?" Ryue kept shaking her head and didn't speak. In the backyard of the Lee residence, people came and went. Shin-cho was worried that someone might recognize her. Seeing their behavior, he thought it wouldn't be good for her reputation if others found out. He looked around, then bent down, placing his broad hand on her slender waist. "Ryue, hold on." Without thinking, Ryue instinctively hugged Shin-cho's neck. Then, her feet lifted off the ground as Shin-cho carried her directly to a quiet corner. Shin-cho gently patted her back. As he smelled the blood on her body, his heart felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing it tightly, making it hard for him to breathe. He once again hated himself for being humble and weak. Ryue greedily smelled the fresh ink scent on Shin-cho, and her heart gradually calmed down. Then she suddenly realized that she had once again taken advantage of her eldest uncle. She quickly tried to pull away from his embrace, but was held tightly by a pair of strong hands. A gentle, pleasant voice sounded above her head. "Don't be afraid. I'm here. Can you tell me what happened this time?" Ryue cleared her throat and said, "Big brother, maybe you should let go first?" Shin-cho gently released her, but Ryue found herself trapped in a small corner, with walls behind and to her left, Shin-cho's arm on her right, and Shin-cho himself in front of her. "I actually got surrounded by Big Brother?" Shin-cho bent slightly, tilting his head to look at Ryue. "Why don't you say anything?" As soon as Ryue looked up, her eyes were filled with his handsome face and his warm, soothing voice.
"Bang! Bang! Bang!"
Ryue felt as if her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Her face and ears started to feel hot, but under the tempting look in his eyes, she maintained this somewhat ambiguous posture and recounted what happened at the Lee residence. When she described the scene of Chin Wanru giving birth, her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. No wonder many fathers fainted during childbirth. It's really too frightening. Shin-cho looked at her trembling body with full tenderness in his eyes. He knew he shouldn't continue to cross boundaries, worried that his feelings might be too obvious and scare this little girl. But he couldn't help himself. He firmly embraced her in his arms and softly comforted her with gentle words. "Hey, where's Xiao-cho? Didn't we agree to watch the ox cart?" Yudihao's voice broke the strange atmosphere between them, and they quickly separated. Ryue hurriedly wiped her tears and tidied her clothes, leading the way out first. She thought she wouldn't cry anymore, but hearing her father's concern, she couldn't help but shed tears. Shin-cho stood there in a daze, looking at the helpless girl, and let out a long sigh. Yudihao was entirely focused on his beloved daughter and didn't notice Shin-cho's unusual behavior. Shin-cho was quietly watching Ryue nearby. After she calmed down completely, he took his leave and went to the academy. Ryue looked at his departing figure with some confusion. "Father? Why didn't Shin-cho leave?" Yudihao sighed. He was already on his way to the academy, but he saw another young master from the Lee family saying there was trouble at home, so he hurried over. "You didn't see him. He was sweating all over. I was worried he might run out of breath and faint. I thought he was overreacting, but it turned out there was real trouble. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone to buy anything." Ryue smiled softly, feeling warm inside. When they returned home, Lady Liang heard about the danger and held Ryue tightly, comforting her. That night, she insisted on staying with Ryue and sleeping together. In the middle of the night, Lady Liang looked at Ryue, who was crying and in pain. She felt heartbroken. She gently patted her shoulder and whispered, "Good girl. Don't be afraid. Mama is here with you. Mama will always be with you." The next day, Yuryue was awakened by the noise outside. Lotus. Lotus leaves. "What's that noise outside?" Lotus Leaf hurried in and said, "Miss, a group of people came outside, bringing 2 carts of gifts. They said the eldest young lady of the Leaf family sent them to thank you." Yuryue quickly sat up, dressed, and went outside. As soon as she stepped out, she saw Chunju leading a crowd of people kneeling. "Thank you, Miss Yu, for saving our lives." Yuryue hurried forward and helped Chunju up, who was about to kowtow again. "What are you doing? You're making me embarrassed." Chunju's eyes were red. "Our young lady told us that if it weren't for you yesterday, she and the young master wouldn't be alive. We brought people here to thank you. She wanted to thank you in person, but she's too weak. So she sent us to thank you on her behalf." Fearing she wouldn't accept, Chunju quickly pulled her aside and whispered, "You should take these gifts. They are from old Master Li. If you don't accept, you're planning to give them to Manhwa, right?" Yuryue was a bit surprised. Even now, can Manhwa still be proud? Spring Chrysanthemum sighed. "Old Master Li seems to have been bewitched by that flower lady. He still insists on defending her, but he ended up bleeding quite a bit. Our young master has also fully sided with our young lady and even clashed with the old master. In a way, that's not a bad thing. Don't worry. In a few days, the head and lady of the Qin family will come over. They won't be here long, so you should accept this. By the way, our young lady asked me to tell you to be careful when you go out and to be patient. Soon, Lu County will be under your control." Yuryue nodded with a smile. "All right. I will accept your gift. I am here, waiting for good news." Spring Chrysanthemum was satisfied and then left with her people. Yuryue looked at the carriage parked at the door and quickly called out, "Spring Chrysanthemum." "The carriage." Spring Chrysanthemum waved happily. "My young lady said it's all yours. Next time you visit my family, remember to ride the carriage." Yuryue watched the people leave and then looked at the 2 carriages. She finally told Qin Haowen to take them to the new house she had built. Spring Chrysanthemum's arrival completely broke the rumor that Yuryue made money by seducing men. When Yuryue reached the new house, she started checking the items inside the carriages. As soon as she opened the first ordinary-looking small box, her eyes nearly popped out. It was actually a box full of gold. It must weigh about 50 jin. In ancient measurement, 1 jin equals 16 liang, so that's 800 liang of gold. Someone must have swallowed hard first. Then, I hurriedly ran to the door, sneaking around to look here and there, then quickly locked the door. "Oh my goodness, is this whole carriage full of gold? Young lady, we've struck it rich again." Yanren also smiled so broadly her eyes disappeared. "Young lady, you're finally getting your sweet revenge." Even Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan were so excited they couldn't contain themselves. They had never seen so much gold in their lives. Yuryue quickly ordered, "Help me carry the boxes. The biggest one, bring it to me. The other 2 large ones, give them to my parents. Count to 3, and let's all feel the dazzling gold light together." It wasn't as shiny as expected, but everyone still gasped in amazement. "Oh my goodness, this pearl is so big. And this jade as well. Miss, my box is filled with silver bars. Miss, my box contains a bunch of gold and silver jewelry." Yuryue looked at the large box of fabric in front of her, her mouth stretched wide in amazement. Maybe in the Li family's eyes, these fabrics are nothing special, but for the Yu family, these shimmering silks are like treasures. Lotus flower, lotus leaf, yenran, jade bamboo. "Servant girl, I am here. Go. Pick 1 piece for each of us. Make 2 sets of close-fitting clothes. This material is cool and smooth, perfect for summer wear. Qin Haowen, pick 1 for you and your mother, and give them to Yenran and Jade Bamboo to make. As for me, I want this light green one. I like green. Lotus flower, make me 2 sets too." Lotus flower nodded quickly. "Yes, ma'am." Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan each chose a piece and handed them to Lotus flower and Lotus leaf. The whole family was so happy. gathered around these fabrics like it was New Year. Yu Ryue also gave some small jewelry to lotus flower, lotus leaf, yanran, and jade bamboo. Then she picked a more elegant piece for Qin Haowen to give to his mother. She chose 2 more items to give to Xinjiao Jiao, and the rest she asked her to give to Liang Shulan. Mother, if you like it, take it. If not, melt it down and make something else. Liang Shulan looked at the box of gold and silver jewelry, feeling very satisfied even if she didn't take anything. After distributing everything, Yu Ryue dismissed everyone and stored the remaining items in her space. In the following days, Yu Ryue stayed obediently at home, not going out until the first batch of school bags was finished. According to the schedule, the Qin family should have arrived by then, but to be safe, she still brought Qin Haowen along. When the two arrived at Mo Xiang bookstore in a carriage, shopkeeper Lin almost didn't recognize Yu Ryue.
Oh.
Girl, it's only been a few days and you've already changed your carriage? Nice. Are you here to deliver the school bags? If you don't come soon, I might really wear out my doorstep. Yu Ryue pointed to the back door of the carriage path. Is there a back entrance? Let's unload the things first and check everything carefully. Lin Bowen was very happy. You little girl, you really brought it here. Quick, I'll take you through the back door myself. After unloading the items, Lin Bowen checked the list carefully, making sure there were no mistakes. He was very pleased. Your progress is good. You even managed to deliver all the goods from last time. Exactly. I've gathered about 300 more these days. Let's quickly take the list back and get it sorted. Once this batch is done, I think someone will start selling school bags too. We need to hurry. Yu Ryue nodded. Uncle Lin, don't worry.
My people are very skilled now.
We can definitely supply. Lin Bowen nodded happily, a smile almost spilling from his face. Where is the shopkeeper of your bookstore? Hurry up and call her out. How long has it been since I ordered those broken school bags here? Why are they just taking money and not doing anything? Lin Bowen frowned. Who's this careless person? How dare they cause trouble here?
You, sit down first.
I'll go out and see what's happening. Yu Ryue thought for a moment. Maybe I should go with you? My cousin knows some martial arts. If someone comes to cause trouble, he can help block them. Seeing Qin Haowen's strong build, Lin Bowen nodded in agreement. As soon as they stepped outside, Yu Ryue and the people outside looked a bit stunned. Finally, Su Meyer spoke first. Aren't you the guy who sells stuff? Why aren't you selling anymore? Is it because all your free hawthorn is gone? So you don't know what to do now. It was a strange coincidence to meet Su Meyer here. She remembered that this person was allied with Manhwa. Since she still had the energy to cause trouble here, it meant Manhwa hadn't been dealt with yet. But that probably wouldn't last more than a couple of days. She didn't want any contact with Manhwa's people. She immediately said, Uncle Lin, give her money back. We won't take her order. Lin Bowen was furious at Su Meyer's sharp words. He quickly went inside the counter, took out 2 taels of silver, and then found the previous list. He asked, Who's the name on the school bag you ordered? Take this 2 taels back. I won't sell you the school bag anymore. Please leave my bookstore. Su Meyer looked proud and arrogant. You, a small bookstore, dare to talk to me like that? Do you know who my mother is? She is the nurse in charge of the Li family, and in the future, half of the Li family will listen to my mother. Believe it or not, I can snap my fingers and make your broken bookstore close down. Lin Bowen was so angry, he laughed out loud. The Li family is really falling apart. They actually let you, a little girl, use their name to do whatever you want. Yu Ryue sneered. Maybe the Li family doesn't know they have such a powerful person outside. Su Meyer, with her hands on her hips, pointed arrogantly at Yu Ryue. You're just a small cook. Who do you think you are to talk here? Even Qin Wanru wouldn't dare speak to me like that today. Hurry up and give me your bag. If you don't, not only will I make your bookstore close, but I'll also send your old man and your rough country bumpkin to jail. Su Meyer's mother, Young Mama, has been very proud lately. Her master did something that didn't get punished, which made her believe even more that the Li household would be under their control in the future. She hinted at this in her words, which made Su Meyer feel even more inflated. But Yu Ryue and Lin Bowen didn't spoil her at all. Second, throw this crazy girl out. If she dares to cause trouble again, Report her to the authorities. Sue Meyer's eyes widened in disbelief. Did you hear what I just said? I am from the Lee household, the richest family. Lin Bowen waved his hand impatiently. Throw her out now. Seeing more and more people gather outside to watch, Sue Meyer took a handkerchief from her sleeve, sat on the ground, and started wiping her tears. Everyone come see. This shady shop is taking money but not giving anything in return. They're deliberately bullying me, a helpless woman. The Ink Fragrance bookstore was famous for its high prices, and soon people gathered around, pointing and whispering. Yuriyua said, Uncle Lin, go report this to the officials. People like her, who cause trouble, only get more arrogant the more you pay attention to them. Lin Bowen nodded and called the young servant nearby to report. Just as he took a few steps out, he met Zhao Hui, who was patrolling with his men, and called him over. Zhao Hui pushed through the crowd and saw the familiar figure again, feeling somewhat speechless. Yu Ryue also awkwardly smiled a little, and the two of them exchanged a silent look, as if they were strangers who didn't know each other at all. Sue Meyer saw the officials approaching, so she took out her usual act, crying and twisting the truth, while also threatening the Lee family. Lin Bowen stepped forward, respectfully bowing to the onlookers, then recounted what had happened. I have run this bookstore for a long time. I treat everyone equally. Whether you're from the Lee family or the Zhao family, you must follow the rules of taking turns. If powerful people come and threaten me, forcing me to submit, what are ordinary citizens and scholars supposed to do? His words were sincere, and most of the people watching were common folk. Instantly, their anger shifted to Sue Meyer. Who would have thought this young girl, who looks so decent, could be so unreasonable? I think I've seen her before, always pretending to be kind and fair, but it turns out she's so arrogant and bossy behind the scenes. It seems everything was just an act. All these young ladies are the same. They act kind and gentle outside, but secretly they look down on ordinary people. Sue Meyer never expected her good reputation, built over many years, to be destroyed today. She quickly covered her face, panicking, and said, You have the wrong person. I am kind-hearted, noble in character, disdain money, stand up to authority, help others, and have a loving heart. Sue Meyer, she spends every day helping the weak. How could she be here? Shopkeeper, I don't want my husband's bag anymore. Please return my money. I want to leave now. Lin Bowen was truly annoyed by this shameless woman and laughed. I just gave you your money back, and now you refuse to leave? Do you want to cause trouble? Then you must apologize for insulting my niece just now. Otherwise, we'll go to the officials and find the wise magistrate. Sue Meyer looked at Yu Ryue with resentment, pursed her lips, and clenched her teeth, refusing to apologize. Zhao Hui then stepped forward to speak for Yu Ryue. Since you don't want to apologize, come with me. The officials have plenty of ways to deal with a troublemaker like you. Sue Meyer didn't want to go to the officials, but she also didn't want to apologize to this outsider she looked down on. She stubbornly pursed her lips, tears in her eyes, glaring at Yu Ryue as if she had suffered a great injustice. Outside the crowd, after buying candied hawthorn, Shin Shu came over to find Sue Meyer. He looked at the girl standing on the steps with a dazed expression. Today, she wore a bright green, knee-length dress with a thin veil over it. Her black hair was like a waterfall, high, revealing her graceful neck and collarbones. A ray of sunlight hit her face, making her look elegant and beautiful. Her features hadn't changed much, but he somehow felt that the person in front of him was not Yu Ryue. In his memory, she was very thin, like a stick, with dark, small features, always wearing patched gray and white cloth dresses. Suddenly, a handsome, tall man with broad shoulders and a narrow waist lowered his head carefully and whispered something to Yu Ryue. Yu Ryue looked over in this direction. Shin Shu immediately straightened his back, but her gaze just lightly swept past him, with no emotion in her eyes. Sure enough, she was a woman who didn't follow the rules of fidelity. Angrily, he pushed through the crowd and went inside. He glared at Yu Ryue and shouted, You unfaithful woman! How dare you flirt with a man in public? Lin Bowen frowned. Ryue? Who is this person? Do you know her? Yu Ryue shook her head dismissively and said decisively, I don't know her. I don't want to get involved. Her cold attitude clearly upset Shinshu. He didn't notice Su Mayer on the ground giving a desperate look for help.
He shouted. You don't know her?
I am your husband. Shinshu, Lin Bowen, Zhao Hui, and Qin Haowen looked at Shinshu and Yu Ryue with complicated expressions. This person? Your husband. Their expressions were as if they were looking at something disgusting. Yu Ryue still calmly shook her head.
No.
My husband ran away on our wedding night. My father-in-law and sister-in-law said my husband was dead and left me alone to take care of my sick eldest uncle. How could it be fake? This scholar dressed in blue must have been studying in town all along. If he really were my husband, why wouldn't he come back? Even if he disliked me, he should have come back to divorce me. Shinshu was so angry that his chest heaved violently. You're the one who's dead. Your whole family is dead. I am your husband, Shinshu. Who is that man next to you? Why are you so close to him? Yu Ryue glared at him angrily. What does it matter to you? You say he's my husband, then he is. Where's the proof? Shinshu didn't expect Yu Ryue to deny him. He looked around angrily, wanting to find a tool to teach this arrogant woman a lesson. Just as he lowered his head, he saw Su Mayer looking at him with disbelief. Mayer? What are you doing here?
No.
Listen to me. Listen? How do you want to explain? Who is this woman? You're her husband, so what about me? I feel like a joke. Shinshu shook his head hurriedly.
No.
I have no real relationship with her. That's not right. She's just a maid I bought, and she stubbornly wants to marry me. But my heart belongs only to you. On our wedding night, I ran out to see you. Don't you remember? And how can she compare to you? Look at her, dark, thin, small, and her figure is so skinny. She's not even a real woman. You're so beautiful, like an angel. Fools know how to choose. The villagers, who had been watching nearby, looked at Yu Ryue, who was tall, graceful, and clear-eyed, then at Su Mayer, who was acting like a shrew and causing trouble. They couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, he actually said fools know how to choose. This is hilarious. He's lying through his teeth, thinking we're fools. Compared to her, Miss Yu looks so much better. Uncle Shin quickly covered Su Mayer's ears, his eyes full of affection and tenderness. Mayer, no matter what others say, my heart only belongs to you. They are all villains trying to separate us. Don't worry, I won't look at any other woman but you. Su Mayer was moved to tears. Brother Shu, I knew you loved me most. You said once you're successful, you'll marry me with a big sedan chair. Is that true? Shinshu nodded quickly. Of course. And then let that woman wash your feet and serve water. How about that? Su Mayer happily nodded in agreement.
Good.
I'll listen to Brother Shu. Yu Ryue stood above, coldly watching the two lovers confess their feelings. She felt disgusted. Qin Haowen clenched his fists tightly, unable to hold back his anger and the urge to hit someone. Miss, do you want me to go up and teach this unfaithful man a lesson? Yu Ryue shook her head. No need. Just watch them perform for a while. Qin Haowen didn't understand. These two scoundrels and mean girls are eager to get married in front of her. Why does Yu Ryue still look so calm? Yu Ryue couldn't tell him that she had been waiting for this day for a long time. She wasn't afraid of them insulting her with dirty words in front of everyone. She just feared they would act pitiful and hide away like turtles. The more passionately they act, the better. Only then will the scene be convincing. Below, Shinshu used all his sweet words to finally soothe Su Mayer. Then he looked at Yu Ryue with a teasing smile. You don't need to be too sad. It's not that you're bad, I just don't love you. You're just a maid I bought from my family. Please don't interfere in my relationship with my future wife. As for today's stalking and provocation, stop it. Go back to the village and don't flirt around outside. Keep your dignity as a wife, or don't blame me for being rude. Su Mayer also looked very proud, as if she had won. I wonder why you keep coming to bother me? Turns out you like Brother Shu, but can't have him. That's why you want to prove your worth. I warn you, Brother Shu and I are a perfect match. A servant like you isn't fit to talk to me. She then looked at Lin Bowen beside her. With a niece like you, you're not a good person either. Return the deposit to me. I won't come to your shady shop again. Ryua looked at them with contempt and smiled. Are you finished acting? Since you're done, it's my turn to speak, Shinshu snorted. If you want to win me back, don't bother. My heart belongs to Meyer. I won't look at you again. Ryua looked at him with a disgusted expression, as if he was crazy. Shinshu, don't you think what you're saying is very funny? If you don't want to marry me, just get a divorce or write me a formal separation letter. Why are you hiding in town? Can't you settle this? Sue Meyer answered first. You're just Shin family's servant. You act like you're the real wife. That's shameless. I've never seen someone so eager to be a concubine. Humph. Someone like you, who destroys a marriage, should be caught and punished severely, or sold to a brothel. Only through shared hardships and trials can true bonds be tested. Ryua looked at Sue Meyer with a mocking gaze. I exchanged tokens with him, wrote the marriage contract, received the bride price, and under the witness of all villagers and our parents from Hudong and Heshi villages, we have already gone through the wedding ceremony. Even my household registration has been transferred to the Shin family, and my name is on the family tree as Shin Shuji's wife. So, what do you think our relationship is? But Ryua continued, without matchmakers or bride prices, without your parents' approval, and just claiming to be engaged, you spend your days with a married man, calling him brother and husband, who is truly shameless, who acts like a and should be punished. Even if you want to become a concubine in the Shin family, you should ask me, the legal wife, for permission. After all, he and his family never earn money. The things you bought were paid for with the small land I farmed at home. So, where do you get the nerve to talk to me, the rightful wife, like this? Ryua. Shut up, Shin Shuji shouted angrily. Don't think you can force me to send you back. My heart belongs only to Meyer. If a fortune teller hadn't said your birth date would bring good luck to your husband, do you think I would have married you? Dream on, even if you joined the Shin family genealogy, so what? Without my love, you are just an outsider. I order you to apologize to Meyer right now, or I will divorce you. Before Ryua could speak, Sue Meyer got angry first. Brother Shuji, could this person really be your wife? Didn't you tell me that you never exchanged tokens or joined the family tree? The villagers watching the scene finally understood what was happening. So this is a story about a faithless man and his mistress bullying his wife. This wife is really pitiful. She's so beautiful, yet her husband ran away with another woman, even deceived everyone into thinking she was dead, and now she has to use the money she earned from farming to support the mistress. Is it true that mistresses are becoming so bold these days? Hearing them call her mistress over and over, Sue Meyer's eyes burned with anger. Shut up. I am not a mistress. We are truly in love. That ugly woman is the real mistress. Sue Mei's emotions were close to breaking down. She clung to Shinshu as if holding on to her last hope. Brother Shu, please tell them I am not a concubine. Shinshu quickly pulled her into his arms and gently comforted her. You're not. My heart belongs only to you. No one can take your place in my heart. Ryua smiled and raised an eyebrow. Miss Sue, I advise you not to trust men too easily. Men's words are often lies. Look at him calling you my precious, but he won't give you a proper status. Sue Mei's previously calm face darkened again. I think he's just talking, but he really likes me. Otherwise, why has he been pretending all this time? Why does he keep lying that he has no wife? Or that he wants to hide from me? Shinshu wanted to explain, but Ryua didn't give him a chance. By the way, if I'm right, he probably hasn't bought you many gifts. He's probably been spending your money all along. After all, I'm just a simple farmer from the countryside. I can't give him enough money to keep a mistress outside. But he said, since he's handsome and educated, he can't make much money, but tricking naive girls is easy. As Ryua spoke, Shinshu's face turned redder, and Sue Mei cried even harder. She continued to provoke and anger them. Husband, look at how much you've made your little wife cry. Hurry up and comfort me. Don't worry, I won't be angry. I know you love me the most. All those other women are just for fun, not serious. Sue Mei was about to explode with anger. She clenched her fists, jumping and stomping in place, acting like she was losing her mind. Shinshu, Do you want her or me? Shinshu hurriedly replied. I want you. I want you. Then you must immediately divorce this shameless woman and swear never to see her again. Shinshu hesitated. His father had warned him many times not to divorce her, saying women are cunning. Not only could they spy on the sickly man, but they could also use her to torment him. He didn't understand why his father insisted Shin-cho should live a sickly, tormented life, but he suspected it had something to do with the 10 taels of silver he received each month. Of course, there is one more thing. I heard that Yu Ryue has earned a lot of money recently. I am thinking of waiting for my father to come back and take that money back. Yu Ryue looked at Shinshu with hesitation, feeling a bit anxious inside, but not showing it. She didn't expect to meet Shinshu today, let alone him suddenly stepping out to confront her with Sue Meyer. Since she arrived in this world, she had always dreamed of having such a chance to escape this disgusting marriage. Although in ancient times, Shun-cho and old Shin could divorce Shinshu, she felt that her own written plan was more reliable. So she added fuel to the fire, husband. That Miss Sue is really ungrateful. Why not chase her away quickly? Find a gentle one instead. Don't keep jumping in front of me. Your lawful wife. She emphasized the words lawful wife very strongly. Sure enough, Sue Meyer was provoked by Shinshu's attitude and became even more furious. Shinshu, I order you now, immediately, to divorce her. If you don't, you'll never see me again in this life. Don't forget the Li family. Hearing the rumors that the Li family was about to change its head, and considering the people nearby, Shinshu made a quick decision.
Divorce.
I will divorce her now. But he didn't want to let Yu Ryue go so easily. Yu Ryue, even if you are given to me for free, I don't want you. Today we are done. You are no longer part of the Shin family.
But I paid money to buy you.
If you give me 100 taels now, I will immediately write a divorce letter. Everyone present gasped in shock. You unfaithful man. You still want 100 taels? Why don't you just rob? I think he doesn't really want to divorce her. Otherwise, why ask for so much silver? This girl makes a living farming. Where does she get 100 taels? Yu Ryue also laughed like she was hearing a joke.
Me Sue.
I am just a farmer. Asking for 100 taels of silver. Obviously, he doesn't want to part with me. Yu Ryue shot Shinshu a flirtatious look, exaggerated and disgusting.
All right.
Husband, stop pretending. It's tiring for everyone to stand here. The onlookers nearby, enjoying the show, also agreed. If you don't want a divorce, just say so. We won't laugh at you. After all, who would want to abandon such a beautiful lawful wife to marry a petty, quarrelsome outsider? Ha. The laughter of the person beside her felt like a sharp knife stabbing into Sue Meyer's chest, making her lose control. Shinshu, do you really not want to get married? Fine. Then don't expect any help from the Li family. Shinshu knew that the current situation was very unfavorable for him. It was as if he was being roasted over a fire by these people. He didn't know how to turn things around right now. His eyes finally settled on Yu Ryue. Was he really going to divorce his wife today? Actually, she wasn't as bad as he had thought. And from her subtle gestures just now, he could tell she was pretending not to care. In fact, she was very upset and reluctant. She was just saying harsh words out of anger to show that she still held a place in his heart. In truth, Yu Ryue had been honest at home, working hard to earn money so he could study and prepare for exams. She was willing to give him a proper status.
But now,
it was her own fault.
Fine.
I will divorce her now. When Yu Ryue heard the words, divorce, she was momentarily stunned. It only lasted a second, but Shinshu saw it clearly. It was normal for someone so outstanding to be reluctant. But there was nothing he could do. He only had one person, and only one wife's position.
Yu Ryue.
It's too late to regret now. Even if you kneel and beg me, Uncle Lin, quickly. Help me prepare paper and pen. Brother Zhao, be a witness for me. Yu Ryue interrupted Shinshu excitedly. Soon, Lin Bowen handed her the paper and pen. Shinshu took the paper and pen, and this time, he was stunned. Yu Ryue thought he had nowhere to write, so she quickly patted Qin Haowen's back. Cousin, your back is broad. Let him write on your back, so it's clear. Qin Haowen nodded and immediately stepped forward, bending down, then patted his strong back. Right here. Shinshu frowned, annoyed by their close behavior. You Ryue? I've never known you have a cousin. You Ryue smiled brightly. Why ask? Don't you want to divorce her again? Miss Su. She pinched Shinshu's waist and gave it a hard twist. He grimaced in pain, but didn't dare ask more. He quickly started writing a separation letter on Qin Haowen's back. Yu Ryue asked Lin Bowen to watch nearby, to prevent Shinshu from causing trouble with the letter. Lin Bowen was happy to help, and soon finished writing the separation letter neatly. After Shinshu signed it, Yu Ryue carefully looked it over. Luckily, the writing was in traditional characters, which she could read easily even if she couldn't write well. Once she confirmed there were no issues with the letter, she took a brush and signed her name crookedly, then pressed a red thumbprint. Next, she handed the letter to Zhao Hui. Lord Zhao, after I leave, can you help me transfer my household registration to my parents' name? Zhao Hui took the letter, examined it carefully, and nodded when everything looked fine. All right. Leave it to me. In the next moment, Shinshu was lifted with one hand and taken straight to the government office. No matter how panicked Shinshu was, he didn't loosen his grip, as if he was being taken to be punished. Yu Ryue was so happy she couldn't believe it. She never expected such a big surprise today. It felt like a dream, just like that. She had separated from the Shin family without paying a single cent. Oh my, is this a gift from heaven? Qin Haowen. Hurry. Pinch me and see if I'm dreaming right now. Qin Haowen didn't understand why she asked this, but still did as she was told. He quickly let go, feeling he hadn't used much strength. How could she scream so loudly? He hurriedly rolled up her sleeve, revealing a red mark on her fair arm, which frightened him so much he almost kneeled. Miss. Yu Ryue grabbed Qin Haowen's arm, her beautiful eyes full of joy. Oh my God, it's really not a dream. I am truly free from that scoundrel. Qin Haowen looked at her clear eyes reflecting his image and couldn't help but smile slightly. Miss you. Congratulations. Yu Ryue smiled happily and even bowed to the onlookers. Thank you all for witnessing my departure from that scoundrel. Su Mei thought she would see Yu Ryue crying and regretting her actions, but she was surprised to find that Yu Ryue had been robbed, and her husband was actually very happy, like she had just gotten rid of a big problem. Wait, no. All of this was fake. She was pretending. After preparing herself mentally, Su Mei turned to leave. Suddenly, Yu Ryue called out, Su Mei, confused. Su Mei looked back. What do you want? Are you regretting something? Yu Ryue playfully winked at her. Didn't you say you weren't called Su Mei? Remembering Su Mei's silly antics at the beginning, everyone burst out laughing, unable to stop. Ha ha ha. So, someone actually praises themselves. Ha ha ha. Su Mei's face turned bright red. She hurriedly tried to leave. Lin Bowen stepped in to stop her. Here, take these 2 taels of silver. Su Mei, here's your money. We're even now. Su Mei snatched the silver, covered her face, and ran away. Because she was covering her face, she couldn't see where she was going. She took a few quick steps and suddenly tripped, falling flat on the ground. This made everyone behind burst into laughter. Look, everyone! Su Mei, who dares to stand up to authority and helps others, just fell flat. From then on, Su Mei and Shinshu's reputation spread throughout Lu County. When Yu Ryue saw her name officially transferred from Shun's household register to her parents' register, she was so happy she wanted to tell everyone. If only she could open her own household registration. She really wanted her own account. Zhao Hui handed her the divorce letter again. It's stamped with the official seal. From now on, you have no connection with the Shin family. Even if his father comes looking, it won't help. Yu Ryue held the divorce letter, her eyes shining with excitement. Brother Zhao, thank you so much. When you have time, come to my house. I'll treat you to something delicious. Zhao Hui smiled faintly. No need for food. Just live well and follow the law. You will find your ideal partner again. Yu Ryue nodded quickly. I won't need a perfect partner, but I will live well and follow the law. Brother Zhao, I'm leaving now. Zhao Hui watched Yu Ryue walk away until she was out of sight, a smile still on his face. Next to her, someone cheerfully nudged Zhao Hui with his arm.
Boss.
That household registration used to require the family from Yu's house and Shin's family to come in person to handle it. You just did it without saying a word, even stamped it with an official seal, and then said you didn't like it? Zhao Hui glared at him irritably. I just felt sorry for that girl.
Don't think dirty thoughts about me. What?
Are you out of work? Since that's the case of Wang Matzi from Hudong village going missing is now your responsibility. People need to be seen alive, and bodies need to be found dead. Go investigate. The man wailed loudly. Boss, he's been missing for so long. Most likely, he was taken by wild animals in the mountains. How am I supposed to find his body? I should go patrol with my brothers now. The number of refugees in Luxian is increasing. If we don't do something, they might cause trouble. Zhao Hui kicked him. If you know all this, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and patrol. The officers quickly dispersed, but their eyes kept flickering around. Meanwhile, Yu Ryue returned home, went straight to the kitchen, and chased everyone out. She took 2 halves of a cold watermelon from the fridge, cut them into small pieces, and called out, Hua, lotus leaf, yenran, jade bamboo.
Come quickly.
Take these and go outside. For young girls hurried in, seeing their young ladies smiling sweetly while holding a kitchen knife, slicing a red-fleshed, green-skinned melon. They obediently carried the watermelon outside. Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan were stunned by their daughter's sudden display of confidence. Today is such a good day. Why are you bringing out the watermelon? Yu Ryue mysteriously took out a divorce letter, proudly waving it in front of everyone. Did you see what's written on it? A divorce letter. It's also stamped with an official seal. Do you know what that means? Yu Ryue, am free now. Yu Ryue cheered happily, her face full of joy. Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan were stunned for a moment, then stood up excitedly. Their happiness was impossible to hide. Really? My precious daughter is finally free from suffering. Yu Dihao quickly took the divorce letter, looked at it left and right, but couldn't understand what was written inside. Qin Haowen took it from him. Uncle, let me read it for you. Yudhu immediately handed over the letter of resignation, urging, Hurry. I want to hear for myself what that little rascal wrote. Liang Shulan quickly embraced Yu Ryue, tears streaming down her face. My precious daughter has suffered. From now on, we will never marry again. Mother won't pressure you anymore. Liang Shulan had always regretted pushing her daughter to marry. If she hadn't been so impatient, Yueluo wouldn't have worked herself to exhaustion trying to prove she could live well on her own, and she wouldn't have overworked herself to death. She didn't understand what had happened back then. Maybe it was too many family accidents, or perhaps she felt she wouldn't live long, so she wanted someone to keep her company, to love her daughter, and to ensure that after she and Yudhu passed away, her daughter wouldn't be so lonely. But she overlooked the hardships that marriage would bring. Mother was wrong before. My precious girl is so talented. She can live well on her own. From now on, our family will rely on each other. Mother won't pressure you anymore. Please don't blame her. Liang Shulan's crying made Yudhu secretly wipe his tears as well. Yu Ryue choked, her eyes red, and shook her head.
No blame.
I understand your good intentions. I only regret that I couldn't make you all feel at ease. Qin Haowen and the others watched nearby, genuinely happy for Yu Ryue. Once the Yao family trio calmed down, they felt their hearts grow closer. All right. No more crying. Let's eat some watermelon quickly, or it will get warm. Yudhe and Liang Shulan hurriedly wiped their tears and invited Qin Haowen and the others to eat watermelon together. In Kyoto, Qin Haowen had seen all kinds of new and interesting foods. He had tried everything the emperor had eaten, even things the emperor hadn't, but he had never seen the bright red fruit in front of him, emitting a cool aura. He picked up a piece with one hand. The cold sensation spread from his palm through his body. After taking a bite, the sweet, cool feeling slid down his throat into his stomach. The refreshing sensation instantly spread, making him feel incredibly cool despite the hot summer day. The other three young girls also ate one piece after another, truly enjoying the delicious fruit and unable to speak clearly. Yu Ryue held a watermelon in one hand and a small bowl in the other. The black seeds are just watermelon seeds. Don't swallow them, spit them out. Next year, we can find a sandy spot on the mountain and plant more. Qin Haowen and the others all ran to the kitchen. Each found a small wooden bowl and started eating watermelon while spitting out the seeds. Qin Haowen finished his piece, and Yu Ryue quickly gave him another. However, he kept looking at the watermelon with a bit of reluctance to eat more. Yu Ryue immediately guessed what he was thinking. Hurry up and eat it. I've already saved a portion for Aunt Qin. She's feeling weak and often feels dizzy. She can't eat this cold watermelon. After we finish, the cooling effect will lessen, and then you can take it back to her. Qin Haowen felt touched and quickly thanked her many times. After finishing these 2 watermelons, they celebrated simply. She immediately took 10 sheets of seaweed-wrapped rice, 10 sausages, and a pot of braised meat, then brought them along with her parents to the village chief's house. Shen Jiao was about to go find Yu Ryue when she saw her coming over happily. Yu Ryue immediately handed her a silver hairpin and a pair of silver earrings. This is a thank you gift from the Li family. I think these 2 things suit you very well. I picked them out especially for you. Shen Jiao's eyes sparkled as she took the hairpin and put it in her hair. She happily took the earrings and compared them on her ears. How do I look? Are they pretty? Yu Ryue nodded. Of course they look good. After all, Jiao is naturally beautiful. Shen Jiao blushed from the compliment, then shyly took out a small purse from inside her house and handed it over. I embroidered this myself. The stitches aren't perfect, so please don't dislike it. Yu Ryue quickly accepted it and hung it on her waist, swinging it. Thank you, Jiao. It looks wonderful. Ha! Such an act. Their happy and friendly atmosphere was interrupted by Zhang Huiyun's sarcastic remarks. Shen Jiao glared at her angrily. Sister-in-law, if you don't like us, just move out. My father has already found a good house for you in Heshi village. Why are you still hanging around here? Shen Qingye heard the noise and came out of the house with a grim face. Shen Jiao, how can you talk to your sister-in-law like that? Do you not know that the eldest sister-in-law is like a mother to you? Shen Jiao pouted and said, Big brother, my mother isn't dead yet, so there's no need for her to act as my mother. Village head Shen opened the door with a bad expression and agreed, Your father and mother aren't dead yet. There's no need for you to take charge here. The house in Heshi village has already been arranged. Since you want to split the family, pack up and move out quickly. When Shen Qingye mentioned splitting the family, he immediately fell silent. Village head Shen snorted coldly, then smiled again and looked at the Yu family. Brother Yu, why are you all here today? Yu Dihao laughed and said, Haha, we just came by for no special reason. Oh? Is there something I can help you with? Yu Dihao raised his hand to show something and said, Come on, let's go inside and talk. Village head Shen immediately greeted them with a full smile. Jiao, go bring over 3 bowls of sweet soup. Shen Jiao made a silly face at Shen Qingye and Zhang Huiyun, then happily ran to the kitchen to prepare 3 bowls of sweet soup. Inside, Yu Ryue explained her purpose. Village head Shen smiled awkwardly and said, It's a bit embarrassing to admit, but my younger son came to tell me. He saw Shen Shu inside, and they're studying at the same school. I thought it was better not to cause trouble, so I didn't tell Ryue about it. She suffered for so long, and I feel really sorry. Don't worry. This matter is indeed our Shen family's fault. As for the family tree issue, I will make sure to handle it properly. From village head Shen's perspective, both the Yu family and Lao Kaishan were unreasonable and reckless. He just didn't want to get involved in trouble. The 3 members of the Yu family understood this, so they didn't show any displeasure. They exchanged polite words, drank a bowl of sweet soup, and the matter was basically settled. Before leaving, Ryue reminded, Uncle Shen, this matter must be kept secret. Don't tell anyone in the village. You know my eldest uncle is quite pitiful. He's unloved by his parents, sick all over, and I've hurt him many times before. I want to make it up to him. Village head Shun understood. Without this identity, if Ryue talked to Shun Cho a few more times, the gossiping women in the village would make a fuss for a long time. It was really troublesome. So he nodded in agreement. After the person left, Zhang Huiyun immediately scolded Shen Qingye. Go check your father's room. The Yu family is so rich, with gold and silver. They will definitely give your father more. Our family's division document hasn't been stamped by the county yet, so we are still considered one family. Therefore, everything the Yu family gives will also be shared with us. Shen Qingye also thought this made sense. When he just expressed his opinion inside, village chief Shen hit him with a pipe. You unfilial son. How could I have given birth to such a thing? Let's go. We'll go to the town and fully divide the family so you won't always be thinking about the little money your sister has or the food I eat. Honestly, after these days of calm, Shen Qingye no longer wanted to split the family. But he couldn't bring himself to tell his father, so he just stayed at home and didn't leave. Unexpectedly, he just wanted his own belongings, and his father got so angry. He felt sad and remembered what Zhang Huiyun said. Your father and mother are very biased. They dislike you the most. Your brothers and sisters are just drinking your blood and spending your silver. Shen Qingye increasingly felt that Zhang Huiyun was right. He immediately agreed to fully split the family in the town. He couldn't let this family of vampires keep draining his blood and spending his silver anymore. After village chief Shen finished the family division in town, he immediately, in front of the clan leader and elders, completely removed Yu Ryue's name from the Shen family genealogy. Yu Ryue was now completely cut off from the Shen family. When she received the news, she was visiting the newly decorated noodle factory. Everything was done according to the drawings you gave me, and I bought the best materials inside. Each step has its own separate compartment. As for the drawing room you mentioned, it's already built at the back, not only with firewalls but also with a stove. I tried it myself. It's as hot as a big steamer. There are also special places for making bags and food, so don't worry. Yu Ryue looked around and felt very satisfied. She found Qin Haowen to be very efficient and straightforward. The people working under him were all very honest. She was very curious and asked how he managed to control people so well. Qin Haowen simply said, it's not really about control. It's like leading soldiers in battle. As long as you use the right strategies, reward good behavior, and punish bad, things usually go smoothly. Wow, he actually used military tactics. Yu Ryue was quite curious about Qin Haowen's background. What did your family do before? He replied, we fought in wars. Yu Ryue pursed her lips and realized she might have brought home a very impressive person. She didn't ask more but called Yansrin and Yuju to help her knead dough. She planned to teach them how to make dried noodles and instant noodles. At first, she thought making noodles wouldn't be hard, but she soon saw it was tricky. It required skill. Too hard or too soft wouldn't work. Next, they had to roll the dough into strips, sprinkle some flour, let it rise again, then tear the strips into finger-thick pieces. These were wrapped around 2 equal-length sticks and hung inside a closed wooden box to rise again. After rising, they hung the noodles on a tall rack. They pulled the sticks gently, stretching the noodles into long, thin strands, then fixed them to dry in the air. Yu Ryue struggled at the final step. When she tried to pull the noodles after hanging them, they broke. In contrast, Yansrin and Yuju made longer, thinner noodles with hardly any breaks. Yu Ryue felt frustrated. She had said she would teach them, but after just 3 or 4 tries, they had already mastered the technique. Their noodles were long, thin, and perfect. But the 2 girls didn't understand. Bold Yansrin asked, Miss, if we leave the noodles here, won't we waste food? If we don't cook them soon, they'll dry out. Exactly, they'll dry out. Really? Can we still eat them after they dry? Yu Ryue laughed loudly. Don't worry. Once they are completely dried tomorrow, you'll see how good they are. Let's go. Since you've learned this, I'll show you how to make another kind. Yansrin and Yuju didn't fully understand but respected her. However, when they entered the next room, even respect was hard to maintain. Miss, are you sure you want to turn the noodles into curved shapes and then fry them? Then what about a big pot of oil? Could it cause problems? Miss, you better wait outside. If the oil pot explodes, it won't be good for you. Yuryua looked at Yen Yen and Yuju, both of whom were very alert. She wanted to smile and comfort them, but Qin Haowen suddenly said, "Sorry about that," and then hugged her waist, carrying her away. Yuryua wasn't sure what kind of step Qin Haowen was taking, and before she could react, they were already outside. Soon after, they heard the sizzling sound of frying oil from inside. Once it was safe, Qin Haowen carefully carried her back inside. Yuryua felt like she was a small figurine in Qin Haowen's hands, being carried around easily without any trouble. Honestly, Qin Haowen was really strong. At first, Yuryua thought it would take 2 or 3 days to study these 2 dishes, but with Yen Yen and Yuju, who were both great cooks, they finished everything in just 1 day. Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan looked at the instant noodles in the bowl, their eyes shining.
Wow.
Did they make this? Such skill. It looks just like real noodles. Yuryua laughed happily. It is real. They just haven't perfected the seasoning yet. Since we don't have braised beef, we'll use braised pork instead. Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan nodded eagerly, already looking forward to it. Someone had said before that eating instant noodles was like eating a plastic bag, and eating spicy hot pot was like eating 2 plastic bags. But they couldn't resist because both instant noodles and hot pot smelled so good. They ate nervously, feeling a bit guilty. Later, when news spread that these foods were actually quite good, they relaxed and started enjoying them more. Now, in ancient times, everyone was focused on making money and surviving, so they hadn't thought much about instant noodles for a long time. Just looking at the noodle cake made her feel hungry. Yuryua took a big bowl, added the noodle cake, fresh vegetables, and a well-seasoned packet she had improved many times. Then she added some braised meat and hot water, quickly covering it with something. After a few minutes, she uncovered the bowl, and a wonderful aroma filled the room. Yuryua couldn't help but swallow hard. Hua and the others didn't expect that this strange noodle cake would smell so good after soaking. Yu Dihao couldn't wait to take a bite. Smells so good. It smells so good. This is exactly the flavor I want. Liang Shulan also took a bite. Although it tasted a little different from the instant noodles she usually ate, she still felt very satisfied. Yuryua followed the same steps to prepare a bowl for each of the others. They looked at the strange noodles in their bowls, all swallowing hard and feeling that the wait was a bit too long. When they finally took a bite, it was so delicious that it felt like their soul was leaving their body. Even Mother Qin, who was unwell, ate an extra bowl compared to usual. Seeing this, Yuryua felt even more confident. The next day, she went straight to the town and headed to Qingju restaurant, hoping to ask if they knew a noodle shop where she could buy some plain flour cheaply. Waiter, is young Master Meng Chen here? Please tell him Yuryua is looking for him. The waiter turned to go and report, but suddenly a voice stopped him at the door. Hold on. No way. Anyone can see my brother now. Yuryua looked back and saw, to her surprise, Meng Qi, whom she had met before.
Humph.
What are you doing here? We don't serve women, only learn scholars. Be smart and leave quickly, or don't blame me for finding someone to throw you out. Yuryua raised an eyebrow and smiled. Miss Meng, why don't you ask your brother to come out and talk? Meng Qi lifted her chin proudly, acting as if she was above everyone else. Don't use my brother to scare me. My brother wouldn't have anything to do with someone like you. If he found out, he might even hit you. Yuryua sneered. Miss Meng, I don't want to waste time with you. Just call your brother down. Meng Qi crossed her arms and looked at her with disdain.
What?
After stealing Mei's fiancé, now you want to steal my brother too? I've never seen such a shameless woman as you. Yuryua couldn't help but laugh. She took a few steps forward and slapped her. The slap was loud and sharp, leaving Meng Qi stunned.
You. How dare you hit me?
Waiter, hold down this shameless woman for me. Since it wasn't mealtime, Qingju restaurant had no customers. Meng Chen was upstairs, looking at the account book and feeling worried. Although they had supplies from Yuryua, which improved their business a lot, Qingju restaurant was famous for only allowing educated scholars inside. The food was also bad and expensive. Even though some changes were made, no one still wanted to try it. In contrast, the Xiangxiang restaurant, which also got supplies from Yuryue, was doing 10 times better than theirs. Other restaurants regretted leaving that day, missing such a good chance. Meng Chun, stop pretending to be dead. Come out. If you don't come out now, our partnership will end. Meng Chun frowned and looked annoyed. Waiter. Waiter. Who is making noise outside? A person hurriedly entered and respectfully said, It's Miss. She was just beaten downstairs. We're trying to catch the attacker, but the person has a strange weapon that makes anyone who touches it freeze. Meng Chun rubbed his eyes tiredly. Didn't I say that Meng Qi should stay out of trouble? Forget it. Take me downstairs to see who dares to hit my sister in Qingzhou restaurant. As Meng Chun opened the door and went down the stairs, he saw a familiar figure with a strange stick. Whenever the stick touched someone, that person would become stiff and tremble. His sister had a bright red handprint on her face and was angrily shouting, Quick, catch this scoundrel. How dare you flirt with my brother and Mei's fiancé? I'll make sure you suffer forever. Meng Chun quickly shouted, Stop. Who dares to cause trouble in Qingzhou restaurant? Waiter. Go report to the officials. Catch this thief and give him a good beating. Hearing the noise upstairs, Yuryue immediately turned around and looked coldly at Meng Chun. Boss Meng, you have quite a big mouth. Meng Chun's pupils shrank in surprise. He hurriedly ran down. Stop him. As soon as he reached the bottom, his sister threw herself into his arms. Brother, you're finally here. Quickly catch this who only flirts with men. I want to send her to jail and make her suffer forever. Seeing Yuryue's increasingly cold gaze, Meng Chun shouted sternly, Meng Qi. Shut up. Apologize to boss you right now. Meng Qi looked incredulous. Big brother? Are you out of your mind? You're asking me to apologize to this person? Are you really under his spell? Sure enough, she is a flirtatious woman, not only seducing Shinshu but also trying to you. Watch me teach this little troublemaker a lesson. As Meng Qi raised her hand, another slap landed on her face. This time, it wasn't Yuryue who hit her, but Meng Chun. Boss Yu is a valued guest at our Qingzhou restaurant. If you keep talking nonsense, don't blame me for enforcing discipline. Hurry. Apologize to Boss Yu. Meng Qi stubbornly shook her head. No, she said this and tried to run away. Yuryue stood nearby and coldly said, Young Master Meng, if your sister doesn't apologize today, our two families' cooperation will end here. I don't want to work with someone who hates me so much. Meng Qi turned back and spat fiercely. I won't. What kind of person are you? I don't believe I can't survive without you. Meng Chen's face was cold and stern. Someone, stop the young lady. The waiters immediately rushed forward to stop her, but they couldn't really hurt Meng Qi, the young lady of the Meng family. They could only watch helplessly as she slipped out the door. Meng Chen's face was as dark as a pot, but since she was his own sister, he was used to pampering her. However, when his gaze met Yuryue's half-smile, he sensed trouble. He quickly bowed and apologized. Boss Yu, I truly apologize. My sister is young and naive, and if I offended you, please forgive us. I apologize on her behalf. Yuryue sneered. My, your sister is so young? She looks about 17 or 18. I'm only 15. Who do you think is young? Since Qingzhou restaurant has no intention of continuing our cooperation, there's no need to come to my house for supplies anymore. Farewell. Meng Chun didn't expect Yuryue to really leave so decisively. He hurried forward to stop her, but just as his hand was about to touch her arm, he suddenly felt a flash before his eyes, a numbness in his waist, and then he collapsed to the ground. When he recovered, he immediately ordered his men to chase after Yuryue. However, he only saw her leaving in a carriage with Hu Ji, the owner of Xiangxiang restaurant. On her return, Hu Ji looked very happy, clearly having gained something very valuable. Meng Chun was so angry that he felt weak and returned home in a rage. He wanted to take the troublemaker to apologize, but as soon as he got home and was about to speak, his father slapped him. Meng Chun, you really are something. How dare you hit your sister because of A? You don't need to worry about Qingzhou wine house anymore. Meng Chun looked incredulous. Father, this is a critical time, and that Boss Yu is an important guest for us. Without her, our restaurant would have closed a few days ago. Moreover, she was here today to discuss a big business deal, but your good daughter ruined it." Meng Qi didn't speak and just kept crying. His father, overwhelmed, kicked his son out and refused to listen to him. "Father, you will regret this." The Meng family was in chaos. Meanwhile, Yuriyue happily stored another cart of flour into her space. She currently didn't have enough staff, so reducing supplies to one restaurant would help a lot. Anyway, she hadn't lost anything. Next, she planned to focus on recruiting people and expanding her business. When village chief Shen heard the news, he was so happy he almost jumped. "Ryue, you are truly a great benefactor of our village." After saying that, he immediately wrote a notice and posted it at the entrances of Hudong and Heshi villages. He was even afraid that villagers wouldn't understand, so he stood at the village entrance and explained to everyone who passed by. At the noodle factory, Yuriyue had just set up her stool and prepared her brushes and paper when a group of people rushed over. "Fourth brother, I heard you're hiring. How much do you pay per day? What exactly will I be doing?" "Fourth brother, I used to carry you when you were little. You have to hire me." "Fourth brother, I have a good relationship with your father, like brothers. If you don't take me, your father might scold you." Hearing about the job, most men from Heshi and Hudong villages came over. One said he carried her when she was young. Another said he used to feed her. Yu Dihao's face stiffened with a smile, but he kept his composure. "Uncles and elders, I can't say much about the hiring. My wife and daughter are the ones who decide. They are the ones doing the cooking. Most of you probably haven't even entered a kitchen at home, so how can you do this work? Please bring your wives over." When those people heard this, they immediately became unhappy. "Fourth brother, you can't always be so timid. Your wife and daughter don't understand anything. Women are short-sighted. In critical moments, we men have to rely on ourselves. And if you pay enough wages, they won't need to learn. Did you hear that they paid 30 coins a day to build your house? For relatives like us, shouldn't it be 40 coins? Yu Dihao chuckled and spread his hands. "I don't have a penny on me, so I can't pay anything. Only my daughter and wife can speak for me." Yu Dihao's helplessness made those people very angry. In the end, they shifted their focus to Liang Shulan. This time, they changed their strategy. It wasn't about saying, "I held you when you were a child," but instead started talking to old you and old Madam Yu, saying, "Let me tell you, I am closer to your father-in-law than brothers. If your father-in-law were here now, I wouldn't just get 40 coins, I'd get 50. I used to help your family a lot. If your parents-in-law were here, they'd definitely invite me in quickly." Liang Shulan was speechless. These shameless people were really boastful. Everyone knew what kind of people old you and old Madam Yu were. If they weren't out picking up money, they were losing money. How could they possibly invite her in and give 50 coins? She wasn't going to put up with it. 20 coins. Only for women, no lunch served at noon. Take it or leave it. The old man across immediately got excited and raised his hand to hit her. Liang Shulan pulled out a kitchen knife, holding it across her chest, and sneered, "Big uncle, do you think this is your home? If you dare to move, believe it or not, I'll cut you today." Seeing the cold gleam of the knife, the man immediately swallowed his saliva. Then he cursed and left in a grumble. Yuriyue also took a chopping knife, sitting steadily nearby. Soon, those proud, self-important old men went back home. Then she called all the young women and wives from her family, even pulling her trembling mother-in-law, who was leaning on a cane and weak, from her sickbed. Yuriyue looked at these women, all patched up and some even looking frightened, and sighed. In fact, most women in the village were simple and honest. Except for a few gossiping women who liked to show off, more than half of them had suffered from domestic violence for years and were timid and afraid. They each stepped forward, first introducing themselves and then explaining what kind of noodles they could make. Yuriyue sat nearby and pointed at Old Lady Wang, Kong Lanhua, Gao Lady, Zhang Huiyun, and other gossipers, saying, "People who like to gossip about others' lives, stay away." She also pointed at Gao Yan and Yu Lao's wife, saying, "People from the Yu family, stay away. Finally, she pointed at those who like to take small advantages and cheat, saying, "People who are sneaky and like to cheat, stay away." Immediately, a quarter of the crowd was dismissed. Old Lady Wang and the gossipers were furious when they heard this. "Why are you excluding me? Believe it or not, I'll turn over all your stalls and make it impossible for you to run your business." Gao Yan was also very angry. "You little brat. I am your third auntie. This noodle stand belongs to our Yu family. Why are you excluding me? Believe it or not, I'll beat you to death." People who were used to sneaky tricks and petty thefts turned red with anger. "You little girl. I am honest and straightforward. Why are you excluding me? If you dare to exclude me, we'll destroy your place and stop you from working." Yu Ryue held a chopping knife, standing confidently in front of them. "Come on. Let's see how you think I can't keep going. You little girl, don't think I'm afraid just because you're holding a knife. Believe it or not, I could kill you first." Just as these women threatened, Village Chief Shin and the elders from the Shin family came over, looking annoyed. Village Chief Shin looked at the woman who had just spoken and said, "Say that again. Who do you want to hurt? Did Ryue say anything wrong? How many times have you stolen, and I caught you? Do you want me to take you to the authorities? Let the officials judge." The woman was so scared, she quickly shook her head. "No need. I was just angry and joking around." "Village Chief, please don't take it seriously." Village Chief Shin glared at her and then looked at Gao Yan. "What about you? Your parents and husband are all inside. Do you want to go in too?" Gao Yan didn't dare to continue and left in a hurry. Then she looked at the gossipers again. "What do you all do every day besides gossip about others? Just stand here and watch. Don't blame me if I get rude." The elders of the Shin family also stepped forward to support her. "Anyone who tries to stop Ryue from starting her business is going against our Shin family." With Village Chief Aramura and the village elders present, no one dared to object. Finally, 35 people were chosen. Yoru Tsukiyuki stood at a high place and warned, "Starting tomorrow, work begins. Today, go home, take a bath, wash your hair, and trim your nails. Tomorrow, I will check everyone. If anyone's hygiene doesn't meet the standards, they won't be allowed to come. If you slack off or neglect your work and talk about the things here outside, you won't be allowed to come either. If you cause any damage to my face or reputation, you'll have to pay for it. If you feel the conditions are too strict, you can leave immediately." The women didn't want to miss this chance to earn extra money for their families. They quickly nodded in agreement. But the next day, 2 women still looked dirty, with black mud under their nails and on their hands. Leaves looked confused. "Didn't I tell you yesterday to go home, take a bath, and wear clean clothes before coming? Why do you still look like that?" The 2 women didn't think they did anything wrong. Instead, they happily tugged at Leaves' sleeve, leaving 2 clear black handprints. "Yesterday, I went home to cook and do laundry, then help my old man wash his feet. By dinner time, my little grandson heard that his grandma could earn money, and he insisted on eating dumplings. I just cut some meat, made a few dumplings, and after finishing everything, it was already dark. I went to wash in the big river, but there were too many mosquitoes, so I didn't go. But don't worry, I will work properly later, and there's no need to rush. If it were winter, we would waste firewood." Another woman nearby agreed. "We're all from the village. Why bother so much? We cook at home the same way. Doesn't it taste just as good? Let's not fuss over it. We can just wash tomorrow." Leaves looked at the 2 black handprints on her clothes and suddenly regretted asking such a question. "Both of you, go now. We don't want messy people here." The 2 women, smiling mischievously, suddenly looked angry.
"What did you say?"
"I already spent my wages from the past 2 days to buy meat. Now you want to dismiss me? Why?" When the village chief was mentioned, they immediately softened their voices. "Good girl. We'll go wash now. It's not worth bothering the village chief over this. You go inside first. We'll come over in a little while. Remember to leave the door open for us." Hai ignored them and followed Yanran and Yuju inside with the others. At the door, there were 2 guards that Yu Ryue had bought yesterday. Qin Haowen personally chose them. They are very good people, and they are twins, but they don't talk much. Yu Ryue named them Jingyue and Moyuan. She hoped that even if they didn't speak, they could still be happy every day. The two women had just finished washing and hurried over, but Jingyue and Moyuan stopped them at the door. They wanted to cause trouble, but Jingyue and Moyuan each held a small axe, looked cold, said nothing, and just stared at them. Frightened, the women quickly ran back home, afraid that these two identical fierce guards might hurt them. Meanwhile, Wang Dabii and Chen Feng heard the news and wanted to cause trouble at the face-making shop's entrance. They always thought that their son's disappearance was connected to Yu Ryue. But when they arrived, they were scared away by Jingyue and Moyuan's icy stares. Many others also tried to sneak in, but no matter how much they begged, Jingyue and Moyuan wouldn't speak. They just cursed them for being mute. When Hai relayed the news, the Yu family was laughing so hard they almost fell over. Yu Ryue asked with a smile, "Haha, that's so funny. Qin Haowen, how did you find out?" "These two are really amusing," Qin Haowen said. "They used to be palace guards." "Really?" Yu Dihao was surprised. "But they admire me a lot. They said 2 words for me, then were banished and later sold. I met them by chance. They got hurt during a sparring match and weren't sold. I thought their martial skills were good, so I bought them to protect the young lady." Yu Ryue suddenly felt suspicious. She wondered if Qin Haowen's words made sense. She understood every word he said, but when put together, she couldn't understand. Wasn't she supposed to be reading a story about farming? Why was there talk about palace guards? And how could this person say that palace guards were banished just because they admired him and only said 2 words? Banished? That's a huge crime. Qin Haowen noticed the shock on Yu Ryue's face and quickly explained, "Miss, don't worry. These 2 are just guards outside the palace. They have no backing, so there's no need to worry about their families rescuing them. Plus, after the last lesson, they will be even more loyal to their master." Was Yu Ryue really surprised by this? What shocked her was how serious the crime must have been for a guard who only said 2 words to be sentenced to exile. She just wanted to live honestly in the village and didn't want to get involved in these complicated matters. She thought hard but couldn't understand. Could it be that Qin Haowen, who looks strong and healthy, actually has a mental problem? Most likely, he might have delusional thoughts. In their small, remote place, even if someone is exiled, they should go to places like Ningguda, Yazhou, Lingnan, or Fangling.
Hua.
Is there a place called Ningguda nearby? One used specifically for exile, Hua respectfully replied. No. Yu Ryue immediately felt relieved. However, there's a place called Ninggutai. She quickly drove everyone away, entered her space, and searched on Baidu. Ningguda, also known as. 3 words appeared. Ning.
Gu. Tai.
Yu Ryue suddenly felt like being quiet. Don't ask her who she wants to be quiet about. But she soon calmed down, realizing this is a fictional dynasty and places with similar names are common. In the end, she concluded that Qin Haowen definitely has delusional disorder. Because this story sounds too unbelievable, like living in a remote mountain village and finding 3 homeless people, one of whom claims the other 2 are the president's bodyguards, and they became homeless because they admire and defend him. So, Yu Ryue came out of her space, patted Qin Haowen on the shoulder, and said sincerely, "Haowen, if you're sick, go get it treated.
Don't delay."
"Don't worry, I can still afford to pay for your treatment." Qin Haowen shook his head in confusion. "I'm not sick." Yu Ryue replied, "Yes, you are. And you're quite seriously ill. But don't worry, I won't look down on you. Go now. Get to work." Qin Haowen was confused by Yu Ryue's sympathetic expression and could only accept the idea that he might be unwell. Days passed by one after another. Because Yu Shi and Yu Tian focused on studying hard, they never returned home after being sent to school. Even their teacher praised them for their dedication. After Yu Ryue made 2 more batches of school bags, she also successfully made noodles and instant noodles. In ancient times, where there was no copyright protection, anything that could make money, like school bags or noodles, was quickly copied by others. So Yu Ryue didn't immediately sell the instant noodles and noodles outside. Instead, she stored all the finished products in her space, planning to save more, and then talked to Zhonggui from Tianfu Tower in Liuzhou Prefecture about cooperation. Ryue, are you at home? Open the door quickly. It's me, Ching Ching. I just came back from my grandmother's house, and I brought you some delicious food. Hurry and open the door. Ryue thought for a moment. Could she be the original owner's close friend, Gao Qingqing? She walked to the door. As soon as she opened it, Gao Qingqing smiled and squeezed in from the other side. Ryue, what are you doing inside? Why did you take so long to open the door? Seeing this girl, who looked around suspiciously as soon as she entered, Ryue immediately recognized her. She was the close friend who had given the original owner the aphrodisiac, encouraged her to drug Shincho, and even persuaded her to run away with someone. She had also tricked her out of a lot of money. Ryue, I heard that you're now quite wealthy. Why are you still living in that shabby place at the Shin family? By the way, I heard you can make hawthorn jelly? Show me how you do it. After saying this, Gao Qingqing walked straight into the kitchen, looking around without hesitation. Fortunately, she had moved all her things to the new house. Even if she rummaged through the kitchen, she found nothing. She was a bit annoyed and came out of the kitchen, giving Ryue a look full of disapproval. Ryue, why is there nothing in your kitchen? Are you hiding it from me? Gao Qingqing placed the basket on the table in the yard, her face full of pride. I bought you this. You've never tasted it before. It's a special local product from my grandmother's side, brought just for you. Ryue was a bit curious. This best friend, who always tried to get benefits from the original owner, what kind of local specialty would she bring? When Gao Qingqing carefully took out the wrapped item from the oil paper, she slowly peeled away the outer layer, revealing seaweed rice rolls. This costs 10 taels of silver outside. See how good I am to you? Even when I go back to my grandmother's house, I haven't forgotten about you. Ryue looked at Gao Qingqing's proud and disdainful expression. If these seaweed rice rolls weren't made by her, she might have believed it. Didn't anyone tell her that she was the one who made them? Actually, no one told her. The Gao family lived on the edge of Heshi village, and Gao's mother had a little money, so they looked down on the villagers. No matter who they talked to, they held their chin high, acting very proud. But in reality, they had no real skills. Whenever they ran out of money, the whole family would pack up and go to Gao Qingqing's grandmother's house to beg for help. This time, they had just returned from begging and were in a stage where no one looked up to them. Because of this, Gao Qingqing only knew that Ryue had some money, sold hawthorn cakes, and even opened a factory, but she didn't realize that the seaweed rice rolls were part of it. Gao Qingqing didn't notice the complicated look on Ryue's face. She pushed the rice rolls forward and happily hugged Ryue's arm. Ryue, I see you as my best sister. Whatever you want to do, I'll help you. So this time, you have to help me too. The village's noodle factory is hiring, right? Why don't you get all 13 of us in? Oh, I also heard you're close to Shin Jiao Jiao, that little troublemaker. And you let her be in charge. Then I should be in charge too. I think that noodle factory is pretty good. If you hand that place over to us, you can just sit back and collect the money. Sure enough, when someone was speechless, they would start laughing. Haha, no way. Gao Qingqing suddenly got angry and shook her hand off. Ryue. What do you mean? Ryue was about to start criticizing when Gao Qingqing suddenly looked very understanding. Oh, I knew you, a naive country girl. Wouldn't have any ideas about making money. That factory is probably your cousin's, right? I heard he's handsome and single. How about this? I know he's just a businessman and not a good match for me. But for your sake, I'll reluctantly agree to this marriage. After I marry your cousin, I promise I won't treat you badly. After saying this, she grabbed a seaweed rice ball, twitched her hips, and walked away. She was really speechless about her original best friend. Could such a strange person just disappear from her life? She shook her head and sighed, then went to the backyard garden. She pulled some dense green vegetables to give them more space to grow. She also took some tender greens to the kitchen. She kept some for making soup at night and threw the rest into a cage to feed the little wild rabbits. Rabbits reproduce very quickly. One litter had 7 babies. But after raising them for a while, she found it hard to eat them. Once she finished tidying up at home, she soon heard the sound of a carriage outside. Ryue quickly locked the door of the Shin family house. Seeing Qin Haowen jump down from the carriage, she looked at him with some sympathy. His family had gone through a big change, and he had developed delusions. Now he was being bothered by Gao Qingqing, which was very sad. She decided to remind him. Qin Haowen nodded and suddenly looked sharply at the jujube tree outside the Shu family's house. Who? Yu Ryue turned her head and saw Shenhua coming out from behind the jujube tree, looking resentful. Yu Ryue. You flirtatious woman, my second brother isn't dead yet, and you're already flirting with other men in public. How can you do this to my second brother? How about my eldest brother? Yu Ryue had tolerated her because Shenhua had helped her a lot when she first crossed over. But since she sent Shincho to study, Shenhua kept acting crazy. Her patience was running out. She coldly said, "Your second brother eloped on his wedding night, leaving me to face cold looks and insults. He didn't think he was wrong. Why should I think I did something wrong to him? And don't you think you're meddling too much? If you have the ability, go find your second brother. If you lack the courage, then shut your mouth. Did you do something wrong to your older brother? Are you trying to vent all your anger on me?" Shenhua's face instantly turned pale. She nervously took a step back, saying, I haven't done anything wrong to my older brother. I only did it for his sake." After saying this, she turned around and ran away. Qin Haowen immediately said, "Miss Ryue, she seems a bit off. I saw her several times behind this tree. Should we catch her and ask her what's going on?" Yu Ryue watched Shenhua's panicked back and shook her head. "No need. This is their family matter, and it has nothing to do with me." Qin Haowen nodded quickly, and the two of them rode a carriage into town. First, they delivered some food made with spiritual spring water to Madame Sun, Lin Bowen, Zhao Hui, and Qin Wanru. Then they went to see Yu Shi and Yu Tian. Maybe it was just Ryue's feeling, but she thought these two seemed to have grown taller. She had to look up to talk to them, almost as tall as Shin Cho and Qin Haowen. After finishing all the deliveries, they finally arrived at Tiando Academy. The lively students at the gate already knew Ryue. When they saw her, they hurried over to ask, "Which brother are you here to see this time?" Ryue smiled and handed them a candy. "Please help me find Lin Yihao. Tell him I have something for him." Soon Lin Yihao came out. He was still himself, and Ryue didn't see Shincho. She felt a little disappointed. "Ryue, what did you bring me this time? By the way, the meat sauce from last time was so delicious that even my mother ate 2 more bowls of rice with it. My father and sister also praised it a lot. Even his mother and sister wished he would marry her." Of course, he couldn't say that aloud. Ryue smiled and handed him a bundle. "Don't worry. I brought 2 this time. 1 for you, and 1 for my older brother. Inside, there's not only meat sauce, but also duck snacks." Lin Yihao happily took it. "Thank you, sister." Ryue waved her hand with a smile. "It's me who should thank you. Without you, my bags wouldn't sell so well." "Oh, and the candles you wanted are inside too." Lin Yihue was so excited, he almost jumped up. The two of them talked for a while longer, and then Yu Ryue left by car. After they were far away, Lin Yihue went to the big willow tree in the middle of the school. He looked kindly at Shincho at the gate and said, "Stop looking. They've gone far away. By the way, why didn't you go out? Sister Ryue probably wants to see you too." Shincho slowly took a handkerchief from his sleeve and wiped the blood from his mouth. "No, she would worry if she saw me like this." Lin Yihue shook his head and sighed, feeling confused. "I don't understand. Why do you want to learn martial arts?
How old are you?"
Passing the imperial exams is the real thing." Shincho didn't answer. Instead, he kept thinking about the day Yu Ryue chose Qin Haowen and helped each other leave. Unaware that Shincho had been hiding in the shadows watching her, Yu Ryue felt a little regretful at first, but her worries soon took over. "Kind sir, please have mercy. We beg you to give us some food. We haven't eaten in a long time." Qin Haowen frowned. "Miss Ryue, there are many beggars blocking the way ahead. Should we take a different route?" Yu Ryue lifted the curtain and looked outside. Sure enough, many ragged people were blocking the road. If the officials weren't watching, they might have started grabbing things. She lowered the curtain. "Then let's take another road." But no matter which way they took, There were always beggars blocking the way. Seeing these people holding children in their arms, Yuryue felt very worried. More and more beggars appeared on the road. It seemed they were refugees. She could understand. The locusts came from the north, and the people there must have been affected early. If the two villages hadn't worked together to fight the locusts, their crops would have been destroyed too, just like other nearby villages. Every family tightened their belts and went out to find work. And with the government doing nothing and showing no concern, by autumn, just avoiding higher taxes would be a blessing. Thinking of this, Yuryue's heart sank deeper. It seemed the world was about to fall into chaos soon. When she returned home, she gathered a few people and sped up making noodles and instant food. Soon, another batch was ready. Yuryue and Qin Haowen planned to go to Liuzhou Prefecture to find when Moud Hao took out the knives he bought a few days ago with Zhao Hui's help and handed one to Qin Haowen and one to Yuryue. You two must be very careful on the road. If you encounter bandits, just turn around and run. Money and valuables are just things. There's no need to risk your lives for them. Liang Shulan also held Yuryue's hand and carefully advised her, when you're outside, don't eat anything given by strangers. Be cautious and think carefully. There are some pancakes made this morning and some dried meat I baked last night. If you're hungry, you can eat some. No matter whether the business deal goes well or not, take good care of yourself. Your father and I are here at home, so you don't need to worry. Yuryue kept nodding. I'm already grown up. Nothing will happen. Plus, Qin Haowen is with me. He's so skilled, he definitely won't let anything happen. Qin Haowen also kept reassuring them, uncles and aunts, don't worry. Even if I have to risk my life, I will make sure the young lady is safe. Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan still felt uneasy. Since experiencing life and death moments, they couldn't help but want to keep their daughter close all the time. Now that things had finally settled down, their daughter was going so far away to handle some matters. How could they not worry? Yuryue and Qin Haowen spent nearly half an hour persuading them before they finally agreed to go together. Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan stood at the door watching their daughter and Qin Haowen leave, feeling very sad. Tears welled up in their eyes. Although they felt heartbroken, they knew this was how raising children was. One couldn't keep them by their side forever. And so, Qin Haowen drove the carriage, with Yuryue sitting inside, heading together toward Liuzhou Prefecture. Along the way, Yuryue saw more and more refugees. They looked gaunt, with dull eyes, as if they had been starving for a long time. As soon as they saw something, they would rush to grab it. Fortunately, Qin Haowen was skilled in martial arts, and they safely arrived at Liuzhou Prefecture. Just as they were about to enter the city, they were stopped by guards at the gate. What are you two doing here? Do you know you need to pay an entry fee? Yuryue was surprised. She didn't expect to have to pay an entry fee. Qin Haowen was also shocked. He had never known that the country of Zhao had such rules. Sorry, we are here to visit relatives. How much is the entry fee per person? The guards at the city gate looked at them, then lifted the curtain of the carriage. What are those bundles inside? Take it out and show me. Yuryue first honestly opened the bag containing food, only lifting a corner of the one with noodles. Inside are just food items. We are simple farmers, and we don't carry any dangerous things. The guard at the door saw dried meat, fried rice, and other dry provisions inside the bag. His eyes lit up and he quickly came up with an idea. Which farmer can afford dried meat? I think you're a spy sent from a neighboring country. After saying that, he ordered the others confiscate everything from their carts, especially these suspicious items on the ground. Send these to the boss for a thorough check. Seeing their greedy eyes, Yuryue felt disgusted. This wasn't a proper check. It was clearly an attempt to bully them and take their belongings. Just as their hands were about to reach the noodles on the cart, Yuryue shouted loudly, "Stop! Officials, these dried meats and food are just for your snack. But the items inside the cart must not be touched. They are meant for the owner of Tianfu Building." The guards sneered and laughed dismissively. Just you? A country bumpkin from who knows where, wanting to see the owner of Tianfu Building? That's funny. And do we lack your little things? You're the suspicious one. We're just here to keep order. Brothers, move in. If these two dare to resist, arrest them on the spot. Yu Ryue and Qin Haowen didn't expect the guards at the city gate of Liuzhou to be so brazen. Judging by their skill, they must have used this as an excuse to kill and steal before. The nearby villagers didn't seem surprised at all, indicating that such behavior was approved by the authorities above. Yu Ryue knew the country was corrupt, but she hadn't realized it was this rotten. Qin Haowen was angry. He kicked the officer trying to seize them and pulled Yu Ryue back toward the cart. Hide inside the cart. I'll deal with these bandits. The guards on the other side didn't expect these country bumpkins to dare to fight back.
How dare you?
Insulting and hitting officials? Go report to the magistrate. Bring more people. Make sure to catch these two spies. She finished speaking, then, under the watchful eyes of several guards, threw over a silver ingot worth 5 taels. This money is for the city toll. If it's not enough, consider it as a drink for you officials.
Can you let us in first?
The guards took the 5 taels silver ingot, bit it, and their eyes showed greed.
Wow.
These two spies still have good stuff. Catch them, take all their silver, and hand it over to the magistrate. This 5 taels can be our medical fee. The guards immediately chuckled and clenched their swords, rushing forward again. Yu Ryue didn't expect these people to be so greedy. It seemed today wouldn't end well. So, Yu Ryue and Qin Haowen drew long knives from the carriage, alertly watching the guards rushing toward them. Just as they were about to fight, someone loudly shouted at the city gate, "Stop!" Yu Ryue looked over and saw it was Wenmo, the shopkeeper. The leading guard sneered. "What are you? Are you also a spy from the enemy country? Brothers, take him down. I dislike people who have a little money and don't know their place." Wenmo looked at him coldly, but said nothing. His guard beside him, with a fierce look, shouted, "Rude! Open your eyes and see. This is Wen, the shopkeeper of Tianfu Tower." Hearing this, the guards immediately backed down.
What?
This is the magistrate's brother-in-law. Wenmo dismounted quickly, took 2 steps, and kicked the man who had just spoken harshly. "Open your eyes and see. Am I really a spy from the enemy country?" The man hurriedly knelt and kowtowed. "Shopkeeper Wen, we're sorry. We didn't recognize you." Wenmo kicked him twice, then quickly walked toward Yu Ryue, apologizing sincerely. "I'm late." "Little girl, are you scared?" Yu Ryue didn't expect Wenmo to have such a background. She smiled and said, "When I just arrived at the city gate, I didn't say a word, but I was mistaken for an enemy spy and almost beaten. It was a bit frightening." Wenmo raised his foot again and kicked the guards watching the gate. "You dogs, apologize to boss you now." The guards knelt and crawled at Yu Ryue and Qin Haowen's feet, repeatedly apologizing. "Boss you, we're really sorry. We didn't recognize your importance. Please accept our apologies. Take this 2 taels of silver back. The city entry fee shouldn't be so high." Yu Ryue looked at the trembling guards in front of her, feeling no happiness at all, only sadness. She didn't want to look at them anymore. She simply tidied up the things on the ground, then sat in the carriage and left with Wenmo. When they arrived at Tianfu Tower, Yu Ryue was stunned by the luxurious and grand decoration. This was in ancient times, yet Tianfu Tower had 5 floors, with intricate designs that looked like a beautiful ink painting. Even the 2 stone lions at the entrance were as tall as Yu Ryue herself. Inside, Yu Ryue was even more amazed, her mouth wide open. Following shopkeeper went to the 3rd floor. At the very back, she pushed open a door and saw a finely embroidered screen. Beyond the screen, in the center, was a large piece of coral, and even the unremarkable corner nearby displayed several glow-in-the-dark pearls. Yu Ryue felt like she was visiting a grand garden, just like when Granny Lu visited the Grandview Garden. No wonder she had paid thousands of taels for the medicine last time without blinking. This place truly had real wealth. When Mo poured a cup of tea for Yu Ryue before speaking, "You asked someone to send me a message about a business deal. I wonder what kind of deal it is that you came here personally?" Yu Ryue finally regained her composure, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I really caused you trouble just now. I didn't expect it to be so difficult to enter the city." When Mo smiled. "There's no helping it. The emperor is foolish, so naturally others follow suit. The situation in Liuzhou Prefecture is actually quite good. Yuryue was surprised that he spoke so frankly, feeling a bit shocked. When Mo remained calm, picked up his teacup, took a sip, then continued. Don't look at me like that. Everyone knows the emperor is foolish. He has killed many loyal officials and good generals. Now, the court is full of corrupt officials. This country will fall sooner or later. Yuryue gasped in shock, quickly whispering, You know this yourself, so please don't say more. Be careful. Walls have ears. When Mo smiled and raised an eyebrow. You're quite interesting, little girl. Your expression just now clearly shows you want me to keep talking. Do you dare to listen, even if I keep going? Yuryue didn't expect her little secret to be seen through so clearly. I just want to understand the current situation better, so I can prepare early. But I didn't expect you to be so straightforward, and your voice was so loud. If someone overheard, our lives could be in danger. When Mo looked at her deeply but didn't continue that topic. Hurry up and take out the things. I want to see what good stuff is worth you coming here personally. Yuryue quickly took the bundle from Qin Haowen and revealed the white noodles inside. This is called dried noodles. There are wide and thin types. The method is very simple. Just boil water, add the noodles, and once cooked, you can eat them with various sauces. When Mo looked a bit disappointed. I thought it was something special. Just noodles? Why not just eat homemade noodles directly? Yuryue quickly shook her head. This isn't ordinary noodles. The texture is the same as homemade, but it's more convenient. Just put it in, and in a little while it's ready. These dried noodles can be stored for a long time. Yuryue took out a handful. Don't be fooled by how little it looks. This amount is enough for one adult man. When Mo was surprised. Just this? Are you joking? Yuryue smiled and shook her head. No joke. Let's go to the kitchen and try it together. When Mo nodded, and the two went to the kitchen. There was boiling water ready. Yuryue directly put the noodles in, stirred, and they were quickly cooked. When Mo felt like she didn't even blink. That small handful of noodles turned out to make so much. When Mo hesitated but tasted a bit. Her eyes lit up immediately. It really tastes just like handmade noodles. Even more evenly thick and thin. Yuryue smiled and nodded. Then she took out a cup of instant noodles, put it in a large bowl, added water, some seasoning, and dried vegetables, and covered it with another bowl. When Mo looked puzzled. What is that curved thing just now? Yuryue smiled as she explained, that thing is called instant noodles. It's more convenient and faster than traditional noodles. You just soak it in hot water for a while, and you can eat it. When Mo didn't believe her at first, but when Yuryue took the bowl away and stirred it with chopsticks, a fragrant aroma filled the air. He hesitantly took a bite with the chopsticks. The noodles were smooth and tasty, with a rich flavor and a hint of oil aroma. Moreover, even though he didn't see her add any ingredients, there were green onions and carrots inside, making him want to eat more and more. In the end, he finished the entire bowl, even the broth.
Wen Montag was genuine Liesel preist.
These two seemingly simple foods could taste so good and be so special. Yuryue smiled and said, If you're traveling far and want a hot meal, it can be quite inconvenient. But with instant noodles and hot water, you can have a warm meal quickly. Like me and my cousin just boil some water on the road, and in less than half a cup of tea, you can enjoy a hot bowl of noodles. It's quick and safe. Bringing these noodles when visiting relatives during the new year also shows good manners. I know that the boss behind Wen shop is very capable. I believe he runs more than just a restaurant. When Mo thought carefully and then laughed loudly, You little girl, you have quite an appetite. You even want to work with the boss behind me. Yuryue quickly shook her head. I'm just a girl from the countryside. I don't have such bold ideas. When Mo looked at what he was holding and asked, How long can this last? If kept in a dry, ventilated place, it can last up to a year. When Mo pursed his lips without speaking. Yuryue took out a piece of instant noodles, broke it into small bits, and put it in a bowl, sprinkling seasoning evenly. Try it. Eating it dry can also be quite special. Even traditional noodles can be eaten dry. They're naturally salty. When Mo took a piece of instant noodle and put it in his mouth. At first, he tasted the salty flavor of the seasoning, but as he chewed, the aroma of the noodles grew stronger, creating a unique taste. It was also very filling. When Emo had a bold idea in his mind, if this could be used as military rations. Yuryu noticed when Emo frowning and not speaking, which made her a bit nervous. Could it be that ancient people didn't like this? Or did they think noodles should be eaten fresh?
Time passed second by second.
Yuryua's palms started to sweat with nervousness. She had invested several thousand taels of silver into this noodle factory project. She absolutely couldn't let her money go to waste. Qin Haowen saw Yuryua biting her lip and looking very tense, but she was still trying to stay calm. Inside, he felt a strange feeling. He stepped forward, his wide sleeve overlapping with Ryua's arm. Carefully, he reached out and gently pinched her arm through her clothes twice. Yuryua felt the heat from his hand, and her anxious heart slowly calmed down. She knew she couldn't show any weakness or doubt. If she did, she would be at a disadvantage in the upcoming negotiations. Looking at Wenmo's recent praise, it seemed he didn't dislike the noodles or instant noodles. Maybe he was thinking about a possible partnership between her and his backer. Finally, just when Yuryua couldn't hold back and wanted to speak, when Emo said, "All right, let's talk," Yuryua secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She kept a calm smile and took out the prepared agreement. "Please take a look. 1 jin of fine noodles costs 35 won. With some salt and other seasonings, it can produce about 1.2 jin of noodles. So, my cost per jin is roughly 41. Considering labor, factory costs, and miscellaneous expenses, I think a price of 100 won per jin isn't too much." When Emo nodded. Not too much," Yuryua continued. "As for instant noodles, it's even more complicated. I sell them at 30 won each. What do you think?" When Emo took a piece of instant noodle cake and shook it. "These 5 cakes probably weigh about 1 jin, which is about 150 won. Yuryua quickly said, "You can't just count it like that. Each cake needs seasoning packets and dried vegetables or pork. Most importantly, my product is convenient and innovative." When Emo nodded. "Yes, it's convenient and new.
Here's the plan.
You stay here for now. Tiandu Tower isn't just my place. I need to find someone to discuss this." Yuryua's hand clenched tightly, but soon relaxed. "All right then. You go ahead." When Emo took the samples of noodles and instant noodles Yuryua gave him and turned to leave. Yuryua and Qin Haowen were arranged to stay on the 5th floor of Tiandu Tower, a place for residents. After he left, Yuryua nervously paced inside the room. "Qin Haowen, do you think he finds it too expensive? I feel I haven't asked for much. Although I exaggerated some costs, I was just trying to earn a little extra money. The Dafu building is a big business. They wouldn't miss my small earnings. Last time, the buyer didn't blink at a few thousand taels. What's different this time? Are we going to make a pointless trip?" Qin Haowen looked at Yuryua's nervous face. First he said, "Sorry for the trouble," then bent down and carried Yuryua horizontally. She was so frightened, she quickly held onto Qin Haowen's neck, feeling his heart pounding hard. She exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Qin Haowen placed her on the bed, knelt on one knee, gently took off her embroidered shoes, then pushed her inside and covered her with a thin blanket. "Miss Ryu, you've been traveling for a long time and haven't rested well. Sleep for a while. We can talk when you wake up." Yuryua couldn't possibly sleep. As soon as she sat up, Qin Haowen pressed her down with one hand. This happened 5 times. She was a bit speechless and said, "Why are you holding me down?" "I can't sleep." Qin Haowen's cold, handsome face said, "My uncle and aunt told me to take good care of you. If you don't sleep, I will go back and report that you're not taking care of yourself." Yuryua was really annoyed.
Qin Haowen.
"You've learned to complain now."
Fine.
Very good. In the end, she was afraid of being reported. Since her sudden death, she had left an indelible shadow on Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan. As for now, whenever Yuryua wanted to stay up late, they would look at her with tears in their eyes, as if they feared they might never see her again. Forget it. Yuryua didn't want her parents to worry anymore. She was really tired after all the traveling. As for that face, she decided to just let it be. If it really came to it, She would go back and dissolve the noodle shop, then keep all the noodles in her space to eat later. Thinking of this, Yuryue lay quietly on the bed and closed her eyes. Chin Haowen watched her closely, afraid she would sit up again. Once he confirmed Yuryue was breathing evenly and asleep, he got up and sat on a nearby chair to rest. After when Mo left with the things, he hurriedly ordered someone to drive the carriage into the city. The carriage wound through narrow alleys and finally arrived at a very remote alley. When Mo first sat inside the carriage for a while, waiting for his subordinate to report. No one followed from behind, so he put on a black cloak and stepped out of the carriage into a very remote small courtyard. When he entered, he saw a person standing inside and immediately knelt down. "Greetings, Lord Meng." Meng Qin frowned with some confusion. "What is it?" When Mo quickly placed the item he was holding on the ground and recounted today's events. "Is this small pancake really as delicious as you said?" When Mo nodded and personally went to the kitchen to boil some hot water, then soaked the pancake using Yuryue's method. "Lord Meng, this thing not only tastes good but can be eaten soaked, boiled, or even dry. The most important thing is that it can be stored for a long time and makes you feel full. It's a great food for quick marches." When Meng Qin took a bite of the soaked instant noodles, his eyes immediately lit up.
Yes.
"It's really good. Has the person been investigated?" When Mo replied, "She's just an ordinary farmer girl with no background, but she's extremely greedy for money." Meng Qin nodded. "But now the situation is a bit special. Even the Duke of Zhengua can't escape the schemes of those people. We can't act too openly." When Mo sighed helplessly. "Lord Meng, how about we ask someone in prison?" Meng Qin thought for a moment and shook his head. "No, that person is considered dead in the eyes of outsiders. Let's not cause more trouble. Since Tianfu Tower is covering for us, we'll try an initial 10,000 jin first. Also, scare that young girl a little and tell her to be more discreet when working." When Mo nodded. Just as he was about to leave, Meng Qin called him back. Still no news about the Duke of Zhengua's heir and wife. When Mo sighed and shook his head.
No, sir.
Still no news. I used the excuse of buying prescriptions and retrieving goods to send many people out, but we still haven't found the Duke's wife and heir. We only know they were bought, but we don't know who the buyer is yet. Meng Chen's face was full of sorrow.
Ah.
The Duke of Zhengua's family has been loyal to the country and the people for so many years, and now they end up with a broken family and death. How can people not feel cold? When Mo also looked sad.
Yes.
Everyone in the court is on edge. No one wants to become the next Protector General or Duke of Zhengua. Meng Qin turned around and discreetly wiped away tears from his eyes. "Go now. Don't stay here too long. If that crazy dog Zhao sees you, both of us could end up with broken families or worse." When Mo nodded quickly and hurried back to Tianfu Tower in a carriage. Chin Haowen suddenly opened his eyes wide, his gaze sharp as a blade, staring at the door. The knocking continued. He quickly looked at Yuryue, who was sleeping peacefully in bed. He walked quickly to the door, pulled it open, and looked at Mo with a cold expression. His intimidating stare made Mo forget to speak. Chin Haowen stepped outside carefully, closed the door tightly, and asked softly, "What is it?" When Mo, coming to his senses, swallowed nervously. "I came to talk about the noodles with Miss Yu." Chin Haowen's face was cold. "She's asleep." "What's the matter? Let's discuss it tomorrow." After saying that, Chin Haowen went inside and shut the door. When Mo looked at the closed door, feeling a bit stunned. "No, they begged to sell the things to me. Why am I so timid?" But that man's aura was really strong, like a seasoned general who could cut off my head at any moment. Suddenly, when Mo remembered the portrait of the Duke of Zhengua's son, he looked a lot like the man in front of him. But the son was bought to be a servant. How could he be here? He shook his head helplessly. He felt like he was going crazy trying to find someone. A farmer's son like him couldn't compare to the noble son of the Duke of Zhengua. Inside the room, Chin Haowen looked at the girl sleeping sprawled on the bed. He sighed and shook his head. He stepped forward and gently pulled down Yuryue's dress to cover her white, straight legs. But as soon as he covered her, Yuryue frowned and suddenly kicked her legs hard, kicking the blanket to the floor and revealing her delicate, fair feet. She even seemed to find it not enough, and in her drowsiness, she lifted her skirt again. Chin Haowen quickly turned away, but her long, slender, tender legs seemed to be imprinted in his mind, impossible to forget. For the first time, he felt that night vision was a kind of torment. He swallowed hard, adjusted his collar, and tried to calm his restless heart. In the capital, many noble ladies tried every trick to get his attention, but he had never felt so impatient before. What was wrong today? Is it because the weather is too hot? It must be. Since it's so hot, should I just ignore it? But I am someone else's servant. What if I catch a cold at night? Finally, he clenched his teeth, turned around, and tried to control himself so his eyes wouldn't see what they shouldn't. Then, he quickly pulled the blanket from under his feet and gently covered Yuryua. After doing this, his forehead was sweaty, and his heart was pounding uncontrollably. His mind kept thinking about Yuryua's peaceful sleeping face, her slender, smooth legs that looked like they could be squeezed, and her full chest rising and falling with each breath. Chin Haowen felt his blood rush, and his heart beat faster and faster. He quickly opened the door and stepped outside, standing quietly at the door to let the outside breeze away his restless feelings. The next day, warm sunlight shone on Yuryua's face. She hadn't opened her eyes yet, but she stretched lazily. She was about to call for her mother, but suddenly sat up quickly on the bed. Oh no! Why did I sleep for so long? She hurried to stand up, tidy her clothes, and put on her shoes. Just as she opened the door to go out, she saw Chin Haowen standing outside like a tree trunk. Ah! Chin Haowen, what are you doing here? You scared me. Chin Haowen looked at Yuryua, who was still sleepy, with her collar slightly open. He felt the restless feeling from last night come back again. He turned his head away and coughed awkwardly, just protecting you. Yuryua looked at his dark circles and was surprised. Don't tell me you've been standing here all night without sleeping? Chin Haowen didn't answer, which was a silent confirmation. Yuryua felt touched. Actually, you don't have to do this. Whether it's you or Hsue and the others, I truly see you all as family. So please don't hurt yourself like this. If you're really worried about me, we can sleep in the same room. You can sleep on the floor or on the small bed beside. Chin Haowen nodded, agreeing. Yuryua felt sorry for Chin Haowen. She took his arm and led him inside, then pushed him gently onto the bed. Rest well. I'll go downstairs and make some food. As Yuryua took a few steps out, Chin Haowen sat up suddenly. She hurried back and pressed him down again. Listen. Otherwise, I won't take you out again. Chin Haowen looked at the girl's very serious expression and finally lay down. After the door was closed tightly, he slowly closed his eyes. Although he hadn't slept all night, he felt no sleepiness while lying in bed. He sensed the faint scent of Yuryua surrounding him, the light fragrance lingering at his nose. The hot feeling from last night surged again in his mind. Only then did he realize that this bed was the one she had slept in yesterday. After Yuryua left, she first washed herself simply with some water, then asked the waiter, learning that Wanemo might only come in the afternoon. She then carried 2 bowls of wonton and went upstairs.
Chin Haowen,
Are you asleep? Let's eat a bowl of wonton together and then sleep. Chin Haowen, already feeling restless, quickly sat up from the bed. He hurried to the door, opened it and took the wonton. Yuryua looked at his face with some confusion. Why is your face so red? Did you catch a cold from the cool breeze outside last night? She raised her hand, touching his forehead while Chin Haowen stared blankly. Huh? Your forehead isn't hot. Why is your face so red? Chin Haowen's heart pounded uncontrollably again, but soon the scene of the fiery prison in the Duke of Xinggua's mansion appeared in his mind. His restless heart immediately calmed down, and his expression returned to its usual coldness. Miss you? I am fine. Let's eat. Seeing his face gradually return to normal, Yuryua didn't ask further. She picked up her own bowl of wonton and started eating. The warm wonton made her feel alive again. Thinking that Wanemo would only come in the afternoon, She decided to go out for a walk and explore. She wanted to go alone at first, but Qin Haowen insisted, so they went out together. Yu Ryue looked at the lively, bustling Luzhou prefecture. It was like a country girl entering the city. Everything looked new and interesting.
Qin Haowen.
Do you think I look good with this on? Qin Haowen. I think this hairpin suits you very well. Qin Haowen. Buy one for your mother, and buy one for my mother too. Qin Haowen. Qin Haowen watched her cheerful figure ahead, unable to help a smile. Soon his hands were full of things. Yu Ryue looked back and shyly promised, I'll just go to the last place. After I finish here, we'll go back. Qin Haowen smiled softly and said, no problem. There isn't much to carry. As long as you're happy. Yu Ryue, feeling nervous, wanted to buy some things. She smiled on the outside, but inside she was very anxious, worried she might make a wrong choice and end up breaking all the noodles and instant food she bought. She also didn't want to tire Qin Haowen out. Last time, when they bought from the herbal shop, he was badly hurt, and he hadn't slept all night. If she made him too tired, she would feel guilty. So, she went straight to the bookstore in Liuzhou Prefecture. Just as she was about to step inside, loud cheers and exclamations came from inside. Oh my! How can this person's writing be so good? Shin Cho? I've never heard of this person before. It seems he's from Luxian. I heard he didn't study much, but he has a natural talent. Plus, with Director Lin's careful teaching, he stood out at Tianda Academy. Yes. Last time young Master Lin came, he couldn't stop praising Shin Cho. I heard he only sleeps 2 hours a day, and the rest of the time he's reading. Even when eating, he's reading. Such strong willpower is far beyond me. People inside the bookstore kept talking about Shin Cho and his writings, praising him highly. Yu Ryue was stunned, listening carefully. Director Lin? Shin Cho? Could he be her big brother? He hasn't even been at the school for a month, yet his reputation has already spread to Liuzhou Prefecture. Could he really be the legendary genius? Suddenly, Yu Ryue looked forward to the spring exams next year. Was she relying on him? Thinking of this, Yu Ryue quickly bought a few ink sticks and returned to Tianfu Tower, waiting patiently for the ink to dry. Meanwhile, in a small alley beside Tianda Academy in Luxian, Shenhua saw a tired-looking Shinshu and hurriedly asked, Second brother, did you bring the things? Shinshu looked around, then took a porcelain bottle from his sleeve and handed it over. What exactly did you do? Used so much medicine, but it still didn't stop him. Shenhua looked sad and said, I have done my best. Big brother was already sick, and I don't know what method second sister-in-law used to cure him. Recently, Big Brother has been staying in the academy every day, so he hasn't had a chance to act. A few days ago, our family was hit by a disaster. Locusts swarmed the fields, and it was Big Brother and second sister-in-law who helped us get through it. Shinshu glared at her angrily. Don't call her second sister-in-law. She doesn't deserve that. Shenhua sighed. Second brother. Actually, Yu Ryue has now improved. The house is very clean, and she doesn't flirt with men anymore. She even has a very rich cousin who built a big blue brick house in our village and opened a noodle factory, hiring many workers. He seems quite wealthy, not much less than your Miss Su. Hearing this, Shinshu's face darkened like a cat that had been stepped on, and he snapped, Shenhua, are you blaming me? Shenhua was startled by Shinshu's fierce expression and quickly shook her head. No. Why are you reacting so strongly? Shinshu snorted coldly. You better not be. I tell you, that woman Yu Ryue is not even as good as Mayor's little toe. From now on, call her second sister-in-law. She doesn't deserve it. We should also discuss how to make Shin Cho willingly drink the medicine. Shenhua didn't know that her second brother had already divorced Yu Ryue without listening to Shin father's words. Of course, Shinshu didn't dare say anything, fearing that Shin Lao Kai might find out and get angry with him someday. He was just waiting for Su Mayor's mother to take control of the Li family and pave the way for him to rise. By then, his father probably wouldn't hit anyone anymore, right? Second brother. Since father is not home lately, why don't we just let Big Brother go this time? Shinshu looked at his sister's face full of reluctance and sneered. Now you're pretending to be a good person. When money is involved, I see you smile more than anyone. Don't forget, the reason our big brother has been sick for so long is because of the soup you send every month. Shenhua's face instantly turned pale, and finally, she clenched her teeth and said, "Second brother. Just one thing. Don't hurt big brother's life." Shinshu looked full of mockery. "I don't want to hurt him, but if the people who bring the money come and see big brother bouncing around happily, they might lose their lives. If you really care about big brother, then hurry up and send in the medicine." Shenhua's eyes showed struggle, but in the end, she nodded. Shin Shudun immediately looked surprised. "Good. I will go and call him out for you right now." Shenhua nodded. She opened her water pouch, poured all the medicine inside, then took out some partially melted sugar from her and poured it in. Then she left the room. At Tiando Academy, it was noon. The cafeteria was empty because everyone was out eating. Only Shun Cho sat at his seat, lowering his head and studying hard. Suddenly, someone snatched the book from his hands. Shun Cho frowned and looked up at the person. He was momentarily stunned. "Big brother, don't you recognize me?" Shin Cho didn't expect it to be Shin Shu. His mind immediately thought of that charming, smiling face. He felt annoyed. "Why are you here?" Shin Shu smiled and flipped through the book. A flash of resentment appeared in his eyes. "I'm also studying here. Why can't I come? Or maybe you're afraid I'll surpass you in learning, so you don't want me to come? Haha. I really didn't expect that a sickly person who can't read a single word could come to Tianda Academy and even write such good articles. I wonder if he's copying someone or just using his pretty face to sell himself to get ahead." Shun Cho suddenly stood up, fists clenched as if he was about to hit him at any moment. Shin Shu didn't want to cause trouble, but seeing Shun Chao's handsome face and the beautiful handwriting in his book made him so angry. He always felt that this sickly kid looked like a little demon, very jealous of him. Maybe he used some magic to absorb all the knowledge into his brain, or, with his cleverness, how could he always rank last in exams? And this sickly kid just arrived and already wrote such good articles. Rumor has it they've spread to Luzhou Prefecture. If it reaches the capital next, all scholars in the world will know about a genius named Shun Cho. His heart filled with resentment. He stretched his neck and sneered, pointing at his own face. "Hit me. If you have the guts, hit me. Believe it or not, if you hit me today, I will make you leave Tianda Academy tomorrow." Shin Cho looked at the sneaky expression on the other person's face. Remembering what Dean Lin said last time, he tried to control his emotions. He couldn't cause more trouble for his sister-in-law. He suddenly remembered the person he kept hidden in his heart, who was officially the wife of this beast in front of him, and even blamed by others because of this beast's abandonment. Even his desire to get close to that person was only possible because of this beast's older brother's reputation. "Why are you staring so wide-eyed? If you have the guts, hit me." "Huh. I think you're too scared. You, this sickly one, are just a dog raised by our Shin family. If it weren't for your bad luck, our Shin family would have already become successful." Shin Cho took a deep breath, calming his anger completely. He couldn't argue with this mad dog. After so many years of insults, he was used to it. "What do you want from me? Is it just to curse me a little?" Shin Chao's cold voice made Shin Shu even angrier. He grabbed Shin Chao's collar, ready to hit him, but just as his fist was about to land, Lin Yihao suddenly stepped in and stopped him firmly. "Shin Shu, how dare you hit my person? Believe it or not, I'll tell my father and have him kick you out of Tianda Academy." Lin Yihao's words made Shin Shu snap back to his senses. "You can't hit people at Tianda Academy." He had spent a lot of money to get in here. He smiled and withdrew his hand. "Young Master Lin, I was just joking with my brother. Shin Cho is my real brother." Lin Yihao looked at Shin Shu with suspicion, then checked Shin Cho from head to toe to make sure he was okay. Seeing that he was fine, he finally relaxed. "You just stand there letting people hit you? What if something happens to you?" "Sister Ryue wouldn't forgive me." Shin Shu frowned. "Sister Ryue?" He was about to ask more, but Shun Cho interrupted him. "What do you want from me? If there's nothing, then go away quickly." Shin Shu sneered. "You think I want to come find you? If it weren't for Shenhua asking me, I wouldn't bother to help this time. Just leave quickly, so your good sister doesn't wait too long." Lin Yihao looked puzzled. Shin Xiong, you have another sister? Shun Cho replied, yes, a real sister. Lin Yihao wanted to ask more, but Shin Cho didn't give him the chance and left directly. If Shin Shu wanted to take this chance to talk more with Lin Yihao and get closer, the other person simply wouldn't give him the opportunity. He hurried to follow Shin Cho. Shin Shu spat angrily behind him. What kind of thing is this? What kind of noble son do you think you are? When Li's family helps me in the future, I will make you all kneel at my feet. At the door, Shun Hua tightly held her water pouch, sweating on her forehead from nervousness. Shun Hua quickly looked up, trying to recognize the young master walking from afar. For a moment, she couldn't tell if this strong, healthy young man was really her sickly older brother. How much time has passed? How can he have changed so much? She clenched her water pouch tightly, doubting whether what she was doing was right. But it must be right. Even if she didn't do anything, old Shin would find another way to make him suffer. Without her, someone else would do it. Shun Hua kept comforting herself, forcing a smile onto her face. Big brother. Shin Cho also showed a gentle smile. How did you come here? Did something happen at home? Shun Hua shook her head. I just missed you, so I came to see you. I didn't disturb your studies, did I? Shin Cho affectionately patted her head. No, you didn't. If you need anything, tell your brother. I'm not with you, so you must take care of yourself. If it's really urgent, go see Ryue. She will definitely help you. When she mentioned Ryue, Shun Hua's mind recalled that day. The day she visited Shin Cho, the bath barrel in the West Room, and their unusual expressions. Big brother. That day. Brother Shun. Is this your real sister? Lin Yihao's sudden appearance interrupted Shun Hua's words. Why do you look a bit different from you? But you do resemble Shin Shu a lot. Are you really siblings? Shun Cho didn't answer Lin Yihao but looked gently at Shin Hua and asked, what happened that day? Shun Hua wanted to ask if they had done something wrong to second brother that day, but she swallowed her words. It's nothing, big brother. Is this young master your friend? Shin Cho thought for a moment and nodded. Yes. This is my friend, young master Lin Yihao. Shun Hua sighed with emotion. He's the first friend my brother made. That's great. Lin Yihao didn't expect this icy-faced person to say they were friends. According to his sister, he was actually his first friend. He felt very touched and suddenly became bold, placing his hand on Shin Chao's shoulder. Yes, I am brother Shin's best friend now. Don't worry, sister Shin Hua, I will take good care of your brother. Shin Cho resisted the urge to pull Lin Yihao's hand away and smiled at his sister. Is there something you need? Shin Hua nervously handed over a water pouch. This. Second sister-in-law asked me to give you some sweet water. She made it herself, different from the one sold in town, so I brought it for you to try. Shin Cho was a bit surprised. You said Ryue? Why didn't she come? Seeing the happy expression on her older brother's face, Shun Hua's heart sank a little. She has something at home. Big brother, please drink it quickly. At that moment, Lin Yihao snatched the water pouch and smiled. So, Ryue asked you to bring this? Let me try and see what's different. Shinhua was shocked and suddenly, like crazy, she lunged forward and snatched the pouch back. Both Lin Yihao and Shin Cho were startled by Shinhua's fierce expression. Realizing what happened, Lin Yihao quickly apologized. Sorry. I really apologize. He was used to joking around with Ryue and momentarily couldn't control himself. Shinhua curled her lips into a stiff smile. Second sister-in-law said, I can only let big brother drink it, and I have to watch him drink it all. If young Master Lin wants some, I'll bring more next time. Lin Yihao waved his hands repeatedly and even took a step back, looking a little scared. No need. No need. Shinhua, worried the water pouch might be snatched again, hurriedly unscrewed the cap and handed it over, staring at Shin Cho without blinking. Big brother. Second sister-in-law told me to watch you drink it. Hurry and drink. Shin Cho felt that his sister was acting strangely today. He quickly asked if something was wrong at home. Shinhua shook her head repeatedly, always urging him to drink the water. He looked at the water in his hand, took a tentative sip. It was sweet, with a strange taste, but He didn't think much of it. He thought this water was some upgraded version of spiritual spring water from that little spirit creature. Maybe they were just trying to help him recover, to strengthen his body. It couldn't be that Ryue, who had been the only one to treat him well for the past 20 years, was the one with the problem. Sun painted her eyes straight and stared at Shin Chao's moving Adam's apple. After making sure he drank all the water inside, she finally let out a deep breath, and her smile grew brighter. Since I've completed my task, I will leave now. Big brother, remember to come home often. I miss you every day. Shin Cho smiled and waved at her. After thinking for a moment, he took out a small piece of silver from his pocket and handed it to Sun Hua. This is money I earn myself. Take it to the town and buy some rouge, powder, and food for the girls. You look so thin. He wanted to give his sister more money, but he couldn't explain where it came from, so he only gave a little. Sun Hua looked at the silver in her hand, feeling a bit dazed. She suddenly wanted to tell Shin Cho something directly, but she didn't say it in the end. After Sun Hua and Shin Cho parted ways, Shin Shu, hiding in the shadows, quickly took Sun Hua to a nearby alley. He snatched the silver from her hand and looked at it with sharp eyes. That sickly guy is really generous. That silver is at least 2 taels. Why is he giving you this worthless thing? Our Shin family still depends on me. Sun Hua snapped out of her daze and tried to grab the silver back. Give it back to me. But Shin Shu slapped her hard. Is this money yours to spend? Since everything is settled, stay at home quietly. This time, you must feed him medicine on time. Otherwise, when father comes back, he will surely teach you a lesson. Sun Hua fell to the ground, covering her face, tears silently falling. Whether it was because her silver was stolen or for some other reason, she didn't know. Soon evening came. On the other side, Ryue had been waiting for Wenmo all day. The young servant finally came to find her and took her to the room from yesterday. Miss you, did you go out shopping? You look happy. Aren't you afraid the deal will fall through? Ryue chuckled. Master Wen is joking. Whether the deal goes through or not, I still need to buy things. It's not easy for me to come here, so I want to buy some gifts for my family. Wenmo didn't expect this girl to be so patient, not even sending someone to rush her. If he did, it might seem like he was in a hurry. Honestly, Ryue was feeling very nervous inside, but she didn't dare show it. Master Wen, are you calling me over to discuss the noodles? Wenmo no longer beat around the bush.
Yes.
I agree on the price. Just give me 10,000 jin to try first. Ryue was shocked and exclaimed, What? 10,000 jin? Wenmo calmly sipped his tea.
What?
Can't do it. Ryue nodded quickly, like a chick pecking. I can do it.
Who said I can't?
How long do you need? Wenmo held up one finger and smiled. 10 days. Ryue looked at Wenmo's calm face and asked again, Are you sure it's 10,000 jin? Wenmo nodded. Miss you, have you forgotten? My Tianfu Tower has branches all over the country. I can distribute this amount to each place. It's not much. You want to work with me because you value Tianfu Tower's reputation, right? Or do you think you can't produce 20,000 jin in 10 days? Ryue straightened up.
Yes.
I can do it. Wenmo nodded with a smile.
Good.
But I want to remind you, these days are chaotic. Be careful. If the officials get involved, your business might be over. Ryue quickly assured him. You can rest assured. Wenmo gave a few more tips before signing the agreement. After signing, she unloaded all the noodles and instant noodles from her carriage, then put back everything she bought today. The sky outside had completely darkened. Thinking it was unsafe to travel at night, Ryue decided to stay here overnight and leave tomorrow morning. She had been away from home for so long and was starting to miss her family. She wondered how her 2 brothers were doing at school. Was Shin Cho being bullied at Tianda Academy? Did she have enough money? Did he get sick again? She thought about the spiritual spring water she left at home when she left. She didn't know if they had finished drinking it. Meanwhile, her family was already in chaos. Shin Cho,
Can you hear me?
what's wrong with you? Originally, Shin Cho was happily attending class when suddenly he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. Frightened, Director Lin quickly called a doctor. The doctor gave injections and medicine, but Shin Cho continued to bleed.
No.
It seems to be a long-standing illness, Director Lin. I am not skilled enough to treat it. Perhaps you should take him home and see if his family has any ideas. Lin Iho hurriedly sent someone to find Shin Shu, but they couldn't find him. This made Lin Iho very anxious. He felt like a bad friend because he didn't even know where Shin Shu lived. What should we do? Quickly ask the few people Shin Shu often meets if they know Shin Cho. Soon, Shen Rui's hen was brought over. Seeing the scene, he understood immediately. Oh no! Brother Shin Cho is having a seizure. Lin Iho quickly grabbed his arm and asked, "Is there any way to treat this?" Shen Rui's hen shook his head. I don't know. I remember Brother Shin Cho has been sick since he was young, but he always manages to get through it. Lin Iho didn't believe him. Impossible. He looks a bit pale, but he doesn't seem that sick. There must be a way to help. Do you know where his family lives? I want to take him back. Shen Rui's hen hurriedly helped carry Shin Cho onto Lin's carriage, heading toward Hedong village. When they arrived at the Shun house, Lin Iho kept knocking on the door outside, calling, Ryua, Miss Ryua, but there was no response. Then, from the next door, the Zhu family heard the noise and opened the door. What are you looking for Ryua for? She left 3 days ago and hasn't come back. Lin Iho looked puzzled. Left? How is that possible? She even asked someone to bring water to Brother Shin today. What about the others in the Shin family? The old woman from the Zhu family shook her head. I don't know. Maybe you should check the Yu family in the village. Immediately, Lin Iho followed Zhu's lead and went to the Yu family. Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan heard the noise and quickly dressed and came out. Jing Yu and Mo Huan stood at the door, asking, Master. Madam. This person says she is Mrs. Friend. Yu Dihao saw Lin Iho and hurriedly called someone in. Then he saw Shin Cho being carried in behind him, looking worried. Lin Ihue was anxious and said, It's just this evening. First, he vomited blood, then he twitched all over, and then he lost consciousness. The doctor said this is a childhood illness. Liang Shulan quickly called someone to carry Shin Cho inside. Oh no! He's having a fit.
Dihao.
Hurry and bring that water. Yu Dihao carefully brought out a bowl of spiritual spring water from the inner room. Shulan. This is all we have left. Both Liang Shulan and the others skillfully fed the water to Shin Cho. Only then did they have time to speak to Lin Ihue. Young Master Lin, we are so grateful to you. Have you eaten dinner?
Hua.
Hurry and prepare some late-night snacks for the young masters and tidy up the guest rooms. It's too late now, and the village roads are difficult to walk. You should stay here for the night. Lin Ihue was very worried about Shin Cho, so he nodded in agreement.
All right.
But about his illness, Liang Shulan sighed. We don't really know what the illness is. I heard he's had it since he was a child, but it doesn't seem to be deadly. However, Yuelu might have a way, but she's been gone for 3 days. Lin Ihue remembered what Xinhua said today, and his doubts grew stronger. Where did she go? I'll go find her. Yu Dihao sighed. She went to Liuzhou Prefecture for some business. We don't know where she is now. At this moment, Jingyu stepped out from the crowd and respectfully saluted Yu Dihao. Master. Madam. Please give me a horse. I will deliver a message to the young lady. When Qin Gongzi left, he gave us the address. Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan quickly agreed.
Yes.
Go quickly. I'll pack your things. Be careful and stay safe tonight. Meanwhile, Yu Ryua was holding the 2,500 taels she just received, smiling happily. Qin Haowen. Look, I've got 2,500 taels at once. If I get a few more, I can earn 10,000 taels. Oh my, then I'll be a little rich lady too. For the first time, Qin Haowen saw such a money-loving woman. Just 2,500 taels made this girl so happy. She's really easy to please. He remembered his past luxury and couldn't help feeling a bit ashamed. Since childhood, he had gone to the battlefield with his father to fight and make achievements, to protect the country and the people. But he didn't know that the common people of the court had been living in hardship and that corrupt officials were acting arrogantly. He quietly watched Yu Ryua put money into her favorite small bag, feeling satisfied as she hugged the bag and fell asleep peacefully. The smile at the corner of Yu Ryua's mouth made him feel warm inside. He had a good night's sleep. Early in the morning, the two of them left in a carriage. Meanwhile, at the Yu family, Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan didn't rest that night. They looked at Shincho, who was pale and unconscious, and felt very worried. If I had known he was sick, I wouldn't have drunk so much spiritual spring water. Rua doesn't know when she'll be back. What should we do? Liang Shulan was also very anxious. He was supposed to get sick only once a month, but this month, it's only the end of the month, and he's already been sick 3 times. And each time, it's worse. Both Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan had a bad feeling. Shincho was dizzy. He could still hear the sounds outside, but couldn't speak a word. His mind was filled with Shenhua's strange behavior and Yu Ryua's words. Could it be that he's not really sick? Maybe he's been poisoned? Why would Shenhua poison him? Who ordered him to do it? Shin Shu? Old Shin? Or the person paying behind the scenes? Although he knew he had no blood relation to the Shin family, he truly considered Shenhua his sister. She was the only one outside the little spirit family who treated him best.
Why?
Did he do something wrong? Does she think he's unlucky too? Shen Chao's heart felt like it had a big hole, exposed to cold wind, impossible to mend. In his daze, he seemed to return to that dark, enclosed room. He looked at Shun Laokai, who was tortured beyond recognition, and felt intense hatred. Just as he was about to rush forward and ask why, the door of the dark room suddenly opened. 2 Shun Chos faced each other. Yu Ryua sat in the carriage, the sound of hooves clopping like a lullaby, making her feel drowsy. Suddenly, the carriage stopped abruptly. Yu Ryua lost her balance and fell out of her seat. Oh no! Why did you stop so suddenly? My arm hurts so much. Jin Haowen lifted the car curtain, bent down, and picked up the person lying on the ground, placing them directly on his lap. Yu Ryua felt the softness beneath her and was scared and quickly tried to stand up. Jin Haowen held her tightly with one hand, while the other grabbed her shoulder. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound. Yu Ryua cried out in pain and bit Jin Haowen's shoulder. He didn't even frown, but gently held her slender arm and moved it a few times. Then he asked, Miss Ryua, how do you feel? Yu Ryua loosened her mouth and moved her shoulder a little, seeming to realize it didn't hurt anymore. She quickly gave Jin Haowen a thumbs up and praised him. I didn't expect you to know medical skills. You're really impressive. Jin Haowen looked at Yu Ryua's silly expression and felt helpless. It was my fault. I made you suffer. Then, he picked up Yu Ryua again and placed her under the carriage. Jingyu stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and bowed. Miss. Yu Ryua was surprised. How did you come here? Is something wrong at home? Reporting to Miss, it's your eldest uncle. He fell ill and is unconscious. The master and madam asked me to come and deliver the news. Yu Ryua was shocked and grabbed Jingyu's shoulders excitedly. Shincho is sick. Oh no. The fool has caught it again. Let's go. Hurry back. Yu Ryua looked at the darkening sky and the carriage behind her. She clenched her teeth and said, Jin Haowen, knock Jingyu out. Jin Haowen immediately pulled Jingyu down from a horse. Seeing his surprised expression, he didn't hesitate and knocked Jingyu out. Yu Ryua thought for a moment. Can you also knock yourself out? Jin Haowen shook his head. Knocking out is hard to control, but I can hit a tree. After saying that, he lifted his foot to hit a tree. Yu Ryua quickly stopped him. No need to hit a tree. First, cover Jingyu's eyes, then cover your own. Jin Haowen did as she said. Yu Ryua waved her hand in front of him to make sure he couldn't see anything. Only then did she store the carriage and horse into her space, and took out the car from her space. She held Jin Haowen's arm, directed him to put Jingyu in the back seat, and told him to sit in the front passenger seat. Yu Ryua fastened the seatbelt on the person behind her, and then on Jin Haowen in front. Jin Haowen smelled a light, pleasant fragrance nearby. His body tensed up, his back straightened, and he felt more confused. After making sure neither of them would be thrown out, she opened the driver's door and sat inside. Luckily, it was nighttime. If it had been any brighter, she wouldn't have dared to take out the car. First, Ryua familiarized herself with the car. She inserted the key into the ignition and gently turned it. The engine roared to life. Chin Haowen immediately became alert and tried to stand up. As he did, his head hit the roof with a bang. The seatbelt held him tightly, making him feel like he was being kidnapped, and he couldn't help but struggle. Ryua quickly patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Calm down. Be good. I won't hurt you." Then she pressed the clutch and accelerator, and the car suddenly sped off. Chin Haowen felt his body lean back uncontrollably. The loud noise and strange smell inside the car made him frown uncomfortably. But he never asked why. He just followed Ryua's instructions. Ryua just wanted to get back quickly. Luckily, her car was an off-road vehicle. Since it was nighttime in ancient times, there weren't many people around. Even the refugees had gone to rest in the woods, giving her a feeling of driving on the highway. Behind her, Jingyu suddenly woke up. He was always dizzy and wanted to as soon as he opened his mouth. Ryua quickly shouted, "Jingyu, if you dare to in the car, I'll throw you out." Jingyu swallowed what was in his mouth. Hearing the noise, Ryua also felt a bit sick, but she couldn't care about that now. She had to focus on steering to keep the car from bouncing too much. After about an hour of driving, Chin Haowen raised his hand to signal he couldn't hold it anymore. "Miss Ryua, I really need to stop." Ryua thought for a moment. They had been driving for nearly 2 hours. Even if they took a horse-drawn carriage, they could reach their destination before dawn. She stopped the car and helped both of the unwell people out. Then she put the car back into storage and released the horse and carriage. After finishing, Chin Haowen and Jingyu were both vomiting violently, almost losing their stomachs. Ryua quickly poured some water for the two of them, helping them rinse their mouths, then poured spiritual spring water. "Drink this quickly." Chin Haowen and Jingyu obediently drank the water, without even removing the cloth covering their eyes. They followed Ryua's hand and drank the spiritual spring water, which immediately eased the nausea in their stomachs. Ryua then fed each of them a piece of hawthorn cake. The sweet and sour taste made them feel alive again. At this moment, Chin Haowen asked, "Miss Ryua, can I take off the cloth over my eyes?" Ryua quickly lifted her foot and pulled the cloth away. The two looked at each other, and Ryua felt a bit guilty, lowering her head without knowing how to explain. Chin Haowen looked around and said, "It seems we'll reach Lu County soon. Let's hurry, we'll be home in about an hour and a half. Do you want to travel like before, on foot, or take the carriage?" Seeing their uncomfortable expressions, Ryua said, "Let's take the carriage. Just an hour left." Chin Haowen nodded silently, tying Jingyu's horse to the carriage. Without saying a word, he helped Ryua onto the carriage and sat on the other side after settling her in. Jingyu, knowing her place, drove the carriage from outside. On the way, Ryua carefully watched Chin Haowen's tense face. Finally, Chin Haowen couldn't help but sigh and said, "Miss Ryua, everyone has secrets. You don't need to explain." "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Hearing this, Ryua finally relaxed. When she learned Shincho was ill and worse than before, she became anxious and panicked. She just hoped Shincho could hold on until she returned. But she didn't expect that as they neared their destination, sudden changes occurred. Outside, lightning flashed and thunder roared, making everyone's hearts tremble. In the next second, a cold wind blew in, causing Ryua to shiver. Chin Haowen quickly sat beside her, using his broad body to block the wind. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound on the roof of the carriage. "Miss, young Master Chin, something's wrong. It's hailing." In Hadong village, a lightning strike lit up the inside of a house brightly. Shincho, lying with her eyes closed on the Kong, suddenly opened her eyes sharply. Her gentle eyes were now filled with darkness. "Xiao Cho, are you awake?" Yudihao's cheerful voice sounded in his ear, but Shin Chao's eyes flashed with coldness.
"Little Cho."
This rude person has such a big nerve to call him that. It seems he doesn't want to live anymore.
Ah.
Jingyu doesn't know if she received the message. "You say it didn't rain early or late, but it just started raining when Yu was on the road. I'm hoping the rain stops so it won't soak my precious daughter, but I also hope it rains harder to ease the drought. The weather is so hot that even the river water is almost gone. Dihao's chatter helped Shin-cho clear his mind. He seemed to remember something, but he also remembered that Yu's parents were quite useless, selling their daughter, and later even their son. They were very different from the worried father in front of him. That little troublemaker's parents really followed along. So, he can't kill her recklessly now. He suddenly sat up. Is this the first rain of summer this year? Yu Dihao nodded. Yes. Shin-cho quickly asked, where did you go? Yu Dihao sighed. She went to Luzhou Prefecture for some business. Shin-cho threw off the blanket and was about to leave. Yu Dihao hurriedly stopped him. Little Cho, where are you going? You're still sick. Hurry up. Go back quickly. When Yu returns, you'll be fine. Shin-cho grabbed his outer shirt and put it on carelessly, ignoring the pain in his chest. He shook off Yu Dihao's hand and rushed into the rain.
No.
Hail is about to fall. I need to bring her back. Yu Dihao looked confused.
What?
Hail? But this is clearly… Oh. Lotus. Quickly gather everyone and take everything inside the yard. It looks like hail is falling outside. Lotus and the others hurriedly dressed and brought all the fragile items inside. The hailstones were as big as rice grains, and in just half an incense stick of time, they grew to the size of a small finger. Everyone was frantic. It's been so long. Why isn't little Cho back yet? Where is he looking for her? What if he gets hit on the head by hail and goes crazy? Liang Shulan was also very worried. I wonder if my good girl found a place to hide from the rain. At this moment, Yu Ryue and the others were already riding in a carriage along the small road back to the village. The horse was neighing uncontrollably. Oh no! The hail outside is getting bigger. Miss! What should we do? Yu Ryue lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked around.
Run.
Keep running. We only have half an incense stick's time before we reach home. There's nowhere to hide out here in the countryside. Yu Ryue and Qin Haowen also took apart the wooden board from the carriage seat. They held 2 pieces of wood to shield Jingyu's head. They continued rushing home. But as time went on, the hail not only didn't get smaller but grew larger, turning from small finger-sized pieces into egg-sized chunks. The hail, with sharp points, pounded on the carriage, making a loud thudding sound. Suddenly, with a loud bang, an egg-sized piece of hail pierced through the roof of the carriage and fell inside. At the same time, there were shouts outside. Miss! The horse is out of control. Yu Ryue quickly ordered. Qin Haowen. Jingyu. Protect yourselves, control the horses, don't let them run wild. If they run into the village and hurt someone, it would be bad. If necessary, just kill the horses. Qin Haowen and Jingyu hurriedly stood outside the carriage. Despite the pain from the hail hitting them, they tried hard to steer the horses in the right direction. They hoped to hold on a little longer, as they were almost home. But the hail kept getting bigger. Suddenly, the sharp, spiky hail pounded the first horse's head. Blood flowed down its face. The horse neighed loudly, kicking desperately to break free, but couldn't. When another piece of hail hit its head again, it lost control and fell to the side, dragging the carriage with it. Outside, their bodies tilted uncontrollably to the right. Inside the carriage, Yu Ryue, like a rag doll, was thrown against the wall as the carriage tilted. Qin Haowen heard the muffled cry inside. He quickly drew his sword and cut the rope tying the horse. But the carriage still shifted. When the left wheel pressed down on the horse's body, the entire carriage tipped over to the right. Qin Haowen and Jingyu quickly jumped out of the car to avoid being crushed together. They rolled on the ground to lessen the impact and then quickly got up, running toward the wild horse. They no longer cared about the hailstorm, letting the egg-sized hailstones hit their heads and bodies. Blood dripped down and mixed with the muddy water on the ground. Inside the carriage, Yu Ryue was uncontrollably thrown from the left side to the right. She tried to support herself, but the horse suddenly ran forward like crazy. Her recently healed arm was caught in the window near the ground, and she felt a sharp, burning pain in her arm. She tried to pull it back, but it was tightly held, and she couldn't move it. Suddenly, A hailstone from the other side of the window smashed into her left arm, causing blood to flow down her shoulder and onto her chin. Outside, Qin Haowen drew his sword and charged at the wild horse. Midway, a hailstone hit his sword, causing it to shift and miss the main artery in the horse's neck. Instead, it pierced the horse's rear, making the animal even more frantic. Yu Ryue felt intense jolts and her head was dizzy. Every part of her hurt. Just when she thought she was about to die, the wild horse suddenly neighed loudly and collapsed with a thud, revealing Xin Chao's grim, bloodthirsty face in front of her. Qin Haowen was surprised. When did this sickly person become so skilled in martial arts? But he didn't have time to think. He quickly ran to the front of the carriage, smashing the broken wooden boards aside. He saw Yu Ryue's pale, weak face. Just as he was about to lift her up, a sharp sound made him jump back. A blood-stained knife was falling where he had just crouched. If he had been a second slower, his head might have been cut off. He suddenly looked up, staring at the source of a knife. He saw Xin Chou, covered in blood and full of killing intent, approaching quickly. He crouched down gently and carefully lifted Yu Ryue from the ground, treating her like a rare treasure. He held her tightly, shielding her with his body from the hail, and quickly ran back toward the Yu family estate. Yu Ryue smelled the faint scent of ink at her nose. Her anxious heart finally calmed down. She mumbled, "Big brother. It's really good that you're safe." Xin Chou felt heartache as he pulled the person into his arms again, but he was afraid of hurting her wounds. He could only run forward desperately, even as hail pounded on his head and his strength was nearly gone. All he wanted was to protect the fragile little spirit in his arms, the delicate creature who could only possess others. Even his voice of comfort trembled uncontrollably. "Little spirit. It's okay. I'm here." The person in his arms was too weak. He didn't even dare to think about what life would be like without her. It would be so dull and hopeless. This was his first time coming here, only to be betrayed by his most trusted confidant and badly injured. His life had been full of suffering, exploitation and torment from family, betrayal by friends and trusted people, harsh criticism from others, and suspicion from the ruler. He couldn't help but want to end his life after dealing with the traitors. But then he met the little spirit. She was a rare bit of sweetness in his life. Could she also be taken away? Even heaven itself shouldn't allow that. Xin Chou fought with all his strength and finally returned to the Yu family. Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan each held a lid to protect themselves. Just as they were about to go out to find help, they saw Xin Chou, covered in blood, holding the barely breathing Yu Ryue in his arms. Liang Shulan's legs went weak, nearly fainting. It was Qin Haowen who quickly pulled her inside when he arrived, while the place where they had been standing was smashed into a hole by a hailstone with thorns. As Xin Chou brought her inside, he suddenly knelt down uncontrollably. His knees hit the ground with a dull thud, but he kept his back straight, not letting any harm come to Yu Ryue. The overwhelming, bittersweet feeling surged uncontrollably, and Xin Chou turned his head away, afraid of staining the person in his arms. Yu Ryue heard her parents calling and slowly opened her eyes. She saw Xin Chao's face pale and blood spurting from his mouth. With all his strength, Xin Chou finally looked at her gently. A drop of blood from his lips dripped down his chin, landing on Yu Ryue's face and also on her heart. Xin Chou, full of kindness, wanted to wipe away that blood for Yu Ryue, but he had no strength left and fainted. Before losing consciousness, he even managed to say, sorry for staining her. Sorry for not protecting her well.
I'm sorry.
I have met someone like me, a troublemaker, who only brings bad luck." This light apology felt like a heavy, hitting Yu Ryue hard and making her heart race uncontrollably. She reached out and tightly grabbed Xin Chao's weak wrist. Just as she was about to speak, she ran out of breath and fainted. When she woke up again, the sound of hail hitting the roof was still going on, and her wounds had been bandaged. She suddenly remembered what she saw before fainting. She struggled to sit up. Liang Shulan hurried in and pushed her back down, saying, "Lie down quickly." "Why are you getting up?" Yu Ryue wanted to ask about Xin Chou, but the warm feeling in her hand made her feel stunned. She stiffly turned her head to the side and saw the very weak person lying nearby.
Mom.
Why is he in my room? Liang Shulan sighed. Why do you ask? You held his hand tightly. We were worried about hurting you, so we carried both of you into your room. Yuryue felt her face heat up and felt a little embarrassed to look at the sickly beauty beside her. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Yuryue quickly shook her head. I don't feel anything wrong. I think my injuries are just superficial. Liang Shulan sighed again. The hail has been falling for 3 hours. We don't know when it will stop. Luckily, when we built the house, we put a thick layer of straw on the roof tiles. Otherwise, the roof would have been damaged by the size of eggs. It's also our hard-earned fields. I think they might be ruined now. The thatched village houses probably have leaks too. Thinking about the fields everyone fought to protect being destroyed, Yuryue felt a mix of emotions. Then she asked her mother to bring a big basin and gradually poured out a large bowl of spiritual spring water.
Mom.
Use the same method as last time. After saying that, Yuryue also drank a big bowl. A cool feeling instantly spread through her body, and even her wounds didn't hurt as much. She thought for a moment and called up the Underworld Trading Post. She typed in the search bar, Universal Wound Healing Spirit Medicine. Sorry, the item you want is not available. You have 2 more chances to buy today. Yuryue was speechless. This underworld marketplace is getting sneakier. All she did was search, and she didn't even buy anything, yet she wasted a trading opportunity. Still not giving up, she typed, Universal Healing Medicine.
Saudi.
The item you want is not available. You have 1 purchase chance left today. Yuryue pursed her lips. Could it be that she was being too greedy? So she searched again. Good wound medicine. Immediately, results popped up. She quickly added 10 doses at the back. Soon, 10 cold ceramic bottles appeared in her hand. She endured the pain in her arm, took out a bottle from under the blanket, and handed it to Liang Shulan.
Mom.
This is a healing medicine. Let's each try one. Liang Shulan hurriedly opened the bottle. Immediately, a strange medicinal scent filled her nose. She tilted the bottle, and a round, plump pill appeared in her hand. That's it. Yuryue was surprised. Liang Shulan shook the bottle again and poured out the pills. She looked at her empty palm and nodded. There's only 1 pill in each bottle. Yuryue was shocked. 1 bottle and only 1 pill? And it was so expensive. It cost her 80 billion yen coins, while a single spiritual spring water only costs 10 billion yen coins. She had only been dead for a few months, and the currency in the underworld had already inflated so much. She quickly took the pill and put it in her mouth. She wanted to see what made this healing medicine so expensive. After placing the pill in her mouth and chewing twice, she was about to wash it down with spiritual spring water, but the pill suddenly dissolved in her mouth, flowing down her throat into her stomach. Instantly, a warm feeling spread through her limbs. She couldn't help but let out a satisfied sigh. With the help of the spiritual spring water, her injuries didn't hurt as much anymore. Yuryue nodded contentedly. Indeed, expensive things must have their benefits. She quickly asked her mother to feed a pill to Shincho, then handed over 2 more bottles for Qin Haowen and Jingyu. Both of them were also badly injured, with their heads bleeding from being hit. Seeing the bottles in their hands, they hurriedly refused. We didn't protect the young lady well. We don't deserve to take such good medicine. Liang Shulan looked at the 2 with guilty faces and comforted them, saying, It's not your fault. Humans are so small in the face of natural disasters. Even if you had 3 heads and 6 arms, you couldn't fight the heavens. Also, Ryu just told me that everything you did was according to her instructions. She didn't expect the hail to be so fierce and was trying to get home before the storm made the horse panic. She also told me to watch you both take this medicine. Qin Haowen and Jingyu looked at the shiny porcelain bottle in their hands, feeling both sour and overwhelmed. How did they deserve to meet such a kind family? They opened the bottle and swallowed the pills in one go. Instantly, a warm flow hit their dantian, filling their whole bodies with warmth. The pain from their injuries was lessened. They were shocked, This medicine was even stronger than all the medicines they had taken before, better than those prescribed by palace doctors. Such precious medicine was hard to find, yet they, as servants, had received it. Qin Haowen and Jingyu felt more guilty for not protecting Yu Ryue well. After taking the medicine and eating some food, Yu Ryue gained strength. She removed all the gauze wrapped around her arm. Looking at her arm, she saw that a layer of skin had been worn away. She clenched her teeth and dipped her arm into the remaining spiritual spring water. She remembered that when Shin Cho was badly hurt, she also used spiritual spring water to clean him, and he recovered quickly. She just didn't know if there would be scars. Thinking for a moment, Yu Ryue suddenly found herself unable to look away from Shin Cho. He was closing his eyes, his face pale. Because of his discomfort, his long eyelashes trembled gently, giving him a fragile, beautiful look. It almost seemed like he was tempting someone to do something wrong. Yu Ryue shook her head, trying to dismiss her unrealistic thoughts. The sound of hail hitting the roof made her heart sink slowly. Given how heavy and long the hail had fallen, all the crops in the fields were probably destroyed. She wondered how large the hailstorm's range was. If it came time to pay taxes in autumn, what would happen to these poor farmers? This picture seems a bit suggestive. What do you think? She was feeling very tired and gave Shin Cho, who was unconscious beside her, a healing pill and a large bowl of spiritual spring water. Only then did she fall into a deep sleep. She didn't know how long she had slept when suddenly loud noises and shouting came from outside. Quickly bring out that sickly Shin Cho. I am his mother. Yu Ryue groggily opened her eyes, feeling the familiar ink scent in her nose and a strange sensation around her waist. She reached out instinctively, and immediately heard a low, muffled groan from above her. Yu Ryue suddenly opened her eyes wide and realized she had somehow rolled over to Shin Cho's side. The two of them were not only sharing a blanket, but Shin Cho had also tightly embraced her in his arms. And in her hand, Ryue, let go. That deep, husky, even somewhat impatient voice sounded above her, so pleasant it made her feel guilty. In fact, she had indeed committed a mistake. Quickly, Yu Ryue released her grip and hurriedly backed away, kicking her legs. Could it be that she inherited the original owner's thoughts and still had inappropriate feelings for her eldest uncle? As soon as she returned to her bed, Liang Shulan pushed open the door and came in. She looked at her daughter, curled up completely under the blanket, then glanced at Shin Cho, who had a normal expression but red ears.
Xiao Cho?
You're awake, huh? Ryue, why are you hiding your head under the blanket? Don't suffocate yourself. Inside, Yu Ryue felt like a squealing chicken was trapped inside her, constantly screaming. She really wanted to find it in the ground and crawl in immediately. Shin Cho looked at the bulge inside the blanket and chuckled softly. Ryue, are you feeling unwell? Tell me, and Auntie will help you check. Yu Ryue had never imagined that Shin Cho, usually gentle and quiet, would have such a mischievous side. And his voice was so pleasant that her face couldn't help but turn red. Thinking about the recent touch and the big, she couldn't think about it. She felt like she was going crazy. She had lived over 20 years in her previous life, never eaten pork, nor seen a pig run. She had only focused on making money. She never expected her pure hands to be ruined on this day, and even more so, by her own former eldest uncle. People inside, come out quickly. Thinking that hiding inside means I can't get to you, huh? If you don't come out soon, I will break down the door. The woman's shouting outside successfully pulled Yu Ryue's thoughts back. Since death was inevitable anyway, she might as well face it bravely. She suddenly threw off the blanket, her messy hair falling around her face. She hurriedly put on a coat and slipped into her shoes, then lowered her head and ran outside. Passing by Liang Shulan, who looked worried, she explained, I'm fine. I just felt a bit cold earlier, but now I'm better. Who is standing outside? How dare they break my door? I have to go see what's going on. When Yu Ryue reached the door, she almost got pushed over. Qin Haowen, who was nearby, quickly caught her and said, Be careful. Yu Ryue hurriedly thanked him, then washed her hands and face outside before calming down. Qin Haowen glanced at Shin Cho, who was sitting up on the bed and dressing slowly, and frowned. Madam, since young Master Shen is awake, shouldn't we move him out of Mrs. Room? It doesn't look good if outsiders see him here. Liang Shulan looked at the weak Shin Cho and nodded. Yes, it's not good for his reputation either, but the Shin family probably can't go back now. Most of the houses in the village are smashed to pieces. See if we can find another room to let him rest and recover. Qin Haowen nodded and reported on the situation outside before leaving. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly turned back and met the cold, fierce gaze of the person inside. Qin Haowen remembered that Shin Cho was usually gentle. Though he was quiet most of the time, he had never seen such a look before, like a lurking venomous snake ready to strike at any moment. Shin Cho really wanted to hurt the meddlesome person outside. He had just spent the night holding that little troublemaker, only to be torn apart by him. If he had known, he wouldn't have opened his eyes today. But thinking about the feeling of floating earlier that morning, he couldn't hold back and teased a little. It was all because of that woman outside shouting and cursing. Shin Cho dressed quickly, pushed past Qin Haowen, and stormed out angrily. Outside, Foam Kyer was shouting so loudly her throat was dry, but the big door remained tightly shut, with no intention of opening. Her forehead was bruised and purple, and her hair was still sticky with dried blood. It seemed she had suffered quite a bit yesterday. Next to her was a young girl, slightly better off, but her shoulders drooped, probably hit by the hailstorm last night. Ryua, you little brat, come out now. Shun Cho, you sickly person, cursed unlucky star. Finally, the door was opened. Coming out were Jingyu and Mo Huan, followed by Ryua. She pointed directly at them and ordered, "Come.
Fight."
Drive away these two thieves trying to hide in the house." Foam Kyo crossed her arms, looking fierce. "Little brat, I am your mother-in-law. If you dare to lay a finger on me today, wait until your father-in-law comes back and sells you to a brothel." Ryua was surprised that Shinshu hadn't told Foam Kyo about his divorce. She was about to speak when the little girl beside her echoed, "My dad said everything you and that sickly person have belongs to me. Hurry up and get out of my house. Give the house back to me." Ryua was amused. She waved her hand at Jingyu and Mo Huan, who were about to act. Suddenly, someone faster appeared. Shin Cho, full of anger, had no outlet for his rage. Seeing his enemies, his anger flared even more. He hadn't forgotten how this wicked woman had humiliated him in the past. He kicked her hard, sending her flying. Ryua was surprised. Shin Cho, usually gentle, actually attacked first. Today was very strange. Could he be having a mental breakdown like before? As soon as he kicked her away, he looked miserable and limped over to Ryua, looking pitiful. "Ryua, my foot hurts." Seeing his handsome face, almost divine in its beauty, Ryua felt a wave of sympathy. She immediately thought Foam Kyer had gone too far, which was why Shin Cho had retaliated. It wasn't a mental breakdown at all. She quickly grabbed Shin Chao's arm and pulled him behind her, protecting him fiercely. "Anyone who bullies my brother, Jingyu,
Montak Huan.
fight her." Foam Kyer, nearly choking from the, clutched her chest and wailed inside. She thought to herself, "I am the victim here." After the others ran away, Ryua turned around and met his intense, deep eyes. Feeling a bit uncomfortable, she patted Shin Chao's shoulder and awkwardly comforted him. All right. Don't feel wronged, and see her once. Anyone who bullies my brother, Jingyu,
Montak Huan.
fight her." Foam Kyer, nearly choking from, he couldn't help but lean closer and softly said, "Thank you, Ryua." Ryua's tones stretched out long. Watching his suddenly enlarged handsome face, her breath caught. She realized that since he woke up this time, he hadn't called her sister-in-law once. It was always Ryua. Somehow, it made her feel a bit shy. "Big brother Shin." Ryua turned her head and heard a familiar call. She quickly took a step back and looked over. It was surprisingly Yu Shi and Yu Tian. "Big brother." "Second brother." Ryua tiptoed and waved to the two. Just as she was about to run over, her collar was suddenly pulled hard. She almost choked and rolled her eyes. Her panic completely disappeared. She turned back and glared fiercely at Shincho. "Why are you pulling me?" Shincho immediately looked pitiful again. "Ryue, why are you so fierce? I just want you to be careful. Look at those small pits on the ground caused by hail. You already have injuries, and if you fall, I would be worried." His words were very soft, but they were spoken so close that they could hear each other's breathing. Ryue's previously calm heart started pounding again. She felt like the person behind her was just like a charming fox spirit. How could someone with such a handsome face say such blushing, heartbeat-raising words? It made her a little shy to lift her head, naturally missing the fleeting flash of wildness and obsession in Shun Chao's eyes. "All right, I get it. Don't pull my collar anymore." She finished speaking and turned to leave. Shincho still wanted to reach out and pull her back, hold her in his arms, and press her into his body, but he couldn't and didn't dare. He was afraid his dirty thoughts would scare away the only person willing to protect him. He licked his lips impatiently, suppressing his inner restlessness. As soon as he turned around, he found himself face to face with Qin Haowen. Shincho felt that this person looked somewhat familiar, and the gentle way he looked at the little elf was something even he didn't realize he was doing, which made him uncomfortable. He raised an eyebrow, and his smile was full of challenge. Qin Haowen watched the whole scene from the side. During his time in Kyoto, he had never met someone as difficult as the person in front of him. The man gave off a very dangerous vibe, and his gaze at Ryue was not that of an older brother looking at his younger sister, but more like a man full of aggression and a strange desire to possess. Ryue was unaware of the subtle tension between the two men. She looked at her two brothers, who were unharmed, and felt a bit happy. "Why are you both back? Didn't you get hurt yesterday?" Yusha looked at the bandages on his sister and felt very upset. "What happened to you?" Yu-Tion's eyes turned red, as if he was about to cry. "How did you get such serious injuries? Hurry back home and don't run around outside." Ryue chuckled. "Isn't it a long time since I saw you both? Do you miss me?" Yusha and Yu-Tion felt warm inside, and both said they missed their sister very much. The three siblings of the Yu family talked and laughed as they went home. They had breakfast together, and then Liang Shulan immediately took Ryue back to apply medicine. Yu Dihao was concerned about how his two sons had been doing lately. The family all silently agreed, not to mention Shun Hua's situation. They heard her husband had broken his leg after being hit by a falling beam, so everyone went to town to see his leg. Shun Cho heard about it and just nodded without saying anything. Ryue rested at home peacefully for 2 days, then planned to go to town to visit Boss Hu at the Piaoxiang restaurant and order more flour. But Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan refused, so she asked Qin Haowen to go and place the order for her. She spent her time eating and drinking in her space, washing her face and wounds with spiritual spring water. Soon, her terrible wound scabbed over, and her face even became smoother and more delicate than before. However, the others were not as happy as she was. When Yusha was stopped again by Zhou Huan, his attitude had completely changed. "You sure? Do you have someone else in town? Why haven't you come back to see me? When will I get the 20 taels of silver? Do you know how your sister has been mean to me while you were away? You treat her like a good sister, but she might not see you as a good brother." Next to them, Yu-Tion was about to speak up in protest, but Yusha pushed him aside. "Go over there and wait for me. I'll handle this first, then I'll come find you." Yu-Tion glared sharply at Zhou Huan, then turned away. He noticed Shen Jiao looking sad and downcast. His eyes lit up, and he quickly ran over, worried. He asked, Jiao, what's wrong? Why do you look upset?" Seeing Yu-Tion's worried face, Shen Jiao suddenly burst into tears, leaning her head on his chest and crying loudly. Yu-Tion felt both heartache and embarrassment. He didn't know how to hold his hands or feet. But judging by where she was coming from, she probably just returned from seeing old Shen. Zhou Huan, hearing the crying, sneered, "Haha, a flirtatious woman. Shen Jiao must have liked your family's money and was deliberately trying to flirt with your brother." Yusha looked at Zhou Huan with a cold gaze. "And you? What do you like about my family?" Zhou Huan was stunned. She looked up and met Yusha's icy eyes. She shivered but quickly regained her composure, her eyes filling with tears. Brother Sure, how can you think that of me? I like you, not anyone else. You sure looked at Zhou Huan's fake, greedy face and felt like his mind was a mess. Her eyes showed no love for him, only scheming. He realized he had been fooled and almost resented his parents and sister for it. Then tell me, how has your sister been mean to you? Zhou Huan got excited when she talked about this. I've never seen anyone as malicious as your sister. She smiles at me on the surface, but when my mother and my sisters go to work at the factory, she refuses to come. She even says we like to cheat and steal, secretly mocking us. Isn't that slander? Don't you know what kind of person we are? We are all kind and honest. She spoke happily, not noticing Yusher's face turning darker and darker. I think she's just doing it on purpose. Not only does she want to break us apart, but she also wants to take your money. Shut up, Yusher's angry shout interrupted Zhou Huan's provocation. Zhou Huan looked up and met Yusher's furious face. She had never seen such a terrifying look in his eyes. Feeling a bit scared, she swallowed her saliva and continued crying. Brother Sure, you're actually scolding me. It's clearly your sister who did wrong. If she was willing to pay, I would already be with you now. Yusher's forehead veins bulged with anger, and his fists clenched tightly. He truly regretted being blind before. How could he think such a woman was kind and beautiful? He took a deep breath to suppress his urge to hit her.
Zhou Huan,
You should be glad I never hit women. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to resist seeing you and giving you a good lesson. Get lost. A sister like you isn't worth talking about. Don't come to me anymore. Hearing the commotion, Shen Jiao, who loved watching drama, stopped crying and couldn't help but look over.
who is that?
What's going on? What happened? Yu Tian looked at Shen Jiao, who had a red nose and big round eyes, and was very curious about Yusher and the others. He quickly shifted his attention. That crazy woman Zhou Huan is talking badly about my sister. Shen Jiao immediately straightened up, her eyes full of fighting spirit. She rolled up her sleeves and stepped forward. Anyone dares to speak badly of my sister, just watch me teach her a lesson. At this moment, Zhou Huan was lost in her admiration for her own devotion, not noticing Shen Jiao rushing over angrily, until Shen Jiao grabbed Yu Tian's shoulder for leverage and kicked Zhou Huan directly. Yusher watched helplessly as this fake woman opened her mouth to defend herself, then suddenly tilted to the side and fell down with a thud. Next, a figure darted past him, riding on Zhou Huan and punching her repeatedly, each punch hitting hard. You shameless! Talking behind my sister's back? Just wait, I'll beat you to death. Don't you know what kind of person your family is? Lazy, dishonest, and wanting to get into the noodle factory? She didn't even want my sister-in-law. What kind of trash are you? Zhou Huan was not a kind person either. She quickly regained her composure and immediately grabbed Shen Jiao's hair. The two of them started fighting fiercely. Yu Tian hurried forward, grabbing Zhou Huan's arm to stop her from moving. Shen Jiao didn't say a word. She opened her mouth wide and attacked from both sides. Zhou Huan tried to kick back, but Yu Tian kneeled down quickly and pushed her leg hard at her knee. Zhou Huan was caught off guard and knelt down directly in front of Shen Jiao. Shen Jiao crossed her hands on her hips and laughed loudly. Why are you bowing so deeply? Do you want to acknowledge me as your mother? Yusher saw Zhou Huan being beaten badly and felt a bit sorry. He tried to stop her, saying, Yu Tian, hitting a girl is not polite. Yu Tian looked innocent. Big brother, we've only been studying for a few days. What does a gentleman do or not do? And I didn't even hit her. I was just trying to stop the fight. Yusher was speechless. He turned his face away and stopped watching. Zhou Huan was so angry she cursed Yusher as a coward and called Yu Tian and Shen Jiao adulterers. Fuming, Shen Jiao rolled up her sleeves and slapped her twice. Meanwhile, Yu Tian felt a bit embarrassed because of the words, adulterers. Shen Jiao looked at him curiously. Yu Tian, why are you blushing? Hurry up and hold her down. If she runs away, I won't talk to you anymore. Not ignoring her? Absolutely not. Yu Tian tried even harder to break up the fight. When Yu Tian saw a crowd rushing over, he quickly let go of Zhou Huan. Zhou Huan immediately stood up and swung her hand to hit. Yu Tian blocked her in front of Shen Jiao and took the hit stubbornly. He let out a cry and pulled Shen Jiao down with him. Shen Jiao struggled and said, "Yu Tian, why are you pulling me? I want to help you get revenge." Yu Tian, with a bright red handprint on his face, smiled and winked at her. "Hurry.
Lie down."
People are coming." Just as Zhou Huan was about to kick them, Zhou's mother, along with the village chief and a group of people, ran over. Everyone saw Zhou Huan slap both of them down and was about to kick again. The village chief quickly shouted, "Zhou Huan, stop!" He hurried over, intending to stop her. But when he looked down, he saw that the person lying on the ground was his own daughter. Not only was her hair messy, but her eyes were red, clearly showing she had been crying. Angrily, he rolled up his sleeves and was about to hit someone, losing his usual composure. "You dared to hit my daughter. I wouldn't even hit her myself, and now you've made her cry." Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan heard about their son and hurried over with their family. Yu Ryue looked at Xin Jiao, who was tearful and upset, and at Yu Tian's face with red handprints. She quickly grabbed the village chief, who was about to lose his temper, and said, "Call the police." "Report it." The village chief snapped out of his anger. "Yes. Call the police." Everyone saw Zhou Huan hit Jiao and Yu Tian. "When the time comes, you must testify for my Jiao." The nearby villagers nodded quickly. "Don't worry. We saw everything and will testify for you." Zhou mother, who was furious and ready to cause trouble, and Zhou Huan, who had been hit for a long time, looked at each other in confusion. They thought they were the victims. In the end, Shen Jiao, feeling guilty, stepped in to mediate, so they didn't call the police. But when Zhou Huan kept bowing and apologizing, Shen Jiao felt very happy, even forgetting the hurt she had just experienced. Yu Tian smiled happily at Shen Jiao. During the market stall, she always protected him and his brother. Now, he finally helped Shen Jiao, and he felt very pleased. Shen Jiao also completely changed her opinion of this weak boy. After everyone left, village chief Shen kept scolding Shen Jiao. "She bullied you so much, and you still helped her speak. You're really going to make me angry." Shen Jiao quickly tugged on her father's sleeve and quietly told him what had really happened. The fair and just village chief Shen blushed, surprised to find the story was quite the opposite. However, Yu Tian was much smarter than before. He wanted to praise Yu Tian, but noticed that his eyes seemed glued to his precious daughter. Fuming, he pulled Yu Tian aside to block his view and gave him a stern look. But Shen Jiao secretly peeked from behind him, smiling and winking at Yu Tian. After this fuss, Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan discussed whether to help Yusher find a marriage match, so he wouldn't be worried all the time. The most important thing was to settle Yusher's marriage, as he was considered a single man of marriageable age in the village. In this era, marriages are arranged by parents and matchmakers, often blind and without personal choice. Originally, they hoped Yusher would find someone he liked himself, but his taste was really poor. It seemed that arranged matches were more reliable than his own choices. Yusher wanted to focus on studying, but he realized he was already of marriageable age. As his family's life improved, many people started to pay attention to him. Since he was not good at judging people, it was better to quickly get engaged to avoid causing trouble for his family. Yu Ryue stayed in bed every day, claiming she was recovering from an injury, but in fact, she just wanted to rest for a while. Anyway, Qin Haowen watched over her outside. Hua kept an eye on her school bag, and her father personally looked after her meals. She and her mother would lock her small room door every day and go inside to watch TV and enjoy life. Yu Ryue also bought special scar removal pills from the exchange. These pills were very magical. As soon as Yu Ryue took the pill, she felt her scabbed skin itching. After just 2 days, the marks on her arm disappeared. However, on the 3rd day, when she looked in the mirror, she was stunned by what she saw. Liang Shulan hurried in and asked, "What's wrong?" "My precious daughter." When she looked closer, she also screamed.
Ah,
Your face. Yuryue now looked like a snake shedding its skin. Her skin was so loose that it could be peeled off easily. Outside, Shen Cho and others heard the noise and wanted to rush in. But Liang Shulan quickly shut the door to protect her daughter's beauty. Don't come in. Nothing's wrong. Yuryue also shouted loudly. Nothing's wrong. Shin Cho frowned as he looked at the closed door. He suddenly felt that this little troublemaker's mother was also a bit of a problem. When could he stay beside the little troublemaker every day? Inside the room, Yuryue was helping Liang Shulan peel off the loose skin from her face. Mother and daughter were both terrified by what they saw. After a while, they both sensed something was wrong. Hey, Ryue, your face is smooth and tender, like it can hold water. Is it because of that medicine? Yuryue looked at herself in the mirror and then at her arms and hands. Although she had been taking care of her skin daily and drinking spiritual spring water, her skin color had noticeably improved. Still, when she looked closely, she could see large pores. After shedding this layer of skin, she felt her body was smooth and soft, with no visible pores. She even liked how she looked now. So, Yuryue took out a porcelain bottle from her pocket, poured out a pill, and put it into her mother's mouth.
Mom.
Let's share this happiness and become beautiful together. Liang Shulan hesitated and said, I'm too old to become beautiful. But even though she said that, she obediently swallowed the medicine. Yuryue's transformation was so amazing that it was hard to believe. She decided to stay inside her room for a few days to rest and go out again in a couple of days. Shin Cho heard the news and frowned deeply. He thought for a moment and went back to the Shin family. He used some money to have someone repair the house a little. Now, all the crops in the fields had been destroyed. People sat quietly in the fields, staring at the ruined crops and uneven land. They had cried until they had no tears left. That was why Zhou Huan was so anxious. Although Yuryue had recruited 50 more people, a few still had no income. When Shen Cho asked someone to fix the house, many people came to help, hoping to get some silver. This time, Shen Cho brought 20,000 taels of silver. With the 10,000 taels he had before, he had a total of 30,000 taels. He didn't hold back and spent money freely. The house was repaired in just one day. After the workers left, he went to the town and stood outside a gambling house, releasing Shun Laokai. Shun Laokai, still groggy, opened his eyes. His vision was blocked by a black cloth. He didn't dare move, afraid he might be beaten or tortured. But this time, things felt different. He heard familiar shouting nearby, and it seemed like a group of people was walking back and forth.
Brother Laokai.
Why are you living here? Still blindfolded? Are you visiting some young girl's house for fun? The voice was very familiar. Old Lu from the gambling house. He excitedly pulled off the black cloth covering his eyes. In front of him was a lively street and the bustling gambling house next to it.
Wow.
I'm back, he exclaimed. Old Lu raised his hand and waved it in front of him. Brother Laokai, what are you staring at? You haven't been to the gambling house for a long time. Your close friend has been looking for you everywhere. Also, someone claiming to be your distant cousin has brought you a message. Old Man Shin suddenly stood up quickly and asked, Where's the person who brought the message? Old Lu shook his head and said, Same old place, same old time. I don't know where exactly. Hearing this, Old Man Shin's face lit up with a smile. He smiled and patted Old Lu's shoulder, then hurriedly ran toward the outskirts of the city. Along the way, he would enter small alleys, climb over walls, and keep looking around carefully, afraid of being caught again by the person who kidnapped him a few days ago, or of being followed. He wandered through the city, twisting and turning, and finally left before dark, arriving at a broken temple at the foot of a mountain. Unknowingly, someone had been quietly following him from behind all this time. As soon as he entered, he went straight to the back of the Buddha statue and started digging with his hands. But after a while, he found nothing in the soil. He cursed angrily. That old rascal dared to deceive me. Suddenly, a charming female voice came from the temple entrance, startling Shun Laokai. He quickly smiled and walked out, saying, I was just scolding some troublemakers in my family. Don't take it to heart. By the way, why did your cousin come here in person this time? Opposite him was a modestly dressed middle-aged woman with a proud look on her face. Cousin, after so many years, you're still as beautiful as ever. Look at your smooth face. Let me pinch it and see if I can squeeze out some water. The woman raised her hand to block Shin Lao Kai's hand and looked impatient. Why haven't I heard from you in so long? Did that little troublemaker get into trouble? I heard he's not only recovered but also back to studying. Shin Lao Kai had been for a long time, with no idea how much time had passed. Still, he patted his chest and assured her, "Don't worry, cousin. When I tell you to do something, I always get it done. The medicine you gave me, I give it to that troublemaker every month. And according to your instructions, I married my second son to a wicked woman from a family full of ruffians. That same day, I made my second son run away. I even beat that little troublemaker badly, torturing him so that he takes out his anger on that troublemaker every day." The woman snorted coldly, saying, "You better not be lying, or else when that little troublemaker goes to Kyoto, both of us will be in danger." Old Shin nodded happily. The woman then took out a silver note worth 50 taels from her and handed it over with a look of disgust. "I have some matters to attend to in the next few months. This is 5 months' worth of money.
Keep it."
Old Shun's eyes lit up when he saw the silver note. He immediately reached out with a sneaky look, grabbing both the note and her pure white hand. He first took the note with his other hand, then suddenly pulled her into his arms. His foul-smelling mouth immediately leaned toward her fair cheek, and his hands started to act up.
"Cousin,
Your chest is still so big. Does that man also love it? Can't wait to drown in it. And your hips, so curvy. No wonder you can give me a son. Does he know that his spoiled son is mine?" Old Shin had been locked in that dark room for over half a month, without washing. During that time, Shin Cho had even scared him into wetting his pants. The smell was so bad that it made it hard to keep his eyes open. The woman tried to dodge and pushed him back.
cousin. No.
"I really don't feel well, and there are people waiting outside. If they find out we've been here too long, they might get suspicious. You don't want our son to be suspected, do you?" Old Shin, having been locked up so long, hadn't even touched a woman's clothes. Seeing this beautiful woman waving around in front of him, he couldn't listen to anything else. He shoved the silver note into his, then viciously tore open her blouse, revealing the white skin underneath, and immediately buried his head in it. The woman felt disgusted. She hurriedly took off her gold bracelet. "Cousin, this bracelet is for you. Find a young, pretty girl inside the building. I really don't feel well today." In secret, Shin Cho witnessed everything in front of him. He was so shocked that he couldn't even use the word, surprised, to describe his feelings. The woman looked very familiar, as if he had seen her at the home of a high-ranking official in the capital. He couldn't remember where he had seen her, and over the years, her appearance had changed. At the temple, the woman confirmed that old Shin had already left. Her gentle face suddenly turned fierce. She used a handkerchief to wipe her face with disgust, then wiped the place where the old beast had bitten her. She gritted her teeth and cursed, "Old beast. If it weren't for your usefulness, I would have killed you long ago. Humph. After I kill that wicked woman, I will also kill her son and all of you animals." She cursed loudly in the temple, then dressed neatly, checked herself carefully, and only then did her face regain its gentle expression. She was very cunning, taking many twists and turns before walking to the other side where a carriage was parked. The carriage looked dusty on the outside, but judging by the fabric and fine craftsmanship, it was likely used by a servant of a wealthy family. Shin Cho followed behind, eager to see how the official documents for entering the city were written. The Yu family didn't know that Shin Cho was investigating his own background alone. They still thought that once he recovered, he would immediately go to the academy to study. After 2 days of shedding his old skin, Yu Ryua looked radiant. She wanted to stay a few more days, but she was too restless. So, after packing the books, she took some dried noodles and, with Qin Haowen, went to deliver the goods to the town. On the way, Qin Haowen kept glancing at Yu Ryua, making her feel a little uncomfortable. Why do you keep looking at me? She asked. Qin Haowen's handsome face turned red as he explained, Miss, you seem to have become more beautiful. Hearing the compliment, Yu Ryue couldn't help but touch her face. Hee. I've been taking care of myself in the room these days, so I look better, she said. Qin Haowen nodded, and his heart started pounding uncontrollably. When Yu Ryue arrived at a Mo Xiang bookstore, she finished handing over the books, and even Lin Bowen couldn't help but praise her. This made Yu Ryue feel a little shy. She quickly finished handing over the books and then took the dried noodles to Piaoxiang restaurant. When she arrived at the door, Hu Ji hurried out anxiously. Oh, my little ancestor. You've finally arrived. You ordered so many noodles but didn't send me any delivery. Now I suspect you might be secretly stockpiling food. Yu Ryue quickly asked Qin Haowen to take the noodles out of the carriage.
Look.
This is the dried noodles I told you about. Where's the secret stockpiling? Hu Ji hurriedly took Yu Ryue upstairs to a private room and said, You don't know. The hailstorm not only damaged Lu County's grain but also caused trouble across the entire country. People are worried. To prevent rebellion from heavy taxes and food hoarding, everyone selling rice and flour must register with the government. The person I introduced to you earlier, who sells noodles, is actually working for the government. The noodles they sell are taxed heavily, and because they mix in some old noodles, they sell them cheaply. Now the government is investigating strictly. They immediately came to ask me what was going on. I told them you were making dried noodles, but they didn't believe me. If I hadn't stopped them, they would have come to arrest you. Yu Ryue was surprised. She didn't realize there were so many twists and turns. She quickly patted her chest to reassure him. Don't worry. Even if they come to check, they won't find anything. I really made all those noodles into fresh noodles. I sold some to you, and also to Tianfu Tower. I'm just an ordinary farmer girl. I really can't afford to rebel. Hu Ji nodded in agreement. If I didn't know your background, I wouldn't dare to vouch for you. I was worried, because I haven't seen you lately. I thought you ran away. Yu Ryue laughed loudly. Where would I run? I went to Liuzhou Prefecture. On the way back, I happened to encounter hail and fainted. The horse died twice. Our family is drying some horse jerky now. I'll bring some for you later. Hu Ji rolled his eyes and said, You're such a carefree girl. Hurry up and give me the dried noodles and instant noodles. Show me how to eat them so I can answer when people ask. Yu Ryue quickly explained how to prepare these two types of noodles. Hu Ji's eyes lit up as he listened. These are so delicious, he said, chewing. But this one pancake isn't enough to fill me up, he added, chewing. By the way, since I helped you avoid trouble, can you give me a discount? He asked, still chewing. Next time I'll go with you and he'll give you more food, he said loudly. Hu Ji ate while talking, finishing 3 bowls before stopping. Yu Ryue smiled and said, Don't worry. What's our relationship? I'll definitely give you the lowest price. Hu Ji wiped his mouth, let out a burp, and then asked, By the way, is your family the only noodle shop around here? Yu Ryue nodded and asked, Why do you ask? Hu Ji looked surprised. Are you the one engaged to Meng Chun from Qingzhou Restaurant? I thought you were already promised to someone. Yu Ryue quickly shook her head. What are you talking about? I told you last time, I ended my partnership with Qingzhou Restaurant. There's no way I'm engaged to them. Hu Ji was a bit confused. But everyone outside says Meng Chen is engaged to a daughter of a very rich noodle shop owner. She's not only very pretty, but also has many special recipes. She looks a lot like you, but I thought you wouldn't be interested in Meng Chen, so I asked. Yu Ryue was surprised now. Qingzhou Restaurant doesn't look down on merchants? How could Meng Chen marry a girl from a noodle shop?
Hu Ji was shocked.
Don't you know? Ever since you stopped supplying Qingzhou Restaurant, their business has been getting worse every day. The manager went back to being Meng Chen's father, and even the people Meng Chen promoted before have been pushed down. Old Meng's promoted staff are very proud and often argue with customers. They also raised the prices of dishes, which made it hard for Qingzhou Restaurant to stay open. So, they arranged a marriage alliance. Yu Ryue didn't expect Qingzhou Restaurant to come to this. It just shows if you don't cause trouble, you won't get into trouble. But this had nothing to do with her. After finishing her shopping, she was about to buy some things to take home when she heard a strange, mocking voice nearby. Big brother. I told you already, don't get too close to women who only flirt with men. It'll bring bad luck. Look, because of you, our family's business has fallen apart. Miss Meng Qi, don't say that. Big brother Meng is kind-hearted and just wants to help. Besides, isn't there me now? Yu Ryue looked toward the voice and saw that it was indeed a family feud. It was the Meng siblings. But who is the woman standing next to them? It looks very familiar. Meng Chen glared at his sister in frustration. A simple apology could fix everything, but she made it so complicated. Now, the restaurant is about to close, and he doesn't even know if the woman next to him is telling the truth. Shen Yu was startled by Meng Chen's look and blushed. She admired her mother more and more for coming up with such an idea, marrying into a noble family. No wonder she, a former courtesan, could cause her greedy father to kill his first wife and then pay to free her, allowing her to live comfortably for so long. Thinking of this, she tried to flatter him more. Big brother Meng, don't worry. After we get married, I will tell my father to give you the noodle shop. Meng Chen immediately showed a gentle, fake smile. Thank you, Shen Yu. But can I see those recipes you've been talking about? Or you can just give me a price, and I will buy all those recipes. How about that? Shen Yu secretly thought there were no real recipes, but she still looked shy. Big brother Meng. My mother said these are dowry items. Why are you in such a hurry? Saying this in public is so embarrassing. After speaking, she shyly leaned closer to Meng Chen, her eyes like hooks. Very charming. Meng Chen felt annoyed. He disliked her flirtatious manner. This wasn't how a noble lady should behave or look. He grew more suspicious, but Meng Qi, her sister, looked like she had just been hit with an idea.
Shen Yu,
don't say more. Look, my brother is shy. I knew he wouldn't like that lowly woman, Yuria. It must be her tricks. Before she finished, someone patted her shoulder. She looked back impatiently. Who is it? Yu Ryue smiled. It's your father. Meng Qi was so scared she stepped back quickly. She tripped over a stone and fell backward. She desperately tried to grab someone nearby, but when her hand reached for Shen Yu's sleeve, Shen Yu hurriedly stepped back to avoid her. Frightened, she threw herself into Meng Chen's arms. Big brother Meng. Shen Yu is so scared. Meng Chen originally wanted to reach out to help his sister, but in the rush, their hands missed each other. Suddenly, Meng Qi fell to the ground with a thud, hitting her head on the corner of a nearby stall. She winced in pain, grimacing. Yu Ryue crossed her arms and looked down at her coldly. Aren't you Miss Meng from Qingzhou restaurant? Why are you lying on the ground? Trying to make trouble. Everyone nearby saw everything. I just said a few words to you, and you got so scared you fell. What does that prove? Prove what? Yu Ryue didn't expect anyone to answer her. She turned around and saw Lin Yihao standing beside a calm-looking girl with furrowed brows. Ryue, what are you trying to prove? Just say it, Lin Yihao urged curiously. Yu Ryue chuckled. It proves that a person shouldn't do bad things or speak ill of others behind their back, or they might be punished. Lin Yihao looked in the direction Yu Ryue pointed and burst out laughing. Haha, Ryue, you're so funny. Yu Ryue was surprised that this boy had such a low sense of humor. She also smiled, but just as she did, the girl beside Lin Yihao furrowed her brows even more. Noticing Yu Ryue paying attention to the girl, Lin Yihao quickly introduced, "This is my sister, Lin Qinxin." Qinxin? This is the Ryue sister I've been telling you about. Qinxin pursed her lips, still looking cold, and nodded at Yu Ryue. Seeing her seem to dislike her, Yu Ryue didn't mind and still greeted her warmly. Hello, Miss Lin. Meng Qi, who had just come to her senses on the ground, was furious. She started attacking indiscriminately. Shen Yu, I almost caught you just now. Why did you dodge? If you hadn't dodged, I wouldn't have fallen. Shen Yu quickly shrank into Meng Chen's arms, looking weak and helpless. And big brother, how come you only protect Shen Yu? Am I not your real sister? Meng Chen's brows furrowed even deeper. And you wicked girl. If you hadn't suddenly appeared behind me, I wouldn't have fallen. Do you love my brother so much that you can't stand to see him happy? Is that why you came here to cause trouble? Yu Ryue smiled and said cheerfully, Miss Meng, if you're not feeling well, you should go to the clinic quickly. Don't act out in public. It wouldn't be good if you startled the cats and dogs around. Lin Yihao covered his mouth with his fan and laughed. Yes, Miss Meng. You should be more careful. Meng Qi was so angry that her vision darkened. She pointed at Lin Yihao and shouted, "What are you laughing at, you pampered young man?"
Who said you could speak here?
Meng Chen was shocked and hurried to stop her. Meng Qi, don't be rude. This is young Master Lin from Tianda's academy. Meng Qi got up awkwardly, put her hands on her waist, and said angrily, "What young Master Lin?
I don't care about that.
The only one I care about is Shen Ruichen."
Lin?
Lin Yihao. Meng Chen glared at her. He is the son of the head of Tianda Academy. When Meng Qi heard that, she quickly lowered her hands. The fierce look on her face turned into a sweet, flattering smile, and her voice became overly polite.
Oh.
So this is the famous young Master Lin. You truly are handsome and graceful, just like your father. Yu Ryue, watching this sudden change of attitude, couldn't help but laugh quietly to herself. Lin Yihao waved his fan and said, "Oh, I wouldn't dare. To Miss Meng, I'm just that pampered young man. After all, when I return to the academy, I must ask Shen Ruichen if he knows a lady who calls me that." Meng Qi panicked and quickly apologized. "Young Master Lin, I'm so sorry. I was speaking nonsense just now. Please don't ask Ruichen about it." Lin Yihao's playful expression faded. He pointed his fan toward Yu Ryue. "You shouldn't be apologizing to me, but to Miss Yu." Meng Chen sighed inwardly. He knew his sister's stubborn temper. She would never bow her head to Yu Ryue. "Miss Yu, I'm truly sorry. Please be kind and forgive me this time. Just don't let young Master Lin talk to Brother Ruichen." Meng Chen was speechless. Was he the fool here? At that moment, Shen Yu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. "Second sister-in-law, Sister Meng Qi didn't mean it. I know you have a kind heart and will surely forgive her." After speaking, she turned her charming eyes toward Lin Yihao. "Second sister-in-law. My younger sister is really jealous of her sister-in-law, who is already married and has such a good brother like Lin Gongzi protecting her. Those who don't know might think you two are actually a married couple." Yu Ryue finally remembered. This person isn't Shen Laotsai's daughter with his mistress outside, is she? Suddenly, a bold guess came to Yu Ryue's mind. Could Shen Yu be pretending to be married? She tentatively asked, "Meng Chen? I heard you're going to marry someone who runs a noodle shop, and she has many recipes for dishes? Could that person be Shen Yu standing next to you?" For some reason, Meng Chen felt a bit uncomfortable under Yu Ryue's teasing gaze, but still nodded. The sarcasm in Yu Ryue's eyes was even more obvious now. Shen Yu immediately regretted speaking up. If she was exposed right now, her marriage plans might be ruined. She quickly took out a handkerchief, pretending to be delicate and wronged, and wiped away tears that didn't exist. "I know second sister-in-law doesn't like me, but I and Mr. Meng are truly in love. Please don't say anything to break us apart. If father finds out, he will surely stand up for me." Yu Ryue sneered inwardly. She was just afraid of being caught lying and threatened. Meng Chen was annoyed seeing Shen Yu look so pitiful. A woman who only cried when faced with problems wouldn't be suitable to be the head of a family. But since the news had already spread, he could only speak up to defend himself and save face. "Miss Yu, I've already heard about you and Shen Yu. That noodle shop belongs to the Shin family, and you're just their daughter-in-law. You're still an outsider." Yu Ryue smiled and raised an eyebrow. "Oh. How did she tell you?" Meng Chen straightened his chest confidently. "Miss Yu, you're also a woman. I don't want to say much, but you've been showing off with her dowry, claiming those recipes are yours, and even keeping the money from selling dishes for yourself. I can't agree with such behavior. As for the noodle shop, it belongs to the Shin family. Once I marry Shin Yu, I will take control of the shop. I hope you won't interfere then." Lin Yihao listened nearby, confused. He had visited Yu's family before. Wasn't that noodle shop Yu's family's? How did it become Shen's? Also, he didn't remember Shin Cho mentioning any other younger sister besides Shinhua. "No, that's not right." "I remember." Yu Ryue quickly interrupted Lin Yihao.
"Yes."
"That's it. Then I wish you both an early marriage and a happy life." Meng Chen always felt there was something hidden in Yu Ryua's words, but he didn't care now. With so many people watching, the Meng family's reputation was more important than anything else. Shun Yu's heart was in her throat. She was afraid that Yu Ryua, this crazy girl, would speak the truth regardless of the consequences. She was probably afraid to tell her father the truth. Once she married into the Meng family and the marriage was settled, she could act cute in front of her father. Maybe then the factory would really belong to her. Thinking of this, her posture straightened. To avoid unnecessary trouble, she quickly pulled the Meng siblings away. As for the marriage, it seemed it needed to be arranged sooner. After the three left, Lin Iho, curious, asked, I remember that factory wasn't your family's. When did it become Shin family's? And Shin Cho never said he had a sister. Yu Ryua smiled. That was born from a woman the Shin father brought home. Big brother wouldn't admit it. As for the factory, it really is mine. But since they are dreaming, I won't ruin their dreams so early. Lin Iho immediately bent over, clutching his stomach, laughing loudly. Sister Ryua, you're so clever. Look at Meng Chen's face just now. He thought he found a treasure. And Shin Yu, she really can lie with her eyes open. I can't wait to see what happens after they get married and find out the truth. By the way, which one is your husband? I remember Shun Chao's second brother isn't Shin Shu, but he seems to be entangled with Li Lin's daughter. Could there be someone else in the Shin family? Yu Ryua didn't hide anything. It's Shin Shu. Lin Iho's face, full of smiles, suddenly stiffened.
Shun?
Shin Shu, yes, the one who doesn't do well in school and thinks he's special, always dreaming of soaring high. Yu Ryua nodded calmly. Yes, officially. But in reality, he's with Su Meier. Lin Iho looked at Yu Ryua with a mixture of pity. But Lin Qinshin's eyebrows furrowed even deeper, and she made a clicking sound with her tongue. With her very indifferent face, Yu Ryua quickly said goodbye and turned to leave, afraid that Miss Lin might lose her temper. Just as she was about to leave, Lin Iho called out and asked, How is Shun Chao's illness? When will he come back? Yu Ryua was surprised. My older brother hasn't gone back? Didn't he return to the school a few days ago? Lin Iho shook his head in surprise.
No.
Hasn't he been at home all this time? Yu Ryua was shocked inside. Where could her eldest brother have gone? Could he have gone hunting in the mountains again? That shouldn't be, she had told him many times before. If he didn't go to the mountains, then where did he go? It's been so long. She looked worried, and at this moment, Gao Qingqing happened to see Yu Ryua, along with Qin Haowen with a serious face, and Lin Iho, who looked very handsome and scholarly. She smiled and approached to greet them.
Wow. Ryua.
Haowen Gij. What a coincidence. You're also here shopping. Hello. I am Ryua's best friend. Ryua, introduce me to this young master. What should I call him? Yu Ryua, worried about Shin Cho, didn't bother to chat with Gao Qingqing. She quickly grabbed Qin Haowen and turned to leave. Gao Qingqing watched Yu Ryua holding Qin Haowen's hand, her eyes full of hatred, but she quickly put on a smile. I don't know this young master. Lin Iho was also worried about Shin Cho and didn't pay attention to Gao Qingqing. He pulled his sister and left. Gao Qingqing was left standing there, feeling as if everyone around her was looking at her with mocking eyes. She wished she could find a hole to hide in immediately. Her face was burning hot, as if she had been slapped several times. She hated it inside. Clearly, Haowen Gij wanted to talk to her, but Yu Ryua, that hateful girl, had to pull him away. And that handsome young man's companion was also jealous, probably because she was beautiful and pretty. Otherwise, how could she keep a cold face and call that handsome young man away, not letting him talk to her? She thought for a moment and finally, after some twists and turns, she went into a small, inconspicuous pharmacy in an alley. When the person saw her, they smiled and said, Qingqing, why are you here? The breeding medicine you bought 3 months ago is finished. My family's boar is always unwilling, so my dad asked me to come and buy another one. This time I want the best one. This pig isn't as weak as the last one. It's strong and healthy. By the way, I want a type that has no side effects. It's okay if it costs a bit more. The man chuckled, "Your dad is really something. Why does he always send a young girl like you to handle this? Don't worry. I'll give you the strongest, fiercest, and most durable medicine. This will surely help you have more piglets next year." Ching Ching thought of Qin Haowen's muscular build and felt shy. Such a strong man. She believed she would get pregnant soon. She gently touched her belly and smiled. Let's hope for the best. Then she took a small bag of powder, paid 500 coins, and endured the pain. This was all her savings from trying to please her grandmother and act cute during this visit. She had planned to gradually win over Qin Haowen, but today Yu Riyue and Qin Haowen's actions really shocked her. It felt like that woman was forcing her. Once she was pregnant with Qin Haowen's child, she would make the Yu family leave that big house. She wanted everyone in the village to beg her. Thinking of that scene, she tightly held the powder in her hand, feeling excited even as she walked home. Meanwhile, Lin Yihao was annoyed looking at his sister's cold face. "Can't we go out for a walk without you being so serious? Why do you always have to frown and look angry? People might think you're mad." Lin Qinxin shot him a cold look and said, "You good for nothing." Lin Yihao got angry instantly. "You little brat. Who are you calling good for nothing? I'm your brother. If you keep talking to me like that, I'll tell Dad." Lin Qinxin frowned and got even angrier. "You're just a tattletale." Lin Yihao sighed. "My little princess, why are you scolding me? Tell me, what did I do wrong today?" Lin Qinxin snorted. "Miss Ryue is pretty, cooks well, and is clever with her words. Yet, you haven't brought her home all this time. Isn't that being useless?" Lin Yihao rubbed his forehead helplessly. "You're just like Mom. I told you she has a fiancé. If you want to eat her cooking, I can just tell her myself." Lin Xin snorted coldly. "A useless person is just useless. I can't even compete with a fickle, shameless man." Lin Yihao was completely speechless and gave up struggling.
Fin.
"As long as the Shin family agrees to divorce, I will try my best. Please don't scold me every day. Sister Yu is much more adorable than you." Meanwhile, Yu Ryue returned home and gave Jing Yu and Mo Huan 100 taels of silver, along with a bag full of food, telling them to ride quickly and find someone. As soon as they left, Yu Ryue heard the sound of hooves outside. She hurried out but didn't see Shincho. Instead, she saw a woman dressed in heavy makeup. The woman was on a carriage, lifting her chin high, raising her hand slightly, constantly signaling the coachman to come and help her. The coachman, impatient, went over. The woman immediately placed her hand on his wrist, looking like a dignified lady, and stepped down from the carriage using a footstool. Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan heard the noise and came out. "Ryue, is that Xiao Chou?" But when they saw the woman in front of them, they froze in place. The woman took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat on her forehead, then casually fiddled with a silver hairpin in her hair. "Fourth brother. Fourth sister-in-law. Why are you just standing there? Come help me carry things. I bought you a lot of nice stuff." Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan exchanged glances, but didn't move. Finally, the impatient coachman took out a small package from the carriage and handed it to the woman. Yu Ryue subtly glared at the coachman and took the package. The coachman held out his palm. "Madam, the 100 coins is promised." Yu Ryue, holding the package in one hand and adjusting her silver earrings with the other, said, "Why are you in such a hurry? I can't forget you, can I?" After saying that, she stepped inside, and when passing by Yu Ryue, she signaled with her eyes, "This is fourth brother's maidservant, right? Hurry up and pay the money. I've been tired all this way, fourth brother. Hurry up and find me a room so I can rest properly." Liang Shulan quickly stepped forward, pulling her precious daughter behind her. "You're just a maid. Pay your own money." She finished speaking and took her beloved daughter into the house. Yu Ryue looked at Liang Shulan's back with a furrowed brow. "Fourth brother, she spoils fourth sister-in-law too much. Truly has no manners at all. I tell you, women who are disobedient must be disciplined. And that little maid, where did you find her? She looks just like a sly fox." The coachman grew more impatient and quickly waved his hand. "Who among you can pay my carriage fee? I need to go back and take on other jobs. Yurubeo just looked at Yudihao, only to see him helplessly shrug. Little sister, your fourth brother is a good-for-nothing. You already know that, and I haven't earned a single coin. Yurubeo naturally knew her fourth brother's character, so she dared to be so bold. Yet, he was guarding such a big yard and couldn't even come up with a penny? That's really too pathetic. The coachman's patience was running out. He glared at Yurubeo and said sharply, "If you don't have the money, don't pretend. If you don't pay me today, I'll go report to the officials and let the honest officials settle this." Of course, reporting to the officials was impossible. She had already heard that her parents and 3 brothers were all in prison. She came back to save them, not to stay, and keep them company. Reluctantly, she opened her small bag, counted out 100 coins, and handed them over with a pained face.
Humph.
Your attitude is really bad. I won't look for you next time. The coachman counted the coins again to make sure there was no mistake, then snorted and drove away without saying a word. Yurubeo adjusted her earrings, then lifted her head proudly and walked into the yard. As soon as she entered, she saw the wild rabbit kept at the door. She quickly took a handkerchief, covering her nose with disgust. Fourth brother, this is too smelly. Why are you raising such a lowly animal at home? Catch it quickly and kill it. Make me a stew, and when I leave, take 2 for sister-in-law. Inside, Yuriwa asked curiously, "Who is this Yurubeo? Why is she so full of herself?" And father actually let her come in. Liang Shulan curled her lips. Just listen to her name. That old woman loves her daughter very much. She went to great lengths to marry her into a noble family. But after the wedding, she found out it's in a remote mountain village, even more isolated than ours. I don't know why she insists on acting so proud now. However, when young Master Yu was almost starved to death by his own mother, Yurubeo gave him a piece of steamed bread. This made young Master Yu very obedient to his sister. If you treat her the same way you treated your brothers before, it might cause suspicion. After all, the 3 of us are already quite unusual. Yurua nodded. Yes, let's see what this person is here for first, then think of a way to respond. Outside, Yudihao still looked helpless. Little sister, this isn't really up to me. That rabbit is something Ryua caught. Yurubeo was shocked. Fourth brother, you're even more helpless than before. Now you're afraid of that troublemaker? Hurry up and call that little girl out. I'll teach her a good lesson. Yudihao cursed silently. You're the troublemaker, but he kept smiling outwardly. After all, the reason the original owner is still alive is largely because of this sister in front of him. Why are you back? Is there something you want to talk about? Today, there was an earthquake. First, the phone issued a warning. Then the house kept shaking and making loud thumping sounds. It was very frightening. Humans are so small compared to nature. I was in a rented house and almost cried from fear. I wanted to call my parents but was worried they'd be worried, so I could only tell you all. By the way, kids, remember to set earthquake alerts on your phones. When Yurubeo mentioned this, her brow furrowed even more. Fourth brother, I already heard from the eldest sister-in-law. Dad and Mom were joking with you, and you really took it seriously? Our family doesn't have any old grudges. Trust me, go to the government office and tell them that Dad, Mom, elder brother, third brother, and fifth brother are all released. What kind of family is this if everyone is locked up? If it weren't for the eldest sister-in-law writing me a letter, I wouldn't have known anything. Yudihao's face showed a silly smile, but it quickly disappeared. Instead, he looked a little hurt and asked, Little sister, I've always thought you treated me the best at home, but... Sigh, do you know that I and your fourth sister-in-law almost died back then? Yurubeo waved her hand dismissively. You said almost. Aren't you still alive now? Yushur and Yution are also studying here. If they really take the imperial exams in the future, and the officials find out that these 2 have such unfilial parents, do you think the government will still want them? Even if you don't think about others, you should consider the future of your 2 sons. Yurubeo is indeed clever. If they wanted Yushur and Yution to take the imperial exams, they might have been manipulated. But they know the abilities of those 2 boys. Sending them to school is just to help them learn to read, understand reason, gain experience, and have a better life. Even if they go, those two will never pass the exams in their lifetime. Yu Diho sneered inwardly. How dare he threaten me? He quickly recalled the day his precious daughter died, watching her cold body being pushed into the cremation furnace. His eyes instantly turned red with tears. Little sister.
How can you say that?
It hurts me so much. After saying this, he turned his head, wiped his tears, and ran into the house. He slammed the door shut. This left Urubiobo stunned. She looked at the empty yard and the closed door, feeling confused. Hey.
No.
Why are you crying? Fourth brother, open the door and let me in. I brought you something. Do you know about dried noodles? That stuff is very famous in Liuzhou Prefecture. It's so popular that you have to fight to buy a pound, and it costs a lot, about 1 silver tael. I bought 2 pounds just to see you. Quick, open the door and let me in. The 3 members of the Yu family looked at each other in silence. Don't the gift givers know what kind of family they are? Still, their noodle factory keeps secrets well. People in the village who don't work at the factory don't know that the dried noodles come from there. But charging 1 silver tael per pound is a bit exaggerated. In the end, Urubiobo, helpless, took out her childhood friendship of sharing a simple bun, finally managing to get inside and promised to leave after one night. However, seeing Ryu's fair skin, big eyes, and watery expression, Urubiobo was furious. Fourth brother, you say this fox girl is Ryu. Diho immediately frowned. Urubiobo, if you say that about my daughter again, you won't stay here tonight. Liang Shulan also sneered nearby.
Humph.
No matter how dark, your heart is darker. Your fourth brother and fourth sister-in-law are about to be harmed, and you still have the nerve to come and plead. Be sensible and leave early tomorrow morning, or don't blame me for sweeping you out with a broom. I didn't expect that just insulting that mischievous girl would cause such a strong reaction from you, Dihao and Liang Shulan. If my fourth brother weren't so timid and indecisive, I might even suspect that our family is possessed by spirits or has gone mad. I wanted to speak again, but the couple kept arguing back and forth, leaving me stunned. My anger grew even more. Why can this useless family live in a big brick house? Why am I suffering in that small thatched hut? I thought I could get some benefits from my parents this time, but not only did I not see them, my brothers also went away. I could only come here to see if I could get some advantage, but not only did I gain nothing, I even lost 2 pounds of noodles. Feeling hurt, I finished dinner and started wandering around, hoping to find a way to make up for the money lost. As I walked into the left yard, I saw a suspicious figure jump down from the wall. From a distance, it looked like a woman. She crouched and looked around, clearly trying to do something bad. I sneered inwardly. Bad people get their punishment. Suddenly, I saw a strong man walking toward the house. I quickly called out, "Hey, that guy." Qin Haowen frowned and pointed at himself. "You calling me?" Inside, Gao Qingqing had just put medicine into a kettle. When she heard the noise outside, she trembled and spilled most of the medicine into the water. She was so frightened, she shouted out loud, then hurriedly covered her mouth. Outside, Qin Haowen heard a woman scream from inside. He frowned slightly, wanting to go check, but Yurua Bao stepped forward, smiling as she patted his shoulder. "What are you looking at? I think I just heard my fourth brother calling you. Do you want to go see?" Inside, Gao Qingqing tightly covered her mouth, holding her breath, trying not to make a sound. But her heart was pounding wildly, so loud it felt deafening. Qin Haowen always felt something was strange inside the house, but Yurua Bao firmly stopped him from going. She said Yu Dihao had something for him. He thought for a moment and finally decided to go find Yu Dihao. Gao Qingqing waited outside as the footsteps gradually faded away. She quickly released her grip on her mouth and took deep breaths. Once she had calmed down, she carefully wiped away the white powder scattered on the table. Then she picked up the teapot and shook it vigorously to mix the medicine inside. After ensuring everything was in place, she quietly opened the door to leave. As soon as she opened the door, she made eye contact with a person waiting outside. Gao Qingqing's eyes widened, and she felt her heart pounding in her chest. She thought of many possible consequences if she was caught, and all of them sounded very bad. She was about to speak and explain, but Eurobeo simply glanced at her with a faint smile and walked away. Confused, Gao Qingqing quickly jumped over the wall and left. Meanwhile, Yuruyue saw Qin Haowen, who was muscular and strong, looking for her father. She pointed in a direction and then went back into her room. After what happened last time, she felt deeply that she was too weak. If only she had martial skills, she wouldn't get hurt. She thought for a moment and returned to her space. She summoned the underworld trading post and entered the inner strength pill. Sure enough, there was no result. Not giving up, she tried again, entering the secret manual of a peerless martial art, but still found nothing. Finally, she entered the body-strengthening medicine. Today, she used up her 3 chances, but at least she didn't waste them all. Looking at the 10 bottles of body-strengthening medicine in her hand, she felt heartbroken. The underworld trading post was becoming more and more shady. She clenched her teeth and opened one bottle, pouring out a pill. Sure enough, each bottle contained only 1 pill. She held the fragrant pill in her hand and immediately put it in her mouth. Instantly, she felt a warm flow rush through her limbs, making her feel cozy and full of strength. Her heart surged with excitement, and her desire to learn martial arts grew even stronger. Without hesitation, she stored all the medicine bottles in her space and headed toward Qin Wenhao's residence. Meanwhile, Qin Haowen found Yu Dihao and learned that he hadn't sent anyone to find him. His doubts deepened. Yu Dihao looked at Qin Haowen's furrowed brow, smiled, and patted his shoulder. You don't need to worry about Eurobeo. She came this time just to cause trouble for us. She doesn't know what her plan is, just teasing you on purpose. Don't take it to heart. Go back and rest. Qin Haowen frowned and nodded. When he just pushed open his door, that strange feeling came back to him. Suddenly, his eyes looked at the teapot on the table, and his pupils shrank. This spout. When he left in the morning, it should have been facing left, but now it seems to be facing right. He took a few quick steps forward. Just as he reached out to examine the teapot carefully, Yuryue's shout came from outside. Qin Haowen, come out quickly. Qin Haowen immediately put down the teapot and hurriedly turned to go outside. Qin Haowen, teach me martial arts. I feel like I'm full of strength now. I must be a martial arts genius. Qin Haowen thought it was something important, but it turned out to be about practicing martial arts. It seems this family all has a martial arts dream. He thought about Yu's parents' strict training and hesitated a bit. He said, Miss, martial arts usually start from a young age. Since your bones and meridians are already fully developed, it's not suitable for you. But I can teach you some exercises to strengthen your body and make you healthier. Yurua puffed up her small chest proudly. Don't look down on me. I'm really strong now. Believe it or not, let's have a quick fight. Yurua felt a burst of energy, as if she was full of strength, and that feeling made her a little dizzy with excitement. Qin Haowen shook his head with a smile, looking at Yurua affectionately. All right, miss, come on then. Qin Haowen turned his right hand behind his back, raised an eyebrow, and made a gesture inviting her. Seeing his confident look, Yurua quickly pounced forward, baring her teeth and claws. As her right hand swung toward his handsome face, he easily dodged it. She then tried to reach out with her left hand, but Qin Haowen's left hand had already firmly grasped her slender wrist. Gently pulling her, Yurua lost her balance and fell straight into his strong chest. Yurua looked up and glared fiercely at Qin Haowen. Her intimidating gaze made Qin Haowen chuckle softly. Miss, don't be angry. Your stance is too unsteady, so I just gently pulled you down. If you really want to learn martial arts, you can try to hold a horse stance. Whenever I pull you and you don't fall over, then it will be real. Yurua felt her balance was very unstable. Under Qin Haowen's guidance, she started practicing horse stance. However, after less than a minute, her legs trembled and her eyes blurred. Sweat dripped from her forehead down her chin onto the ground. She was so exhausted that she stood up and rushed inside the room. She grabbed a water bottle and drank greedily until it was empty. Wiping the water from her mouth, she muttered curiously, Why does this water taste different from what I usually drink? Qin Haowen frowned. Different how? Yuriyue shook her head. I can't quite say, but it has a strange taste, like it hasn't been changed for days. Hearing this, Qin Haowen's face immediately turned red. He hadn't changed the water on the table for a long time because he usually didn't stay in this room. Today, he only stayed a little while to fool around with Yuriyue. Yuriyue touched her hot face and exclaimed, "Oh no! I've been outside in the sun for so long. Am I getting darker? Forget it. Practicing martial arts isn't something you master overnight. I should go back and take a good shower first." Qin Haowen looked at her flushed cheeks and her lips still moist from drinking water. His heart started pounding uncontrollably. He looked away and said softly, "Okay." Yuriyue returned to her room, immediately locked the door, and went inside to wash herself thoroughly. She also applied a face mask. But the feeling of heat on her body didn't go away. Instead, it grew worse. Even while eating, she looked distracted. She only took a few bites before losing her appetite completely. Her mind and body itched terribly, as if tiny ants were crawling all over her. Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan watched their daughter in this state and felt worried. Yuriyue forced herself to stay strong, smiled at them, and waved her hand. "It's nothing serious. Maybe I got a bit allergic after being in the sun this afternoon. A breeze at night will fix it." Only then did Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan realize that their daughter actually wanted to learn martial arts. But that was normal. Who in modern times doesn't have a martial arts dream? Even they had previously asked Qin Haowen to teach them a few moves, practicing daily. So, they didn't ask more, and just told Yuriyue to go outside and enjoy some cool air. Yuriyue also felt the same way, but as she walked, she increasingly sensed something was wrong. Her legs felt weak, possibly from holding a stance, but why did other parts of her body feel hot and soft? Could she be suffering from heat stroke? She shook her head hard, trying to stay alert. Before she knew it, she had arrived at the Shun family's house. She looked at the dim candlelight inside and rubbed her eyes in disbelief. It was definitely not an illusion. Could it be that Shincho has returned? She happily pushed open the door and said, "Big brother, you're back? I missed you so much." But as soon as she closed the courtyard gate tightly and turned around, she saw Shun Laotsai's sinister eyes. "Ha! You little brat, you still know how to come back?
Tell me,
Where did you hide the money? And what about Shincho, that little troublemaker?" Yuriyue was startled and quickly tried to step back. But her body was too weak. She only took one step and fell to the ground. Her face was flushed, her big eyes filled with tears, and her eyelids reddened. Her delicate, beautiful face looked alluring. Seeing this, Shun Laokai couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling even more uncomfortable. Recently, he had received some money and wanted to go to the gambling house to have fun, but he lost everything. When he returned needing money, he learned from Feng Kaier about the big house Yu family was building and Shin Cho going to school. He immediately became interested in taking all the money. But when he came back, not only did he not find the money, but he also couldn't find anyone. Just when he was extremely annoyed, Yuriyue suddenly opened the door and entered, still looking seductive. He immediately remembered the night Yuriyue got married, red candles, warm bed, the gentle candlelight on her face. Shun Laotsai's mouth went dry. If Yuriyue hadn't suddenly changed her attitude, not washing her hair or face, making herself look dirty and smelly, he might have already done something to her.
but
It's not too late now. Shun Laokai grinned lecherously, rubbing his hands together. "Little troublemaker, trying to your stepfather. You must be missing a man. Don't worry. Dad will make sure you feel good, so all the money I spent to buy you is worth it." Even if Yuriyue was slow to realize, she sensed something was wrong. She had been drugged. Looking at Shun Laotsai's lecherous face, she was terrified. She wanted to back away, but her body was weak. She tried to shout for help, but all that came out was a shy, trembling sound. This feeling of helplessness made her want to cry. "Don't come any closer." She just reached for the stun gun in her space when Old Man Shin suddenly lunged at her, grabbing her wrist tightly and leaning in close. "Good daughter-in-law. Don't worry. Dad will make you feel amazing." Hold on to me and don't let go.
Haha,